I have two dev folders. Didn't notice that before. Yeah, so hello everybody. Welcome to Illusions Exist, um, where we focus mainly on production value and ignoring them. Now, I have a few questions, and actually, I'm ready to go today. If nobody shows up, what the fuck? I'll probably go 2 hours anyway, because I'm got some shit to unload I didn't even write down in my notes. So, what is it, you might say? Well, stuff I didn't write down in the notes, for example, is Angular 2. What is this piece of shit? TypeScript, Microsoft, and Google together? That doesn't sound like a good idea to me. I guess I'm gonna have to abandon Angular. Time to use some Polymer or React or some shit. Welcome, someone. Michael.
What's happening? What's happening, Fab Albert?
I don't know. How'd your campaign go so far?
Oh, I was explaining to somebody about how I, just like flumped it, and how I even had a few people that were willing to send me money, but I didn't even open up a means of taking contributions. So, and then somebody was like, well, what, because somebody did send me a text interview that they wanted to publish, and one of their questions was, it was what are the main policies that you were hoping to inject into the debate, or that you'd like to further. And so I wrote back a big thing about patent law reform is super huge. Like, to me, that's a huge thing. And then kind of back Sanders on education, because most education can be done online, and then you just get together for like little labs where you do things in person, in groups, and that type of thing. But I did think, that whole thing. And then I don't know. And then the other thing was, corporate law pay limitations. Almost like not how much an individual can earn, but how much a CEO of one company can earn.
Yeah.
Relative to their employees. And so anyway, they wrote those two things down. It'd be nice.
I believe in that very much. I believe if you did that, you wouldn't even need to worry about the minimum wage quite as much. That would naturally link minimum wage to the people that decide what the wages are at a company.
Right. I mean, you could get a base federal minimum wage.
Yeah, and in the old days, you might be having a minimum wage at a gas station, but then again, that's the one they all use. Oh, small businessman hiring a young kid with no skills. He ought to get minimum wage. But now, who's getting minimum wage? These giant fucking corporations. Minimum wage part-time at Walmart, minimum wage part-time at McDonald's, minimum wage part-time probably at Target or whatever. Though I don't know about that. Target's a little better. But you know what I mean? It's all these corporations where their CEOs are getting tens of millions of dollars a year, and all you'd have to do is tie that shit together, and boom, you'd be surprised that they can make $25, everybody.
Yeah.
It should be around $25 for how rich we are. Our minimum wage ought to be $25 an hour.
Competition for people to go, I want to work for Wendy's as opposed to McDonald's because I'm going to make $1 less or $1 more or something. It'd be like a super. I mean, you get all these capitalists out here, these free market anarchists.
Plus, what about this? All the guys making minimum wage would want to go for the companies paying the CEOs well, because that would make the minimum wage there better, and suddenly everybody's on the same side. You know what I mean? McDonald's bottom employees would want McDonald's to be a rich company instead of hating the motherfucker.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's what I mean. If you, like you said, if it's all tied together, and that was the whole idea, right? Inject those two policies, and this place would get capitalistic.
Yeah, those are very good policies.
And shit would go.
But I was telling you to run for. I've had a lot of friends do it, and I'm sorry I didn't have time to help you, but I've been so fucking busy. It was a right decision for me, but you got to take it as a work of art, because that'll motivate you further to realize that it's not in the winning. Just like Bernie. Bernie went for it and actually got close. Maybe he was going to be the candidate. He won either way. He did a work of art that's made a difference, you know. And it's like, to call it a work of art, you can't say that's demeaning. No, that's the real thing. That's when success and failure fuse, and whether it's a success or failure, you know, like say an artist paints a painting and nobody wants it, and then he dies and everybody wants it. Success or failure, I don't know. It depends who you are. Would that be okay or not? You know, people that get paid a lot but in their heart feel like they sold out. Success or failure? I mean, I'd say failure, but obviously feeding your kids is nice. So
Yeah.
you know, so I think taking it. I mean, because I had a friend, Michael Delacour, that ran in Berkeley for probably 20 or 30 years for mayor, and he would always get 10, 12%. But he definitely, you know, and he wanted to win. He did not agree with me on this. As a matter of fact, as he got old, well, he's still around, but as he's gotten older, you know, he just wanted to have an armed revolution because fuck it, this shit isn't working. But he made a huge impact through the nature of his campaigns and through the fact that he could get in the paper with whatever issue he wanted every 4 years.
Well, that's
And
cool.
so, yeah,
Right. Art form. I thought, if I regret, like, part of my big 2016 regret is that I didn't continue the campaign and like start taking the business, start opening it up.
Shit ton of work is the thing, really.
It is, and you know, and then it was. I had 6 people that were semi backing me. One blew his head off. The other one quit and then came back. And then I was like, and then I wasn't.
One committed suicide.
Yeah, and oh god, I almost thought that I might be responsible just for saying some shit. But hey, what do you think of the black? What do you think of cop assassination going on around the country by black folk? Not necessarily Muslims, but just black people that are fucking pissed.
Well, what do you mean around the country? Maybe I'm back in the news. I mean, I know about the Dallas thing.
Dallas, Baton Rouge Today went on.
No, I didn't see Baton Rouge.
Yeah, it's like more cops.
Bill Maher said something, and he goes back and forth whether people like him on the left or the right? But he was saying it's a terrible thing to do, and I agree with that. On the other hand, when you have these more, you know, Sandra Bland and this Alondro Castle, what's his name? I mean, people that are just totally obviously innocent. And then frankly, I'm a working class white guy. We all got hassled when we were teenagers, but all we had to do was cut our hair and talk a certain way and we could get around it, but it's still a similar thing. You know, raised not to trust the cops. What are you going to do when you see these things in your face? I was an activist way back, you know, before Rodney King, and we thought, aha, look, VHS cameras, motherfuckers. You know, now it's out. We know this has been happening. Now everybody has to face it. What you're going to do about it, and what you're going to do about it is, yeah, we knew they were doing it. It's still okay. And of course, at some point, it's not that it's okay or that it would become like a revolution or organized, because of the number of incidents of it isn't as bad as in Pinochet's Chile. So there's still a relativity to it. But of course, some crazy fuckers, a few schizophrenics here, a few people that maybe got the wrong end of the stick too many times. Or like I was seeing a story, I'm sorry, I don't know that guy's name. I keep getting it wrong, but whatever, the Castile guy, is Alondro or whatever, or is it Philandro? But anyway, that guy had been pulled over like 50 times since his teenage years. No record, no problem. Just pulled over and pulled over. A guy like that maybe has some problems or doesn't take it or doesn't love his job like this guy did, yeah, they're going to go fucking batshit crazy at some point, and they're going to know a few of their friends that got fucked over that they'll in their head think, they're getting props from their friends standing up. So I think you're creating civil unrest. I also think that if we have, Trump, the real issue is not that he would do policies that would matter for very long or anything worse than George Bush did on purpose. The problem is we could have civil unrest. People in America are stupid. I've had a lot of friends from other countries that, you know, they had civil wars, that people were shot while they were walking home from school right in the street next to them, things like that. And Americans think that can't happen. Well, I think it motherfucking can. And with Trump, you got this petty fascist kind of rhetoric where people have a lot of fist fights and then some gunfights, and this shit
And get a little
degenerates bad. You know, there's a lot of people in America that want a race war. I've been rambling, but let me end with, is it not true? My whole life, there's a lot of people in the United States that want a race war.
Well, all I was going to say, and then I mean, about that was that I just got out of this black chat room, not in it, but listening to it. And that this, you know, it's just a couple black folk talking to a guy and a lady, and they were talking about Trump, and they said, you know, they're like, well, if Trump gets elected, he's gonna ship us back, and the lady's like, no, he's just gonna ship us out, right? Like there was this black communities kind of, and they weren't even laughing about it. They were like, wow, that's his plan. And then they're like, well, I don't want to go to Canada. Maybe I'd go to Mexico. It's cheaper. And they're like, well, blah blah. And they're kind of talking about. It was just so weird to almost believe that I could take them seriously. Like they would be like, yeah, this place is a shithole.
Well, he's talking. I mean, did you see Newt Gingrich was talking about having a "Do you believe in Sharia" test? Well, what about some Muslim that's an American citizen, that was born an American citizen? Maybe their parents were American citizens. Where you send them? And it's an interesting idea that if it was taken seriously, the answer is wherever you want. Like Romney's voluntary deportation. I'm white. Can I become a Muslim and get up on this? I'd like to go to, you know, I don't know, Bhutan.
Spain or Amsterdam or. Yeah,
there really aren't other places I want to go, though, because the thing is, America has a lot of fucked up sentimentalities and stuff, but so does everywhere. And in a way, in Europe, it's even deeper, the fucked upness, and the Nazis that they have over there are even deeper into it, hundreds of years kind of weird. So where would you want to go? Asia. I love Asia, but it's not necessarily, you know, my homestead, and I've kind of come, you know, to like the Northeast here. I just think people have to survive this shit, and, you know, I'm not, I don't know, probably because I just bought a piece of land, though I'm renting it from the government. But I'm finally like, I'm not thinking about, will I leave if Trump's president? I'm kind of like, no, I'll wait it out. We'll see if he comes to the lake. If not, we're fucking.
You can just defect into that. You just.
Well, when I came to Maine, I mean, it's not a joke. Coming to Maine, one nice thing about it is I felt like, well, I can't slip into Canada if the shit gets really weird. Frankly, you know, if a Ted Cruz was elected, would be scarier than some incompetent like Trump. But I do think Trump is pretty scary, not because of what he would do, but because I think he could bumble this country into a civil war situation type of chaos.
Even if Hillary got it, even if Bernie got in it, the way the movement, it doesn't mean that the systemized police force or the white on black or the black on white, however it's perceived and whatever's put out and whatever actually happens in the media and online could affect, you know, unrest regardless. Maybe it's a contemptuous, like a population, like, or like just the way our zeitgeist and our America's coming about. It might be like a volatile point regardless of whether Trump comes in. But I do think Trump might be the biggest ringleader to, like make it happen, to boil.
Or just let it happen through the kind of bravado he's into, that it happens to cause that at certain levels of power. That's why you got a lot of narcissistic assholes that talk like they're sweethearts at the very top levels, because it actually does have a ramification that they have learned over the centuries, which is not to their benefit or anybody's benefit. Words can create chaos at that level. So, I do think that's a real thing. I mean, it's also could be called paranoid or something. I think in the end we probably had just as incompetent presidents. I certainly don't like or trust Hillary, but push come to shove, I think there's a lot, or like a couple of people I watched Majority Report, for example, and then I saw Bill Maher was talking about it, that, you know, yet another Mussolini sign or something is like third world sign is the way Trump's kids seem to be having this tremendous influence on his campaign and making decisions for him, which is, maybe that's fine, but that's, you know, that's like those Saddam Hussein kids and stuff. That's
Yeah,
like Kim Jong-il. That is petty dictator shit.
yeah. Sure,
It's
why
the
not?
kind of racism that is the real racism, which is fuck people like white people. No, they don't. They like their fucking family. Their family's better. And their family and their losers are not as. I just texted you to that
Have
effect.
you guys looked at the familiarities of what is supposed to be our next president, as in the UK? Have
Well,
you
what is
seen
the situation?
celebrities?
Because I was hearing Boris Yeltsin, yeah, Johnson, whatever. Boris Yeltsin was going to be your prime minister thing,
Yeah.
and then since he says like,
May
no, I'm not
Johnson.
going to have anything to do with
I
this.
don't know. What do you think of her?
Yeah, who is up now? I don't really. I mean, you got this woman, but it's a temporary thing. No, I
Yeah,
mean, right?
she's called Vanessa May. The last
Theresa May.
Yeah.
Theresa May, sorry, yeah. The last prime minister.
Vanessa May's a violinist.
Last prime minister. The last female prime minister that we had was it Margaret Thatcher?
Yep.
So that was Thatcherism. Now we're gonna have mayhem.
Well, she sounds way beyond the Reagan Thatcher domain into. She sounds like nutty. Like you
No.
got Ted Cruz or something.
You never lived under Margaret Thatcher.
Well, I was alive and watched her from the U.S. You know, and people loved her. People
different.
love her over here, the Reaganite types, you know, that think Reagan is a god.
She took away
loved her.
my milk.
And I think that's fair. She was a lot like a
6 years
female
old,
Reagan.
she took away my milk.
Yeah. Well, oh yeah, she decimated. Well, the United States, we didn't have the same kind of situation to begin with. But like, well, for example, under Reagan, I couldn't get student loans. We had no money. I was a poor kid. I'm supposed to qualify for student loans. You know, he removed all that. He put mentally ill people back on the street, fired all the air traffic controllers and so on, and brought in scabs, kept flying planes, whatever. And so it was pretty bad. I think she was worse mostly because she was smarter and there was more to destroy, right? So, but isn't this woman? I don't know her from before she just took over, but on reading about her, it seems like she's like just what's happened in America. Our conservatives have gotten so crazy they make Reagan look like a sweetheart, and I think the same thing has even happened with Thatcher, even though her battle axe reputation makes it harder to see. This woman, well, like for example, why should Boris Yeltsin, who refuse to run for the actual job, be of all things foreign minister, right? Is that let's get somebody. We've done that before. We had John Bolton. I hate the world. Okay, you're ambassador to the UN.
I can tell you why they did that, and this is my theory anyway. It's not factual. This is my theory.
Idiot, that's why.
Yeah. Well, actually, no. He's not an idiot. I've met Boris Johnson a few times, and he's not an idiot.
Really?
But really. He's actually an incredibly smart guy.
I can totally believe that. But I think he made a bluff he didn't expect to pull off. But anyway, go ahead.
I think what you've got is the fact that this is the one thing he's not hugely experienced with is party politics. So there's an old saying that says, keep your friends close but keep your enemies closer. And in my view, they've stuck Boris Johnson in the Foreign Office job, because he's going to completely fuck it up.
So are you saying that this woman but I thought this woman really, even though, okay, let me get this right. I think what I remember is she may have been against Brexit, I forget, but she's very, very conservative. But she's very conservative. So, no?
I mean, you have kind of conservative is the right side of our politics, the same as Republicans, kind of, but not the same.
Right.
So,
in the sense you can still support social medicine and things. Yeah, it still is. But my impression, what I'm asking you is, we have conservatives over here in America that make the old conservatives I used to dislike in my 20s. I wish they were back. Bob Dole, please come right back.
I mean, she's not the level of a Tea Party person. A right-wing Tea Party person, because the Tea Party is quite a broad spectrum.
But that's an American thing. In the spectrum of the UK, She is
But-
off to that wing, so maybe she's off to a normal Republican
Yeah,
if you compare internet.
She's what I would call mid-center right.
Mid-center right. Okay, I guess I was
So,
getting the impression she was
yeah,
more
no,
actual far right, little
no, I
Nigel
mean,
in there and stuff.
she's going to come in and stir the pot a bit, but
What's going on with Nigel Farage? Why did he wimp out of the whole situation?
I wanted him to answer what they thought about the UK in terms of like the Brexit and bringing her in. Like, what do you guys predict is going to happen over there?
well, that's the problem is we don't know.
We haven't got a fucking clue. We do
So it's
not
all,
have a
it's all
fucking
everyone's shrugging their shoulders because you guys don't know what to expect. You don't know the
If I had
dynamic.
to guess, you will not actually.
I'm waiting for the Pennines, the backbone of England, just to open up and a few sails come out and just like float off somewhere, leaving Scotland and Ireland around, like navigating Ireland. You know what I mean? It's like we're off. See you later. Bye.
Right. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment with the whole thing with Brexit is we for the next couple of years, you know, the referendum isn't a legally binding thing. It's a recommendation to Parliament. It's Parliament that need to ratify that referendum, which means they have to have a parliamentarian vote. I think that there is still a good chance that that vote would not pass.
That's what I think. Then they can all say, "Oh, but I'm voting my conscience, and this is how it really works." And I think the thing is, what industry is left in the UK that's like internationally significant?
Money, cars.
Well, mainly banking. And so that's who gets fucked over with the borders. That's why the borders have been dissolved by all these agreements. It's so the money can go and invest in something and know that they can get their money back, right? Like old school, you invest in another country.
It's actually nothing to do
Sometimes
with
you can't sue for your investment. Well, they don't want to be able to do that. So
it's
how are they
nothing
going to let that fucking happen?
It's to do with the free movement of people. So if you look at the really big companies in the UK, people like Vodafone, that's a British company. All the big oil companies have HQs in London. Major finance organisations are headquartered in London. You know, what you're going to see is they're going to say, well, hold on a second. You know, most of my business is now in Europe, not in the UK, say for Vodafone. We have thousands of people all over the EU. And
even British companies will do this.
Yeah, exactly. And this is why it's a stupid thing.
Certainly all the other companies. Yeah, because I'm saying my impression is that what's happened is if there's oil company headquarters and other headquarters in London, of course I'm not surprised whether I followed that or not. They're there because it's a financial center, and if the money's going to have some sort of a membrane and legal tricks to get out, it'll just go out and be on the other side. I mean, it's obvious that that's what's going to happen. And I think people like even Nigel Farage must know that, and that explains their weird behavior after their victory.
What they're looking at is a sort of 10 to 20 year plan, which is, we'll exit Europe, we'll renegotiate all our trade agreements, we'll rebuild our manufacturing core, which is a lovely idea and would have worked very well post-war. But it won't work in today's economic climate.
And also the banks don't want to invest in that. They've made the decision, like in America and everywhere else, they want to invest in building a factory in Bangladesh, India, Mexico, where the labor is cheap. And so they're the ones that want the labor from the rest of the European Union, where they can find it. That the workers in the UK, of course, don't want to compete with. But the end result is not that the banks say, "Oh, you're right, we'll spend our money in England." That's not what will happen. They can still get their money out of the country, and that's what they'll do.
Well, no,
We're
I mean,
still getting a lot of like Polish and Romanians coming to take our jobs, though, which is a bit of a pain in the arse.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was a lose-lose situation. Now, I would think that if the Brexit does go through, it actually will be good, because the money that flees, some of the money will stay for the huge market and people that know quality and that are a modern nation, and you could easily get a much more ethical corporate ecology in the UK from doing it. but it'll be difficult. I think it'll really be difficult because you're also going to have this huge EU economy run by, you know, Germans and French and whomever else can stand up in there that's going to want to fuck with you, right? They're going to want to undermine you. It's not just like a fair competition. They'll be trying to marginalize you.
I'll tell you something, Paul. If you want something funny to do, go and have a look at the German newspaper headlines over the last 4 or 5 months regarding the UK, and that will give you a flavour of what they're looking to do. The trouble with the UK is most people don't have a second or third language. I don't. I'm just happy to have a partner that speaks 7 languages. You know, and it's quite surprising when you actually see what they're writing. And the other thing that I think that, you know, didn't get mentioned when people were talking about sort of, you know, remain or leave, is the amount of money parts of the UK get from the EU. It's like Cornwall gets a huge, which is the southwest of the UK, gets a huge amount of money. Wales gets a lot of money. Scotland gets a lot of money. The northeast gets a lot of money. You know, there's all these renovation zones that have come about because of the grants from the EU, and we make so much more money by being in the EU than not. And this was all the stuff that nobody was talking about during the campaign. There's a huge amount of things wrong with the EU.
I think it's like 3 times. Sorry, I was talking to somebody here.
I didn't know if Jeremy Corbyn, if you guys thought he as opposed to Melissa May would be a better fit, but I want to check out these papers. Do you think Teresa would have been his fine match?
No, I mean, I think the trouble with Jeremy Corbyn is that he's got support of, you know, what we call the grassroots, the party members, but none of the MPs like him. So he's kind of like Trump with a brain.
Vite has a great icon. Are you driving along some shit going somewhere? Oh. Yeah.
He's saying, look at me, I'm in San Diego and it's all going good.
Blue skies. Yeah, very good camera angle. Good cinematography there.
Are you sure it's not GIF?
So what do you guys think about this? I don't know, no. What do you think about this thing I was saying where, what about just the geopolitic? You got the biggest banks still, well, probably the biggest banks still centered and so much money from around the world controlled by London, they won't let the Brexit happen, right? Just like whatever else happens, whoever people vote, whether some you know, ministers have to fall on their swords and be the ones that stop it and, you know, never get reelected or whatever. You know what I mean? Just geopolitic, raw power. These are the most powerful people in the world.
You kind of think that, but the lobby politics in the UK is not the same as I do a lot of work. I used to do a lot of work for central government, and I've done a lot of work with NATO and the US as well. Or as I like to say, I've travelled quite a lot of places, and if it's outside Southeast Asia and Australasia, the only place I haven't been is Austria.
All right, Mr. Name Dropper.
Right, but so, okay, and so you don't think the geopolitic can really just, I mean, in America, we do have influence. Our democracy is real, and sometimes crazy shit happens that the powerful people didn't want. But there's also a geopolitic of at the point where you've got the most powerful moneyed interests in the world, you know, among the top 100 or 1,000 even, there's certain things where they will get their way. They might not want this or that, and they let it go. But something like the inability for their money to flow all over Europe and then through the world by, you know, just 2 degrees of freedom, I don't see them giving that up. Like, people would get assassinated before they give that up. That's
the single market won't affect that. I mean,
well, how are you going to stay in the single market somehow and stay with
that's the most likely scenario I think you're going to find.
But don't you have to keep the free
movement of people? Yeah, which is good.
Well, it is good. That's why I would have voted for it. I think the EU's totally secret and corrupt, but then again, they don't do that much. And the free movement without a visa, to me, is the fundamental human. You could measure that as freedom right there.
You keep assuming that the Brexit isn't a decision by the super wealthy. It's not falling in their favor.
That's true. I don't think it is. Yeah, no, I think it was.
Well, you say that. I mean, it was quite interesting if you look at who was financing the Brexit campaign. There's some big money sitting behind that.
Well, that's a funny thing. Like, let's say Trump really is worth all the money he says he's worth. Yeah, but that doesn't matter. No, the real power, like the London banker owner, the people that own all that money, they own a shit ton of money, and all of their friends and families they party with, so that it adds up to like 60% of all money kind of thing. One crazy, Richard Branson millionaire that's willing. Like, I always thought the real rich that you watch out for are the people that don't go on TV. The people that they hide from all of that.
Of course they do.
Yeah. Well, but then we have these really rich, famous people, and your .com people. They're new rich, and there really is an old rich thing that really has all the money still.
I think. Yeah, I mean, I think what you'll find is if you look at, you've got the Rothschilds, you've got the whole kind of banking, old school banking fraternities.
Yeah.
But they're not. They are worth a shit ton of money. But if you actually look at where the money is, the more money is now going. The easiest way to see where all the real money is to understand who owns the stock markets. Because that's where the point.
Here's one thing I was thinking too. I wanted to add to this is like a lot of this older money is perfectly liberal as well. It's not like, so when you have these Koch brothers that we've got in the U.S. or whatever that fund, or people rich guys that fund, anti-gay marriage stuff, that's not really typical. The real money plays politics about money. And those are the guys that never lose a big one. I mean, if they lose a big one, it has to be with guns and fires and machine guns, because they have politicians that are trained to fall on their swords and vote no for Brexit in the end. You know what I mean? If there's a technicality, they'll pull the technicality. They're the guys that have those strings to pull those technicalities. Like in the U.S., it would be interesting. I don't think it's going to happen, but on this principle, they could not let Trump be the nominee still. But I don't think they're going to do that. But, they have the power to do that. Anyway, I won't belabor that, but thanks for your responses.
I thought the pound breaking off of the euro currency, just in general, was a benefit. It was a maintenance of the money in London, in the World Bank, in the system. Like, don't share the currency. It will become more of a deficit. It'd be like us, Georgia and Mississippi as being the U.S.'s big leaders in economy. It's not the case. Right? So if the euro and Spain and Greece and all these countries are falling, of course the Brexit as a currency, as a self-inclusive, the pound, maintaining a separation of currency controls, I think is a very good move if you're into hierarchical money maintenance for the old money, the maintenance of the markets.
Right. Yeah, but I also thought that, I think that's the geopolitical reason behind them never adopting the euro, but I also think it's misguided. I think that's where the old banking families and everything in England are got echo.
Yeah, man. You know what? I totally 100% agree with you. And the one thing I want to say is that nigger that's driving the car, he better hope Trump don't get in, because he's going to be fucked if Trump gets in.
Well, do you want to modify your comment?
Okay, that Negro.
Okay.
Or jigaboo. Can I use the word jigaboo?
You know what? It's up to right, really, but I don't think so.
I find it offensive.
I mean, it is.
Come on, pal.
in the
Jeez.
rear, but I just think it could be fucking or something.
This reminds me, I got to share some controls with some of you, and then you can make the impulsive decisions that I
Sweet.
have.
I mean,
Let's
it's
go.
like you just said that if Trump gets elected, he's going to assassinate Barack or something like that. Like what you know? What are the simplest implications?
No, I don't think so. I think it'll be like a TV show and all innocent, except for his incompetence will lead to some crazy civil war kind of situation.
Have you got guns? Can you fight
Gnomes?
back? No, have you got guns? Guns, bang, bang.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
we got tons of guns.
Bang, bang.
I mean, I have a gun, but
Right. Do you look at yourself in the mirror with it? You pull it out a bit like, you know, Robert De Niro?
no, actually, my story of my gun is funny in that I don't have any bullets for it right now. My mom gave it to me, and she's a conservative and said, don't register it. And I had it in Hawaii, which was not good. And I brought it to where I am now, and it's totally legal. So, no, but I think a gun's a good thing. Like, what if there's an ice storm and the power's out for 2 weeks? I could shoot a fish or something.
No. You contradicted yourself, though, because you said you've got a gun, but you've got no bullets. So basically, you've got a piece of metal.
Yeah.
with a-
Well, I'm
like-
gonna get bullets. I just haven't got around to it. It's not a priority, okay?
It's not very
Yeah, but-
difficult. You can go down to Walmart and buy them.
That's right.
You can 3D print the bastard.
Evil. Can you bloody hell? What
Well,
I'm
I'm
talking
an
about.
American. As a
with the-
kid, we used to make bullets. We had a bullet maker.
We gotta get rid of all these motherfuckers. You know, the cops are trying to cleanse them just now, but we gotta get rid of all these motherfuckers, spear chuckers, man.
Right. What about
Okay.
trolls? Let's get rid of all the trolls.
I'm a
That would be
troll.
too easy. You talk
Low
about
power
living in a
troll is obvious.
yeah, you
Obvious
talk about
troll is
living in a free world, but you're quick to place that block button, motherfucker.
Man,
Well,
come
am
on.
I?
Yeah, have we, Justin?
Am I?
Yeah.
All my nationalist
I do it all the time really quick.
Who cares, man? I'm controversial. Can you not handle that?
I don't think you're controversial. I think you're
That-
a
you're-
regular.
You're just old
That-
school
that-
minor bigger.
That nigger
What?
driving thinks I'm controversial.
I don't even believe you really believe the things you're saying. You'd have to work a little to convince me you even think these things.
Look at him, man, driving that car. He looks like a gangbanger. If some cop pulls up behind him, that motherfucker's getting shot.
I don't think you believe in
I think Justice is jealous. 'cause
Well, you
he's
might
got a
believe
car.
that actually.
Well, let's get back to the question. What gun is it? A gun without any bullets? It's basically a rock.
Yeah, it's basically
Oh,
a
yeah.
nuclear.
I'm in the States. I don't have
Put it as a boomerang.
Yeah. What good is a car without any petrol or diesel?
Yeah. What good's a
Yeah.
horse with a saddle?
I'll tell you something.
That
I-
don't
I'm-
matter, man. Hey, Russ, that nigger will bareback any motherfucker.
Yeah, definitely. It smells like that. Smelly vision on. What's the point of having a gun? We're talking about he mentioned the Civil
Well, I'll
War.
tell you what
Russ.
the point is. The point is, if you have a car with no gas in it, all you need is a little bit of gas, and you have a functioning car. And a
Well-
little bit of gas is easier to get than a car. So, therefore, it's part way to having a functioning thing. On the other hand, the point is, I don't need a functioning gun. I just ended up with it because my mom's like, here, have this gun. And I'm like, okay. And I like guns. I shot guns. I'm from Redneck, California. Guns are fine with me. I'm a Second Amendment liberal. So I have no reason not to have it, but I also have no reason for bullets right now, though. In reality, I'd like to go shoot it at the range, and then I'll probably get some bullets.
Well, he's probably from down. I don't know where Russ is from or why he's asking. I'm in the States. I don't have a gun. I keep thinking I should maybe get a gun, but I'm not certain of where its application would be. There's someone kissing their gun.
No,
Miles.
sorry. Hello, what's up? What? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, put that Desert Eagle .50 away. Anyway, it's not that good. It only takes eight rounds, even with one in the chamber.
No.
But anyway.
Yeah.
No, the difference is if you've got
My support of guns really is like Ice Storm, Lost Power. A gun you will be able to eat, kill game. It's
Yeah.
true. I mean, it's a useful thing.
Oh, by the way, Vet, I just want to say I loved the sign language you were doing throughout that commentary. I thought that was very cool. But yeah, I mean,
I would have let that guy stay longer, but you have to be a little more entertaining. Obvious troll is obvious, fine, but also boring.
Yep.
He was being a bit
Well
of a
said.
twat.
I actually just find it
He
really.
could come back. He just needs to try harder. Sorry, go ahead.
I just find it strange that I just find it strange people actually think that way. I honestly do.
South here. Yeah, but
Well,
I can see why you find it strange.
I
It's a
would
phenomenon,
say I
for
don't
sure.
think he necessarily did.
Yeah.
Because that's the nature of trolling, but people obviously do. It is an idea out there. That's where it comes from, and so, yeah, me too. I'm surprised. Well, I was like,
He was pissed as a fart.
I was like 10 and whatnot, those ages in the 70s, and in California, they made it seem like here's how it used to be back in the old days, 15 years ago. There was racism. Not now, though. We kicked its ass. And it was a slow realization to go. Like, I was like 35 when I realized people still were anti-Semitic.
Mm.
So,
Yep.
yeah, it was a big
I
lie.
was about 19
So,
when
yeah,
I
people
started
are like
realizing
that.
that it was a thing like that too. When I was younger, I didn't see it. But
Yeah. Well, I lived in Jamaica for a while, and that was quite
I
funny.
hear you. I hear you.
And yeah, forgive me for
really?
forgive me for using the term, but I was with some mates.
Let's talk about Jamaica for a minute then.
Oh,
No,
man,
you're fine. Yeah, you're fine.
Well, like the history of Jamaica is so.
Trying to, Pero, but you're talking over them.
The Spanish went there, brought a bunch of slaves, right? And then the British were coming to kick the Spanish ass, and the Spanish are like, hey, let's get back on our ships and go back to Spain. Okay, let's go. Boom. They left the slaves. Half the slaves went into the hills and became Rastafarians, and the other half of the slaves were like, what the fuck, what do we do? And the British showed up, and those guys stayed slaves. Boom. Jamaica. True or false?
And they're slaves today.
Not quite.
I know.
The difference is by 1782 we'd already banned slavery throughout the Commonwealth, or the British Empire.
I see. So they weren't kept as slaves when the British showed up.
No, they were initially, because that was before 1782. But after 1782, they were free. But the whole thing with this transatlantic slave trade. I mean, my hobby, my passion is history and archaeology.
Right.
And it's all
the Golden Triangle.
Wait. Let him finish.
Nickname the Golden Triangle.
That's heroin.
Well, hey, I was just realizing the last couple of years something we should all unite on is that it was actually the Danes' faults. They either started it, they did it. The British tried to wipe them out of history in the English-speaking world. It's like, no, it was us. We had the big empire, but it was really the Dutch. It's all their fault. They started it.
Well, again, you got to remember that the Spanish occupied most of Holland for a very long time, and that's the other bit of history that most people don't know.
Yeah, no, I didn't remember that part.
And it's why there's a tradition in the Netherlands. I used to live in the Netherlands.
So, but that must have been after. But isn't it the Dutch had started this little world empire, that was the world empire at the time. Then the British and the Spanish, Portuguese, a lot of them they horned in on that. They took that over and expanded it.
No, you had, not quite. You had the Portuguese, which were the really good explorers. The Spanish were funding a lot of exploration, hence the discovery of South America and the exploitation of Central and South America.
Sure.
You then had the Dutch, who were very much a trading nation. So they would be out everywhere. So things like the ABC Islands, that was a Dutch colony. Indonesia was a Dutch colony.
Right.
Couple of little places in Africa.
But that's, for example, the Spanish took Indonesia.
Yeah, and then the Dutch took it back.
I
New
thought
Zealand.
history was just
Oh,
the
they did.
J.K. Rowling's
I've
series.
only really got into trying to follow this
Mm.
the last few years. This
The
part of history.
Dutch,
So yeah, the
Dutch
back and
found.
forth misses my attention sometimes. But
New Zealand was originally.
when I was thinking the Philippines, the Spanish were in the
Yeah.
Philippines.
Yeah. Yeah, they
And that
kept.
was pretty early too. That was like an early one, right?
Yeah. Yeah, because you got to remember how.
But
far
isn't
the
it true that the Dutch really started this? Hey, let's go fuck. You could just take over all these parts of this huge world we know is out there. And then everybody else horned in on it. And then as an American, we're just taught that you'd think the British did the whole thing, the Spanish were trying to follow.
Well,
Classic deflection.
Yeah, we kind of got into the sort of let's build an empire phase after our war with Spain. So Spain tried to invade the UK. That's the famous Francis Drake episode. We managed to destroy the Spanish Armada thanks to some nice weather. In fact, never assume you get nice weather in the UK.
It's true. It's true.
Wait, do you mean nice weather that was bad weather, or do you mean nice weather that the nice weather actually?
No. It was really, really bad weather. Most of the Spanish fleet got sunk, and the rest of it we kind of just blew to pieces.
Right.
So if you go to places in Ireland, you still see very Spanish-looking people because of the bits of the Armada that crashed on the shores. And
But no, but it's more than that, right? Weren't the Spanish, or like even pre-Spanish, like the Celts, are going back and forth from Basque areas to Ireland for like a long time? They found out.
Well, the
more
Celts
than once.
started in sort of Central Europe, sort of bits of Russia.
You're saying
South
wait, no,
Caucasus.
I had an ex-wife that had one of these Spanish-Irish names. You're saying it's from this invasion is when the actual Spanish with Spanish names? Okay, I never knew that. Yeah.
Yep. So what you tend to find, and again, if you look at the root languages, that's another good way of tracing shit around Europe. So the Basques speak a very specific language, and about the nearest to it is an Old English language called Cornwallian, which is spoken by maybe a couple of hundred people still now. It's quite different to Welsh or Scottish Gael or Irish Gael. So it's kind of a little bit. It's not just one language. The Celts weren't just one people. It's kind of a nice catch-all term for a lot of people migrating from east to west. Which use it. So you have the Gauls, which settled in France, hence Asterix de Gaul. So that's
an interesting point, because that brings some things together that I noticed, that it seemed like more than one. So yeah, east to west migration. It's more a name for people that ended up. Ended up.
And there were some similarities in culture in some of the artwork and the weaponry that was being used and the rest of it. There were some similarities.
Well, by modern standards, it would have been a migration that was over time, right? So they would have probably interacted on the way. Some of them.
So the Celts didn't get to Britain, for instance, till about 400 BC. They were in France by about sort of 600-700 BC. If you go further east, it's a little bit older and a little bit older. In fact, they found Celts all the way out to China. Some went east rather than west, which is quite cool. It's a fascinating sort of piece of history.
It certainly is. Regardless, I gotta go. I'm gonna try and jump back in here later, but damn, I hate I'm gonna miss out on this conversation. It's a good one. But y'all take care.
All right, well, we'll be around for a while. Come on back.
All right, love.
Take care, bro.
Technique.
Yeah, the connection was pretty good considering you're on phone, internet.
Yep.
I'm impressed.
Hey, North Carolina ain't fucking up too bad on everything. So.
Are you around Raleigh?
North Carolina has. I know a guy in North Carolina. I forget where that has fiber optics. So maybe they're doing.
Oh, it's also where IBM used to have their headquarters. Well, one of their headquarters.
That might explain it. That might explain it actually.
And they've been
having a lot of tech startups. I was told when I was looking for a state to move to. I heard North Carolina has a lot.
Yeah, it's part of what's called the Silicon Triangle.
And in
Yeah.
trying to attract companies from California and this sort of thing, you build these industrial parks, and one of the best things you can do is put in this badass internet, and it doesn't really
That's
cost that much on a government
I mean, if they can make that like a Silicon Valley or like a Seattle, it'll kick out all the old school hillbilly bigots out of the South. I mean, that's the whole idea. Industrialize it, modernize it, and then
That's not at all determined. I've worked with so many different programmers. I worked with, when in my 20s, I worked with a programmer, and he was a Jehovah's Witness, and I'm like, you guys have jobs? Like, yeah, some of us have jobs. And I'm like, this is great. And he totally thought different from me, but we worked great together. We were actually good friends as far as, coworkers could go. He thought there was one right way to do things. I thought, no, there's infinite. But we always ended up agreeing on what to go ahead and do, But I was surprised.
I'll leave that with one piece of philosophy I learned in Jamaica. And that was sitting up in with a mate of mine's grandfather, and we're all smoking away as you tend to do in that kind of community.
I hear you.
And he just turns to me, the grandfather, and says, "You know what? People are
Damn
people.
right,
Some
guys.
good, some bad. Trouble is telling which is which."
So, okay, that reminds me of another question I want to
like
ask. So the other thing about my understanding of Jamaica, is that true that when the Spanish left, like, I read this book that said this, half of the slaves, or whatever the percentage, went up into the mountains and hid out there and were never really able to be caught, and that's the Rasta, that's where that all comes from.
If you look at Jamaica, if you look at places like Trelawney up on the north coast, that's where there are a lot of old settlements. What you tend to find, especially with Jamaica and also Cuba with Spanish, some of the other larger islands as well, is they kind of stayed around the coast but didn't really go too far inland because there was less and less control.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at Papua New Guinea. I mean, but
that's what I'm saying. Didn't some of the slaves ran off into the middle of the island? That's very inaccessible.
Well, they weren't Rastafarian at that time because Rastafarian.
No, but I know, right? So actual Rastafarian is when it goes back into the city, and it's a very modern thing. But you know what I mean? This is the rebel. They're escaped slaves, and they stayed free, basically, poor, but living off of the land in a place that I assume is pretty bountiful of whatever. I'm sure there's a lot, right? It's tropical.
Yeah, I mean, a lot grows there, but just because.
So, but it's hard to build a road in. So, guys that want to live on a hillside and not get caught, they can be bandits. They could raid towns. They could not be bandits and just have a little farm. And they somehow survived. It seemed like, and that influenced, the whole musical scene. That's actually, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
what really pisses me off.
I mean, if you want to say where that came from, that would be interesting too. But
yeah, I mean that the reggae music that's kind of like a mix between bits of blues, what's called soca music, which is Ghanaian.
But it's musicians picking up on some social thing, and so where did the social thing come from? Did it develop in the slums, or was it up in the mountains where the old uncles are talking all this kind of Jamaican wisdom kind of thing, like you did quoted?
Yeah, what really pisses me off is like you'll get these adverts saying give money to Sophie because she has to walk 5,000 miles to get fresh water. Fucking move.
Yeah.
Just go to where the water is. Why do you have to walk all that fucking way? You built a mud hut anyway. Just build another one.
Because it may not be their land.
Well,
it's not like an open veldt of let's live anywhere. Everybody owns. There's very little unowned land in Africa. Very little. I haven't been, to every single country in Africa.
Well, yeah, and there is no unowned land. So the thing is, that's the big problem, I think. I've been getting into this guy from the late 1800s, Henry George, and he basically, his issue was, there's no problem with the capitalists. Capitalists are necessary, labor is necessary. The problem is the landlords, and the fact that somebody can hold a piece of paper and wait, and it goes up in value, and they don't do shit. You know, a landholder should have to pay a rent based on that speculative value that they think the land's worth that they're not selling it at. Pay that rent, and that would be the only tax that you would have. And the math seems to work out. And basically, the biggest problem that like liberals or modern so-called liberals might have with it is it's very pro-development. If you stop those people just holding on to the land, because the people that own 1 million acres in Africa, they're so rich, they don't have any fucking reason to give a shit about selling it.
Tax in America. That's like property tax on my condo. You're saying somebody that owns millions should pay whom rent? The government?
Especially
if you're the property owner, if it's the government that owns it, then the government's what? Are they going to pay the international bank?
There is no such thing as a property owner of real estate property. There's a limited amount of it. If you want to use it, you should be able to lease it from the cooperative social organization, and you should not be able to, if you want to, like, for example, I went to New York this year, and there's all these abandoned buildings, and I'm walking down to Times Square, and there's abandoned buildings. Why can people hold on to that real estate? It costs them nothing to hold on to it. They ought to be paying the same rent to hold on to that as somebody that has an Apple store a block away, and then they wouldn't. And there wouldn't be any abandoned buildings. And out in the country where rent would be free, people could rent empty property with no buildings on it for $10 or $20 a month, and they would develop it. Like, the only anti-liberal issue is this would be pro-development, because all the working class people in the world go out there and build shit. That's what they do.
Yeah, I mean, the
trailer park.
Say what?
I'm just saying, I think, I don't know if somebody owns a building in New York City. You're trying to say that the government should institute look, you're either going to pay us and keep it empty just because we know it's going to go up in value, or you must capitalize within it and bring people in and make business out of it, and then at that point we'll slow down on this rent.
Neither thing. It's simpler than that, though. It's simpler than that. You assess the value of the unimproved property as though there was no building on it, because whoever builds a building, it's just like a car or anything else. It's hard to move, but you own it, and you could take all the bricks off and do whatever you want. But the value of the unimproved property, that should be taxed. If people that own abandoned buildings in New York do a tax write-off. It's ridiculous. They should be paying this. They should be paying to be taking up that land that isn't used.
So everybody in Detroit or Flint that's fleeing the area should have to pay a shitload, or just sell off the property at pennies on the dollar.
Exactly. They just give the property back to the state. And so somebody that wants to stay there, so a kid that wants to come and stay there can start paying for the land lease. And if somebody abandoned property on that land, of course it becomes their property.
Well, interesting idea.
And there wouldn't have to be any other kind of taxes.
The interesting thing with that is, I mean, one of the problems you have in the UK, and I think Miles will probably back me up on this, is that there's a hell of a, there's a housing shortage here, which is why property here is so expensive.
Right.
But there's an awful lot of property that is left empty.
Yeah.
And
that's happening everywhere.
But
in the US.
That is what's wrong.
Yeah.
We have an interesting law here which got changed a few years ago. You used to be able to squat an empty property.
Right.
And if they didn't evict you after about, I think, 10 or 12 years, you could actually lay claim to it.
Yeah.
But the thing that bugs me is you see all these, as you say, prime properties in incredibly nice areas that people are keeping for financial speculation.
Right.
But it's where financial speculation crosses over against social interest and requirement. That's where I have a problem.
Right. I can almost be sympathetic with, hey, this is a nice neighborhood. You happen to have your grandma's property. Hold on to it. Fine. But the real problem is this uses a good example, Henry George, where they build a freeway across the United States. It goes through hundreds of miles of prairie and nothingness. Literally, there's places you can go 150 miles and there's nothing but the road. But guess what? On the side of the road, all the land gets more valuable. But nobody ever builds anything there. The roads is now, 60, 70 years old. Nobody's built anything, but this property is, quote unquote, worth more. So the people that would go out and live there because I just want a place for my girlfriend that loves me and I'm going to build a shack and I'm going to, I'll make it do because it's free. It's not free. They can't afford it. And yet nobody develops it. Why? Because for whatever reason, and he goes into the reasons, but, people that own land like that, you just hold on to it, and you would do it too, even if you're just middle class or whatever. You hold on to this land, someday it's going to be worth something kind of thing. So speculative prices are really, they totally stop development. If you didn't have that speculative price and it was like the government held all that land out there and it was so far from anything, it's like basically you go out there and you pay the $25 fee a month or $2 a month or whatever, something minimal, because it's like nobody can live out there, there's no services. People would go out there. I'm working class. I know people in my family, if that was a thing, where you could go homestead, basically.
Yeah,
because
Oklahoma homestead.
30 years of rent, I should own a fucking house by now.
Well, don't worry.
I bought one, but I don't own it. See,
Here's a question for Mike. Who do you think is the largest property owner?
Vic, Vivian, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to be away for a second. Sorry to interrupt, but I'm just AFK.
Who do you think the largest property owner on the northeast coast of America is?
You're asking me?
Yeah.
Oh, northeast coast, biggest property owner, like single entity?
Yep.
Individual?
Single entity. And I'm talking about places like Flint, Michigan, Detroit, Chicago, all the way out to New England, Vermont.
God, I couldn't tell you.
It's Deutsche Bank.
Deutsche Bank owns it.
Deutsche Bank, yeah, because they bought up all the bad mortgages that Fannie Mae and Bernie, whatever it is, had. They bought all the bankrupt mortgages.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, China's buying a shitload of United States land now. You're saying that everything's for international sale, kind of in the States now, it seems. But I didn't know that. That's interesting.
I don't know if it still is. I do know that was true about 5 or 6 years ago.
Because I do know I'm in Utah. I'm in Salt Lake, and I know that the Mormon Church, the LDS Church, own a large majority of Florida, and they've been purchasing land like crazy out there. I don't know, and it's really weird. A lot of California people are buying Utah land, available Utah land. But I don't know. It is weird. It's interesting that you mentioned that. I didn't know that.
No, Utah's part of the U.S. I've not been to. I wish I had.
I'm trying to escape it still. But...
could be worse. You could be in Nebraska.
Yeah, that would definitely be worse. Yeah. I don't know what to make of all this Piro, wants to homestead open land and just let any teenage lover go build a shack in the middle of the prairie, I thought
it's a beautifully romantic idea.
Certainly.
But I mean, for me, I just have a simple view, which is the fact that property, especially property in cities where we want people to work, is in short supply, and it shouldn't be allowed to go to waste. And property speculation is a waste.
Yeah, it's really weird because like even government-owned land, a developer might ask the government to give them a value speculation on whether or not they, are going to do a commercial development and sell it off, and so it's got to be. I mean, everything is a big deal ultimately, but I don't know what the speculations of different parts of certain lands are relative to other. I mean, like Nevada, desert, lots and lots of dry desert, right? But Nebraska, lots of prairie. So I don't know. I don't know what to think about the government ownership. I just know that Business of Land Management and Black Lives Matter, they're both the same acronym, and I think all black people should own all BLM land. Just kidding. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. Anyway, I'm going to shut up for a bit. Let someone else speak. I suppose I'll say hi, Black Messiah, my Asper. Can't read his full name. Welcome, and Vivian, hi.
Hello.
I suppose while Piero's away.
Hi. Yeah. Hi. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I can hear you. Yes.
Good. Good. Yeah, I have to make this on my phone because I have to speak into my phone rather than on Skype because my headset is broken. So what's the topic for tonight? Do we know? Or what are we on?
No.
We're talking about property speculation, land, done a bit of politics, a little bit around money, a little bit around the European Union, because you got some Europeans in the room. Bit about Trump. We had a very entertaining racist on for about 3 minutes before we booted him.
That guy was ace. Why did you boot him?
Sorry?
That's an interesting.
That guy was ace.
Oh, he was a dick, though.
Park Lord's in the room. Amazing.
Get him back on. Unblock him. Destroy him. We've got enough of them. How many listening now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7 viewers.
Someone's got a really bad mic.
Yeah, who's that chap just talking? Your mic's terrible.
Mine?
Yes.
Yep.
Miles. Or it's breaking up. So maybe you should turn your video feed off or something. I've seen that cause mic problems.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay.
We know you're beautiful, Miles.
Oh, thank you very much, mate. I don't know how to do it.
Top of the screen, you'll see a camera icon, a mic icon, a volume icon, a settings icon. Click on the camera icon, and it'll turn it red, and then your display picture comes up.
There we go. Hey.
And we're also doing Google Hangout training as well.
No, I thought it would something to do with that little arrow at the bottom, on top where your video is at the bottom right. That might have something to do with that.
You're breaking up so bad it's hard to understand.
Still can't hear him.
Never mind. I'll keep quiet.
I blame the Bark Lord.
Yeah, Park Lord, look what you did. Maybe you should reload, drop in, drop out real quick.
Remember, A plus B equals something else.
Profound.
I'll give it a go.
All right. Well, I'm here at Piro's Hangout. What's going on?
Well, I thought that we, as a topic today, I wanted to talk instead of methodological naturalism. I wanted to put that up against supernatural phenomenalism as a philosophical basis, which in tripart would be epistemic. Well, no, not epistemic naturalism. Methodological naturalism against supernatural phenomenalism.
Okay, go.
I feel I should now say prove it.
Right.
Right. Yeah, get that going.
So are we testing if things, are we assessing if things spontaneously occur or occur as a chain reaction of something prior? Is that what you mean?
Read our minds.
Well,
No, that's not what you mean.
since I didn't hear well, you're actually very quiet to me, so I didn't hear what you said. But
Oh, sorry, I'll try to speak up. So when you talk about supernatural phenomenalism, is that how you put it? Phenomenology. So that's as distinct from phenomenology. I assume you mean different from the almost aesthetically linked, I suppose, phenomenology. Are you talking about naturalism as a series of events, a cause and effect relationship between things, and supernatural stuff as things
Non-causation.
without causation? Yeah.
or outside of explanation, if there is causation in the latter, and in the former, yeah, it would be a scientific cause and effect, evaluative, accepted, almost scientific approach. Yeah, I mean, I guess let me ask you this to just do any of you think that the uniformity of nature, how you understand physics in general, is ever violated by something otherly, alien, so high tech, so much so that you would say you experience something supernatural?
No.
Brandon has a no.
I would say they're sometimes by biology to do with cognitive science. So, for example, perception of color, depending on color surrounding something. But I wouldn't call that supernatural. It's explicable by another branch of science.
Myself and my manager at a local pub used to we used to lock up at night, and one night, because it was built in the 14th century, this building, we were looking about the kitchen, and then we just heard a bang, and just like, hold on, is there somebody still in there? Tried opening the kitchen door, and there was all the chairs stacked up against the back of the door, right? And then heard another loud bang, and me and my manager just legged it out of there, locked the building, and it's like, fuck this, we're off. That is the scariest thing I've ever fucking witnessed.
I almost put that story together. I didn't. Yeah, I didn't. Was it the
So
stack
you're,
chair or something? That was.
Yeah, it was hard to hear. It was very broken up.
Well, in
Was
any,
it? Oh no.
but Miles is voting for at least one point of supernaturalism.
All right, point taken.
Poltergeist, basically.
okay, so chairs moving without an explanation as to how they were moved. That's the phenomenon. Yes? Is it?
Did he describe a phenomenon, or did he describe something he didn't understand?
I thought we were viewing supernatural stuff in the context of phenomena. That we have to have a phenomenon that in order to say that we can't explain it, we need something that we can relate to in order to suggest knowledge that we don't have. Do we not?
So you're willing to allow explanations that people, or quasi-explanations people don't understand as knowledge, then?
Yes, there must be a prior knowledge that alludes to an explanation that we do not have. I mean,
Well,
I'm hypothesizing that if somebody wants to tell me that we don't need some sort of stimuli or some other sort of knowledge prior, some a priori comprehension of something, then that's fine. I'd be interested in having that discussion.
A priori comprehension of what? There's no a priori.
Well, of the chairs, for example. I mean,
There's
the
no a
fact that
priori
the chairs were
comprehension.
sorted in this story.
So you don't accept tabula rasa. You don't accept that everything's in
The tabula rasa has been disproven quite a long time ago.
everything.
Brain activity.
Everything you're saying comes from the use of your five senses, and nothing else. So that's interesting. You say it's disproved. It's the only thing going. It's the only thing going.
I didn't say that something was disproved. I'm just trying to figure out what we use as a starting premise to begin to entertain the possibility that something might be supernatural.
And maybe we should just go forward, because it looks to me a little reckless to accept someone's confused anecdote as evidence, but maybe that's the best way to go with it, is just take these anecdotes and run and see what happens.
Maybe.
So I'll quit barking for a minute. Let you guys go back to it.
I was going to say a couple of things. I was just having a cigarette. That sort of comes to mind. One, knowledge doesn't have to be right. We've known a lot of things in history that have been proved wrong. That's the first thing. Secondly, from the point of view, we have to have some sort of starting point. We can obviously talk about the credibility of witnesses, and it's probably it's generally not viewed as what our class as strong evidence. But you have to take that for a start. And everybody's had something a bit weird or unexplained. The other thing I quite liked from the question was some of the things that, if we came across a technology, a civilization that was way more advanced than us, then it would look potentially to a lot of people like magic. But saying that, I do not believe you can break the fundamental laws of physics. We've not found a way to do that yet. Doesn't mean it's not possible, but there are some things that we can, know to be true.
Well, that depends. Those are the laws of physics that we have now, which have been proven to be inaccurate in previous iterations. Well, not the current laws, but previous laws of physics have been proven.
No. Static universe is a fantastic example. That was wrong.
Now wait a minute. There are people who propose a static universe to this day because they say the ether slows light down and creates the redshift.
Yeah, except ether doesn't exist.
There has to be an ether. There's an ether.
Not.
Have you ever heard of phlogiston?
Listen, we've discarded it, but it's going to have to come back. There's no other way to explain the universe. There's little things in between the stuff that exist.
Oh, we're not saying there's not nothing. Space is not nothing.
Space is nothing. It's just the space between things. But then there are those little teeny things in there, and that's what we're worried about, is the things in there, in between the things that we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, that's where you start to look at things like string theory.
String theory is a nightmare. Come on, that's not even testable.
Not yet. Sorry.
They were saying that
it had been tested mathematically. I thought it had been tested.
There's no such thing as a mathematical test. But 20 years ago, they were saying, look, string theory hasn't been pushed far enough. And look where it is now. It's still the same nonsense 20 years later.
Yeah, but we're learning a lot more about subatomic particle physics as well.
Not from string theory. Not learning shit from string theory. Are you kidding me? What have we learned from string theory? No. We're getting closer to string theory attaching to something in our models, because we're learning with CERN.
The model is a mathematical model on string theory, because you take it out, you take a problem out, a mathematical problem out by dimensionality, and at some point it said, well, a 10th dimension, 11th dimension, whatever the mathematical perpendicular is that you're using for that dimension, at some point it's solving some query, some math query. That's how I understand string theory to have been proposed, or to even have it rolled out in the scientific physics community.
Yeah,
so for Brad to just say carte blanche, like, hey, what is it? Like, try to chalk it up to, like, don't even consider it because we've been waxing on it for 20 years. That's odd. That's
no, My problem isn't the 20-year time period. My problem is their testability. If you can't test something, it's absolutely useless. Absolutely useless.
Practical sense, I would kind of agree, but also it's the fact that sometimes when we go down abstract mathematical models, it leads us to understand other things. There's a lot of maths that comes from this type of theory, which then gets reused elsewhere, and it actually then starts to work in proportion. You're right, you cannot test string theory as it stands today, but one of the things it does is it gives us different vectors or areas to look at or to look for, because if we're not looking in a sort of direction, then we can't then understand what we're seeing. I'm phrasing this pretty badly. It's quite late.
I think that's a lot like saying that scientists can learn by reading science fiction and it gives them a direction to look in. I think that's basically what you're saying.
Not really.
I think it is.
It's a general practice with atomic theory to look at how atoms seem to behave in other in larger phenomena. With string theory, it can and has been tested mathematically for anomalies and has been found to be free of them. And also it has been tested in a more physical sense to do with, I think it might have been electron activity at some very, very small scale. And basically it would seem to suggest that, or force activities at a very small scale, it would seem to explain the high frequency of motion at those lower levels. I am not an expert by any means on electron microscopes or anything of that nature, but that there is some physical evidence to indicate the presence of strings. But of course, no, we can't zoom in with an electron microscope and see the individual strands. That's not yet possible. But also, I think sometimes, I understand how you're defining a test. You're defining it in the sense of a pure observational experiment.
Yeah.
And I would agree with that. We can't do that. But perhaps a quasi-experiment almost, something that could be testing a different variable, but we've managed to reduce to a reasonable extent.
So doesn't that even give you a moment's pause to wonder what the hell they're doing if they're not talking about anything that can connect to reality? I mean, if reality is described as that which we can test things in, and they are not dealing with reality, what are they dealing with? And doesn't that give you pause about what string theorists are doing?
Well, we don't necessarily know that we're not testing string theory. We could be testing a completely different variable that behaves as we would expect string theory to. But for the moment, it's the constructs that seems to be.
You would have to give me some parallel in the history of science and say this other scientific achievement was done in this way, and now string theory.
Brownian motion with atoms.
He saw the pole dancing in the water.
Brownian motion with atoms.
He saw the pole dancing in the water. That was direct evidence.
That would then seeing increased activity of, I forget which force it was. It might have been the electroweak force, but I'm not sure. Electroweak force. I'm not 100% on that. But yes, there was actually physical evidence to indicate increased motion relative to other.
Actually, I've got a perfect example, because I have to say I'm like wading so far out of my depth scientifically, it's not fair. The answer to a lot of what you said is I really don't know, but I do have one good example that I think is a reasonable parallel, and that's gravitational waves. We've only just discovered that. That was a whole theory. That's a set of mathematics.
I think we have
modeled that. 10 years ago, we could not detect it.
Right, but no, we had reason to believe they existed. We had very good reason because energy kept leaving our experiments, and the only way we could explain it is a particle that would do the work of gravity. So we call them gravitons, and that's what gravity waves are made of, is gravitons. Every single force has to be carried by a particle. So that is just evidence for my side. When you look at the world and you say something's going on, there's a particle somewhere, that is real science. When you say, what if everything vibrates, you're just a fucking science fiction writer. And you get paid way too much if you get paid at all.
Haven't they transported a photon, a light photon, to the International Space Station?
How do we transfer it?
Yeah, they've done a light photon, the transported one.
Send a wave of light.
Yeah, to the International Space Station.
Yeah, and they get a photon.
Yeah, they've managed to do it.
They've managed to do it, you say?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think what he's talking about is the fact that they've managed to effectively teleport a particle using a spooky motion.
Oh, well then that doesn't get string theory anywhere.
No.
We're still only talking about reality.
Well, it's just interesting what you say about reality, though, Brent. I mean, like, for example, okay, eyewitness testimony of supernatural events. For example, it happens throughout history, happens over time. There's a spread of people, a percentile of people that report these things. That you can chalk up to just cute kooks, right? The reality-centered, methodological, naturalistic approach is to say those are all kooks. It's all psychological. Where the throwback to you is the proposition that singularity has already occurred. You are being fed a limited amount of information such that you retain your nostalgic approach to your philosophy of what's real and what's not real. Most scientists are, even on a PhD level, are out of their depths in other fields. The Google establishment, satellite establishment, the AI information technologies establishment, high physics, people that are physicists working in theory have proposed certain things. We have a history of what you would say is alien intersection, meaning a story of propaganda about it that's infiltrated the planet in terms of considerability. And so that's the pushback. You guys can say this is the case, we have established this, but that insists upon having a robust notion of where the ivory towers and where modern technology currently lay based on your perception of where it does lay. I challenge you guys. I posit the idea that technology is already developed that's much, much higher than us plebes have general direct access to.
That would be nice, but I don't think it's true.
I don't think it's true either. I think that open source technology is making even quite arcane systems available to.
It's cutting edge. That's the cutting edge, yeah.
And it somewhat democratizes that. So I wouldn't quite agree with that, but I would say that I wouldn't agree with you on something you said to do with gravity. That there was the only there was what was it, graviton particles? You were saying. I think that they were the only plausible explanation for something. But we could use, in theory, we could use science fiction explanations if we were to entertain the absurd to explain gravity. Let's say a telekinetic unicorn 1,000 miles away is moving Newton's apple closer to the Earth, if you will. That could be. I can't disprove it.
Sure, you can. Oh, you can disprove it.
You can actually disprove it now, but but when Newton was initially studying gravity, we wouldn't necessarily have been able to disprove it.
So you're saying that if you have knowledge, it doesn't matter what your explanation is, because your knowledge is true knowledge.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that demanding a sort of infinite burden of proof, or I think you're demanding such an existential burden of proof that really not only must we disqualify potentially valid explanations or seemingly more plausibly explicable, seemingly more valid explanations, but we would also then have to treat those explanations as equally valid as profoundly absurd ones.
I don't see why you're in that boat, not me. I get to take away all the nonsense because if you can't test it, you're out. And I'm left with the things that people have that are talking about reality. And you're over there. You've got unicorns, gremlins, string theory. You've got all kinds of weird shit. And you can't let any of those people leave the room because you're letting all of them potentially have a valid hypothesis, which is insane.
Well, but you're throwing gremlins in with string theory. Interesting.
No, I don't allow for all of those different hypotheses.
You have no way.
I don't have the same burden of proof.
Well, how do you get them to leave the room? I get them to leave the room by saying everyone who doesn't have a test, leave.
Well, because I'm defining, as we've explained, as we've discussed before, I'm defining a test more broadly, because a test like a t-test, for example, is not is still a test, even if it's not a purely existential one.
All right, so you weaken and water down the idea of test, but you haven't given me a definition of what that is.
Something that verifies a hypothesis.
Yeah, and the only way to verify a hypothesis is evidence from reality through the five senses. There's no other way.
Actually, I disagree with that, because you can say through our five senses and instrumentation would be a more accurate statement.
The instrumentation explains our five senses. It augments our five senses. X-ray cameras are only a different form of eyeball. That's all they are.
I would say if it follows the laws of mathematics, it also could qualify as a test. Otherwise, you have to disqualify the t-test.
I don't know what the t-test is, but
it's a broadly used test in probability.
Oh, well, verifiable mathematics is fine. The problem with probability theory is that you're saying that your system is being kicked or affected once in a while in a way you don't understand. Most of the time it behaves the way you expect, and sometimes it doesn't. That's all probability theory says. It just says we don't understand. That's all it says. So we're going to give probabilities.
You do understand. You understand the average frequency of something, for example. The average frequency at which, for example, errors occur within a broad sample.
The average frequency of errors? You need to speak up just a bit if you can.
Very sorry. Yes, you get to study the frequency of errors or the frequency of other occurrences.
Yeah, you can take things like mean time before failure metric. So if I'm looking at, say, a system, and I can identify that that system is going to act in this way through a mathematical model, then I can start to understand what the failure rate based on that system is through wear and tear. That's actually a fairly standard practice in most industries. That starts as a mathematical model which is then applied and then calibrated.
Yeah.
But you're right, it's calibrated through observation, and that is part of your point, I know.
Yeah.
But you can't say that that kind of thing's wrong, because, again, I don't understand the science you're talking about, but I can sort of say things I do know about, things like stochastical modeling, where I'll take an environment and I will model that environment mathematically based on a precise set of components. But I understand where I'm taking abstraction away from the model, where I'm making assumptions in that model. So, CPU calculations, queuing theory, and switches. So if I'm looking at a data center, I can design that data center as a model. I can run data through that model to say I can process this amount of transactions per second. Here are going to be where my bottlenecks are. Here's where I need to put my failovers in. So my entire design from beginning to end will change based on math. And that's a pure mathematical model that's then applied in the real world.
Yeah, well, that you check against reality. You don't just make up these mathematical models and say to hell with reality. You never get to use them in reality unless they are verifiable and useful in some way. So
sometimes I'm modeling. I don't do it anymore, but sometimes I'd be modeling equipment that hadn't actually been made yet.
Right, according to rules and.
Yeah, obviously you're putting a set of assumptions in, but then again, that's what you're doing with any theory. I don't understand string theory, so I'm not going to even comment on its validity or not. That's outside my knowledge. But from the point of view of saying, mathematical models have to be created and you have to test them. And I think what I don't understand is how you cannot test string theory as a mathematical model against observable reality.
It doesn't make any predictions that we can test. That's the problem. That's string theory.
I don't know whether or not you're sophisticated enough in this field, Brandon, to say that it doesn't. I'm going to start looking to see what string theory is said to have yielded.
Anyway, I'm going to have to drop out, guys, because it's
well,
past
Drust,
my
before you
bedtime.
go, are you a CGI guy, or are you like a industrial engineer, or what has you producing these models anyway? I'm just curious.
I used to do work for health services and stuff like that, and working on things I can't really talk about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, data centers, networking infrastructure.
Right. Okay. Well, good. The vague answer actually bides towards the idea of information that other people are not familiar with, that is actually kind of clandestine, and such that it can still be information that the grand AI Google knows already, that the regular layman does not. Vivian, Brandon, other people do not have access to this, so their perception of the limits of reality are actually also just type of a form of agreement on truth. Truth as an agreement.
So you're using supernatural stuff because we don't know the details. We know that
No,
there's
actually,
a phenomenon, but we don't
I
explain
can
it.
actually comment on this with some knowledge. Does Google collect a huge amount of data about what everybody does on the internet every single day of the week? Yeah, they do. And that's collected. And it's collected in what's called metadata. And that metadata will then be taken into databases. And then I can start to run questions against those databases. So I might say, where's Mike most likely to go browsing, and what type of stuff is he interested in? So I can go and charge another company money to put advertising in front of him.
No, I know, but that's one use. The metadata, like all data, is collected. The metadata is the way to scavenge through the data to develop applicable averages in order to market.
Yeah, and now let's just go on one more point here. What is the sole core goal of any corporate organization?
Well, if that, once again, it comes down to capitalist and profit gang, but that's assuming that the people that control this are really here for profitability, as if hypothetically there was an alien species that one day humanity would contact and we'd want to sell them something.
No.
Like,
Let me
let's
ask you
make
another
certain we
question.
sell them something.
No. What do Google actually sell?
Advertising.
Information. Space.
Eyeball.
Yeah, they sell. You can go about application provisioning. You can talk about infrastructure in the cloud, which they can provide. You can talk about development of new applications, which they can provide. All that kind of stuff. The only sort of thing that any corporate organization is really interested in is making money.
Yeah.
Well,
the virtue.
Anything that they are going to try and exercise the data that they have on everybody, if they do have it, allegedly, I don't know. I think that should cover me. Is there to make money? There's no other purpose to it.
It's a fault.
Well, I think this, you guys are driving at something that's a little bit more strict in capitalism, meaning you're going to say that is the purpose. But let's say there's a virtue of a company. The virtue of the company comes from an individual. Let's say, and just to beat this old horse, but cure cancer, right? Some people say it's already been cured, blah blah blah. But okay, so a company comes in and they are developed around a guy that wants to cure cancer, so that there's a virtue, right, to this, such that it's not to say that Google isn't making money. It's not to say that this company isn't also trying to make money, but with something grander in mind that yields something back to humanity other than just future profit, generations making profit.
I don't disagree with that. I mean, all corporates there's certain levels of humanity in some and certain lack in others. You can say that about any industry. It's like any individual. And I don't believe that any corporate organisation is intrinsically evil or bad.
Well,
but they will just defend their self-interest, like
Yeah,
any
what's your
organisation.
What's your measure of giving back? You say something more than just profit in the long run. Isn't the fact that, for example, Ford manufactures automobiles for people, so we don't just get Ford having a bunch of profit and sitting there being rich, we also get a whole bunch of automobiles out of them. And the same goes for Microsoft. They get a bunch of profit, sure, but we all have laptops that they made. So, I mean, a company gives much, much more to society than it ever gets back, ever.
Well, and my point is that, I mean, if the product is profitable and they're in a capitalistic, world exchange currency-based system, which seemingly we are, then I agree with you. Yes, that is the point of the corporation. Make the profit and then hope that the yield is positive and not negative, like fracking. Supposedly, it's a negative yield for an immediate profitability, right? And you can argue that don't do it yet, Brandon, but you can push that. But Monsanto, let's say they're genetically engineering with the pharmaceutical companies, not only food, but they're actually genetically engineering human beings and other animals for some future notion of what the environment might be looking like on the planet, right? So there might be a yield that is like a hypothetical forward-moving, not yet tangible yield of a company like Monsanto and genetically modified everything that's got a bios, from insects to plants to people to etc. As we might be moving into more of a nanotech future. You guys might deny all that. You guys might just say that's not part of a reality. I'm just waiting for Brandon to say, well, that's not real or testable yet. Or here Brandon might open his vagina up and say, yeah, I'll accept a little bit of that. I'll take a little bit of that in. No offense, not trying to say.
No, I don't accept that. But to go to the fracking point, people said the same thing.
Guys, I'm just going to say goodnight before, because I'm British and I cannot be impolite. So, good night, one and all.
Good night.
All right, take care.
So they made the same argument about oil. They said, look, I can just find the coal face, I hit it with a hammer, and I've got some coal. They cannot compete with that. They have to drill down. They may or may not hit the oil. Sometimes the oil wells bring up salt water. They have to put in this piping. They have to store the oil in barrels and stuff afterwards. The barrels leak. It's never going to compete with coal, they said, because it's for short term. It's just pop a hole in the ground, some oil comes out, and then you're screwed when the oil stops coming out, and you have to search and search for more. So they've said this before. Fracking is new. It's a revolution. It made America energy independent. It's caused chaos in the Middle East because we don't care what happens over there anymore.
It's not new.
We pull exactly. It's not new. Now they do what's called horizontal fracking, where they can bend the
That's not new.
and drill sideways for miles and miles. So the technique is new.
That's not new.
They have been dropping explosives down oil wells since the 1940s. I agree. But now they're exploding thousands of points all along the line from one single wellhead. And that has caused an energy revolution. If you want to dismiss it as not being new, that's fine.
No, I'm dismissing it as damage.
There's that point, but this whole idea that this is new technology, that's not the reason why it's implemented. The reason why it's implemented is because it was now economically feasible to do so. It was not economically feasible to do so until oil prices reached a certain level. Once they reached that level, then that's when the fracking started. Yes. So now they're losing their ass because the oil is not at the same price point.
No,
What
not all.
do you mean no?
Okay, because 20% of fracking companies are gone. They went bankrupt. Their wells have been sold to companies that had capital on hand.
Look, this stuff is just not profitable at $40, $50 a barrel. That's just a fact.
Actually, it is profitable as long as it's over about $40 a barrel. So
nope,
that's fine. And
maybe certain minutia of plays are, but the overwhelming majority, no. You're not going to have this great revolution. Trust me, it's already happening. They're
done.
No, it's not done. They're dying.
No, we're energy independent. It's done.
We're not energy independent. We're still importing oil. What are you talking about?
No. We produce all of our own energy. We now export energy. Congress just
We've been exporting energy. We've been doing that.
since when? Since 6 months ago when Congress
No,
legal is the last.
incorrect.
No,
That's just factually incorrect. We've been exporting energy for a long time. We've been doing it in the form of fuel.
all right. So we're not allowed to export oil. Now we are. Now we're exporting oil. That's
Well, we've been exporting oil. The difference is
it was illegal.
no. Look, I can show you the data.
No,
It's
you're not allowed.
let me finish the point.
Okay, yeah, y'all need to stop talking over each other.
Nixon made it illegal to export oil during the energy crisis of the 70s. That law remained in place until 6 months ago.
No, it wasn't illegal. It was just extremely difficult to do. We've always exported. We've exported oil for years and years and years. It's just a very small amount of it. You can go back and look at the data if you want to. If you don't believe me, we've exported oil for a long time. It's just a very, very small amount of it. That's because it's been very difficult to do.
Right. No. Well, and we import a lot of it, don't we? Except not anymore.
Well, we're still importing it. We just import less of it than we used to.
Right.
Okay, you guys can argue about the import-export, but what I was driving at, where when I was trying to hopefully be some sort of rule guide, the idea that fracking versus oil prices was what legitimized a sell-off or a buy of properties or its valuation, as opposed to looking at how it was lobbied, how it became legal, how the certain processes of fracking became legal, how the environmental impact, if you go up to Wyoming, the Tetons, it's a goddamn pockmark. It's like somebody golfed the whole area with frack pockets. The rivers are damaged now. The water's damaged. They've mixed the oil with the water. It's an absolute goddamn nightmare, and it's right here in the West, and it's all over the country. And it's happening, and you guys just it's all profit. Like, that's the angle I wanted to take. When I'm talking about damages of these corporations, right, not always yielding a virtuous interest, where you guys are like carte blanche, like, that's what companies, Brandon, like, hey, that's what companies do. They're virtuous. They're giving back to humanity much more than they're taking. And I'm saying, no, this is an example where they're devastating more humanity, and they're taking profit.
I just want to say one thing about the oil, which is that the U.S. is importing crude and exporting refined oil. That's the reason we consider that.
Yes, that's a good point. They do actually do that, and there are quite a few African countries that do that. I think Niger might be one of them. I think they export oil to the States for refining.
I actually did not know that they passed the law.
Yeah.
The laws are different between the crude oil and the refined product, right? That's two separate facets of the market that you have to understand independently.
Right. The government doesn't mind if you add value and then make a bunch of money for your company that's here in America, but you cannot export raw crude.
Yeah, they bring it to Houston, Texas, and then they got all those refiners. That's one of the main refining centers of the country, and then they put it back on a boat and export it.
Well, you see, you're potentially losing American jobs in that way if you are forcing refinement to occur.
Can you talk a little louder, please?
Yeah, yes, you need to turn up your mic.
I can't really, unfortunately, as it is. The problem, of course, with that is that you're potentially losing American jobs in the sense that the refinement is now happening offshore as a result of that legislation. Up until 6 months ago, as you say, there may have been a change. But I'd be very interested to get the take from each of you on the ethics of fracking. We had a very significant issue to do with fracking in Rossport in County Mayo in Ireland.
It's such a hot issue. It's really hard to have a clear perspective about the true degree of how we should consider the ramifications of something like that in a cost-benefit analysis.
Well,
I mean, just the propaganda on both sides is thick, right?
Yeah, I'm sure there are plenty of people who would be opposed to the notion of
you have to speak up, man.
Production.
He just said a lot of people would certainly be opposed to such things, but he is interested in the ethic. I think Brandon is kind of backing the idea of fracking as a general practice. I'm more of an environmentalist. I think it's a really poor shit practice for environment, for water rights, water streams. It's evidence. I know people that work with water resource management saying it's the biggest fucking bought out right-wing, oil-thumping, power-supplied buyout carte blanche of the American West in the landscape to fuck it all up. It's worse than the pockmarks on a putting green, right?
Well,
It's nasty.
You're speaking of Wyoming. I drove through there and saw those the gas wells, and to me it looked very, very beautiful. Because I know what it means. I know that means energy, and it means usefulness. It means people have electricity and heat and warmth in their houses, and factories are able to run to produce the goods that people want and need. So
and flammable water in the area. Thank you.
Well, Wyoming's the best place to do it. They have 200,000 people in a state 50 times the size of Connecticut.
Yeah, so let's just pull water, out of the Rockies and then ship it up closer to Wyoming. I mean, they're right next to it. So the whole idea is let's make certain that that the underground water is just ruined for generation to generation, and base it on a low population.
But is that really the case? I mean, I haven't looked into this enough to actually have a strong opinion, but I just think that sounds like a bit of an exaggeration.
Yeah, it's a panicky, panicky. The left is seeing this awesome energy independence come out of this new found technology, and they are.
You keep saying that. It's not new. Stop saying that. It's not new.
Then we would have been doing
newly implemented.
Okay, something about
the new technique.
New technique.
It's not a new technique.
Newly used on a wide scale.
There are certainly new techniques in how they frack.
But I just want to make it clear that this is not a new thing.
Fucking matter. Who cares?
Because the point is that it's not the reason why we're doing it. It's not because it's a new technology.
Obviously, we're doing it because we need energy. That's obvious. Yeah, we're talking about
No,
energy.
but the reason why that's doable is because of the economics of it. It's not because of anything else.
Well, that's always going to be the case, you or not. It's always the economics of it. That's how the economy works. It's economics.
But that's not the argument that was being put forth. The argument that was being put forth is the reason why this is happening is because it's new technology.
Now,
I don't think that argument was put forth by anyone.
I
think it was because he said it.
Hold on. Like, Brandon trying to say something. What are you trying to say, Brandon?
I remember back when fracking was becoming big, those of us who were watching the industry heard hubbub because they said there's a lot of companies where if the price goes below $80 a barrel, they can't make their bills. And some of us shrugged and said, yeah, well, and the rest of them were quite worried about it. Guess what? The price fell below $80 a barrel, and those companies are gone. They evaporated. And I saw it coming and shrugged. They were all upset and wanted some policy to deal with it. No policy was ever put in place, and those companies are gone. That's just the way the private economy works. But their wells are still here.
Well, it's an ongoing process. I mean, it's not over.
The wells are still here that those broke companies drilled. They've been acquired by other companies, and they're still producing gas, even though the companies that made them are broke and gone.
Well, gas is still viable.
Yeah.
But the oil is not as viable.
What do you mean? We don't import oil anymore. We're an oil exporter now.
We still import oil. You keep saying that. It's not true.
Okay, there's obviously a reason that Congress took off the law and allowed, because private companies said, look, we've got barges full of oil. We've got all of our tanks are full. We've got all the storage capacity full. We've got to sell this oil somewhere.
Well, they took the law away. If they did that, I don't know that's true. But if they did, it's because they're getting pressure from the oil companies because they think that's going to help them somehow.
Yeah, because they got a bunch of oil sitting around. Americans can't burn it fast enough.
Yeah, see, Brandon, I'm just going to...
Because they're trying to compete with the foreign entities that can pull it out a lot better and a lot quicker.
It comes back to this crude versus a refined product. And the oil companies are dealing in the refined product in the export market that you're talking about.
Well, not entirely. Also plastics, but
plastics just come from the garbage of refining, right? So it's just a cheap substance that they have and they use it.
The feedstock,
some money off of it. It depends on the fractional distillation. I'm pretty sure where the heat is placed in the.
I can't hear you at all.
It depends on the fractional distillation method. I think if you put the source of heat higher in the tubing in which the crude oil is contained, or you move around the heat sources differently, you do get different results from crude oil.
Yes.
Okay, no comment.
Polystyrene, for example, is the feedstock for that is natural gas. They turn it into pellets, and then you melt them, and it makes Tupperware and Barbie dolls and things like that. So, and that's natural gas is the feedstock for that. So,
Yeah, that's plasticology. That's a whole.
yeah.
There's lots of plastics, lots of different plastics processes to get to certain plastics. Oh, I was going to bring this up, not to backtrack and cycle back, but okay, listening to you guys even talk about oil and fracking, things that are evidenced in the real naturalistic world, right? You guys don't even have an agreement upon, right? And so,
because it's a
guys,
moral
you believe
disagreement,
you could come
not
to
an
an
existential one.
well, what I'm getting at is you guys believe you can come to an agreement on these things, and you're referencing them as entities, right? But the whole point is I'm just going to bring back the average of people that claim to have intersected something supernatural, right? Just to throw it back. Okay, now let's get back to oil and fracking.
What do you mean supernatural? We're talking about energy, right?
Wait, I'm cycling.
Are you
the
referring back to an
conversation.
earlier part of this conversation that I missed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I was just going to say, I don't know. That seems like an odd comment. but still, supernatural still seems odd in a way. I don't know.
Oh, it was odd. It was very odd.
Or are they talking bullshit science stuff?
They were talking, yeah.
String theory?
Yeah. They were talking with string theory.
Oh, am I guessing correctly? It was string theory? Yeah.
Probability.
So they are going into the supernatural realm.
Yeah.
I think string theory is pretty much dying on the vine right now. So
I think it was DOA, actually.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, okay.
All right.
It never really was a theory. I mean, it's
no, it's not a theory. It's conjecture.
See?
Pure conjecture.
Preach it. This room was giving me shit before you got here. Now I got someone with me, motherfuckers.
Oh, so you're on my my tip of string theory.
String theory is not a theory. Theory is testable.
Yeah, string theory was never really a theory. It never got to that level.
There we go. Now you fuckers try something. I got three of you.
A mathematical work of art, what it is.
Well,
it makes sense.
Well, it may not be good art, but it's art.
All right, I'll give you that, but it doesn't make sense. Is that what you were just saying? It makes sense, Miles?
Well,
it makes as much sense as atomic theory in general. It
makes a sensation, but it doesn't make sense in the terms of physics and a scientific theory of what it is.
It literally does make sense in the
Yeah, it can tickle you, but it's not going to help you figure out how the universe works.
Come on, man.
Okay, now
it does. Otherwise, the other phenomenon wouldn't happen.
Yes, what do you mean? String theory is not the theory. That's not physics.
Livane is using a technical term from Greek philosophy. To make sense of something means to make it sensible to your five senses in some way.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It'll tickle you.
That is something string theory fails at.
Or it has an intellectual thrill, but that's all, right?
Well,
it has a practical application as much as the rest of atomic theory does.
No, it doesn't. What are you talking about? No, it doesn't. Okay, tell me what you're talking about.
There's a link in the side that has some yield. I mean, you guys can criticize it if you want, but it's a yield of string theory that's said to be like being verified in physics, right? So if you guys are going to just carte blanche out of hand say it's only just a model of art, then that's fine. Have that opinion, but like I said, when we're rushing these borders between reality and other higher dimensional mathematics that, well, the math might say this, but the physics isn't yielding it, that's fine. But that brings me back to the whole idea of a greater AI, a greater intelligence, a greater outbound.
Okay, so what's the argument? Because I'm not going to read this physics paper right now.
No, just that there is some sort of there's some sort of yield in physics from string theory that other science can concur.
Like
Scientists
what?
Can concur.
Well,
I don't know. This looks like it was a particle pole reader. Like based on string theory, it's predicted that there's a particle or a neutrino base around certain polarities. It's like, okay, so they have a hypothesis. Now they're testing it. with the string theory, and maybe it's
they're testing the predictions of string theory and they're coming with a positive result. That's what you're saying. But I don't think string theory has made any. They don't have a model, so how are they making predictions?
It's indirectly becoming a thesis by way of a hypothesis for testing something else. It's becoming a thesis by way of, through an indirect approach, by proving itself valid in the process of testing something else.
Well, that's not very scientific.
If you can use something as the basis of a test for something else, then it becomes a thesis. It is no longer a hypothesis.
That's all just
because they're ad hoc explanations. They tweak the explanation to fit.
Thank you, Vivian. Vivian's on my side now. Take that, Cropper.
Well, he just that was just a bunch of verbiage. That was meaningless. Like the gentleman was saying, those are ad hoc explanations. Afterwards, they bend their shit together and put it in an article.
These are the same theories from ancient Greece, from Aristotle.
No, they're not.
These haven't changed. Yes, they literally are. Thesis
No, they're
hypotheses.
literally fucking not.
They came from Aristotle and were further refined by Hegel.
String theory?
No, hypothesis, thesis, antithesis, and synthesis.
Okay.
All right.
Those are just
the argument I'm making.
Those are just technical terms.
Yes, technical terms used to
explain
the universe.
No, not the
That's how
universe.
philosophy
The
works.
argument. The argument about the universe.
Yeah.
We're discussing the nature of reality in the context
you're
of
talking about
physics. We're hardly
logic,
discussing high fiction.
No, you're talking about logic. Logic.
That's what Aristotle gave us.
Logic, which can be used and is used typically to explain everything from factory production to.
But logic is an innovation.
Y'all are just butting
The article linked is extremely old. It's a decade old.
Yeah. Okay.
Is it on
fracking? It doesn't matter either. Who cares? Like, this is a new old thing, as if that has some intrinsic value to it or something. I don't know. I mean, this isn't fashion.
Well, it is, then that makes sense.
Aristotle.
You're saying that if something is more up to date, it's probably.
No,
in
a particular case of fracking, because of the nature of our discussion. Because if the article were to relate to that, it might even be more valid if it's older, because of the nature of the discussion as to what fracking is invented.
Can't hear you at all.
Well, it just seems like this is 10 years old. It seems like they would have gotten somewhere with this by now.
Well, it seems like that, but if they started off with a completely ridiculous premise, then no, they're just going to be walking in the same circle that they started walking.
Well, I'm just saying that posting an article that's 10 years old, I mean, we can do better than that, I think.
No, because Newton came up with his laws of motion in 1666.
Good point. Thank you.
So you're just a meaningless argument. This new old. It's just don't bother with that. It's not an argument.
Well, look, you don't think that if this is 10 years old and they're talking about something that could yield evidence of string theory, you don't think that we're not talking about something well established. We're talking about something that needs to be established.
We're talking about it sucked 10 years ago. It sucks now. It'll suck 10 years from then. The fact that it's 10 years ago that makes it suck. It's the theory. I
didn't say that.
That's the sort of Windows Vista argument.
No, of course that's not what I'm not saying that it's I'm not saying that it's completely the whole string theory is completely invalid because of the article that was 10 years old.
It's 10 years old, as if that's a self-standing argument or something.
I'm just saying it inflicts doubt upon it.
I obviously was wrong about understanding this.
Infinity can explain his point and clarify.
I'm surprised I have to explain it. I mean, this is ridiculous. Obviously, if they're saying that this could yield evidence of string theory and it's 10 years old, obviously something might have happened within the 10 years.
Right. So let's find a more I see your point. If it's a science, then there should be developments within the science within that time. I just posted another link from last year, I think, right, that for 2015. That's saying, like, hey, this basically it's questioning, like, okay, here's all these hypotheses of multiverse and string theory. There's some evidences we're on a borderline of physics, right? Here's a border, like, should we trust it? Kind of like hypotheticals about a black hole really being a two-dimensional information gathering thing instead of some sort of subspace wormhole, right? Like, there's different paradigms and reapproaches, but do you trust what you hear a physicist say about a black hole, or do you not? And what good does it do to trust it, right? So if we're talking about borders of borders between what we trust and what we speculate on in science.
That's a good
and if you guys, I'm just saying that if this is the border that you guys are going to accept as the limits of reality, that's fine. I'm just trying to. I mean, I'm glad we brought up string theory. I mean, it's much different than fracking, right?
Yes.
Fracking is a different argument, and I don't think anyone's quite on the same page about. But we argue that we could be because it's in reality, and I say, well, there's too many minds with too many angles to actually have a full universal agreement about the impact and the effect and what fracking is and what everything is.
It's quite existential. I mean, it really is quite empirical, the damage that is done via fracking to the crust of the Earth.
Well, it depends what you
and
consider to be damage.
That is permanent damage.
Well,
I mean,
what do you consider to be permanent damage then?
Damage that does not go away.
Well, it's all going to go away one day. Don't worry.
Yeah, in Pennsylvania, they've had oil in the creeks since the 1860s. They found it. That's where they started drilling. So oil is a part of our environment. It's natural. It's in the water table. It's in our creeks. It's in our oceans. Just relax. Just sit back and relax. It's fine.
Are you seriously arguing that we're incapable of polluting water?
Well, pollution is a fuzzy term, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it
Not really.
Yes, it is.
Not any more than any other term is. I mean,
lava occurs naturally. Let's just dump a shitload onto Cropper's lawn, right? Like lava happens. Let's just dump a bunch and then say, hey, there's nothing that happened here.
No.
That would be pollution. The artificial disposition.
Pollution.
Okay, let Nummy go. Let Nummy
in the context of a guy who's trying to crop the land, yes, it's pollution to dump oil on the land. There you go. There's a definition of pollution that has a context. But to just say, oh, permanent damage, generally, as if that there's
like when you put high explosives into the crust. When you put high explosives into
what
the
do you
crust
think
and
is going to be
detonate.
the irreparable damage to the planet caused by?
Dude, I'll tell you.
It will be magnified by continental drift, probably.
That's a multi-billion-year affair. Like, that's not.
Yes, we're stuck with it for a finite resource. A finite resource in exchange for permanent damage to the Earth.
Permanent damage. You don't. So what if the crust is cracked? The crust is really big. Don't worry about it. Nothing.
I will worry about it.
Nothing matters. Nothing matters.
Damage to the terrain.
Nothing matters.
It's less usable.
Just relax and have a beer and enjoy the fact you got a good plastic cup to drink it from.
I wouldn't go that far, but I'm just saying.
There's no such thing as a good plastic cup.
You need to have a context for your pollution claims.
Look, if you go up, okay, so Walrus guy, where do we have Numby Num? Here's the thing, Nummy Num, is like if you go to I'm going to argue that there's drop down, blow up, under surface fracking, and then there's on surface fracking that goes like 30, 40 feet down. It busts up huge. You take prairie land, flat land outside the Tetons, right? Tetons, flatland trees that build up to the foothills, then bam, Tetons. Now you go up there and it looks like Goblin Valley, right? They've literally converted the landscape with these huge, busted out molehills that are the size, like they're 10, 12 feet tall.
So you don't think it's pretty?
And things. No, it's not only pretty. They're laying plastics in. There's water moving through it. They're trying to pull back the cap it so it doesn't affect the water tables and the very limited stream water. It's a huge goddamn detriment, and it's an eyesore. And that eyesore, no one's going to go up there and mow those down like moguls on a hill. On some ski hill, right? Baby Brandon's going to go, hey, watch, I'm going to invent a big fracking leyland. Like I'm going to mow those moguls down, right?
Yes,
you
there's
go
cost.
Up there and it's a
there's
new
cost
industry to flatten it.
With industry, yes.
I'm just saying, he's saying it's affected. It's like a mountain. It's like
let Nummy finish his point, since you got.
That's my point. There's cost associated with industry, and there does need to be cost-benefit analysis made about these decisions, and it's definitely not always made generally not made in the best way possible. But it's just this idea that what are you expecting for energy generation and oil exploration? Like, what's your expectation? Non-damage. of this.
I'm arguing on Vivian's behalf. I'm just saying it's a permanent fixture.
Itself up.
No, I'm just saying it's a permanent fixture. It's there like a mountain now that'll have to be degraded over time. It's a literal blight on the environment, and it's well, it's like moving huge stones into New York City and Manhattan, putting one in every intersection, and saying, "Hey, it's just the price of
no,
some
because
sort of
that wouldn't
capitalist
be
event."
productive.
Right?
But energy
I know. That's my point, though. Is that I know that's my whole point. You're just approaching everything by pure capitalist gain and profit motive.
No,
like,
I'm talking
obviously
about
that's your paradigm.
Hold on. Let Nami will explain himself, and Mike will explain himself.
I'm not just. You could have this in a socialist model. It would be the same problem. It's not a capitalist thing. It's just to say that there's a cost associated with this industry, and there's no avoiding that. And but this is a productive industry, energy generation. It's not moving. It's not comparable in any way to putting boulders in every intersection in New York City. It's a bad comparison. That's all I'm pointing out.
Well, the only reason I brought this up is because Vivian, I believe it was Vivian, said that fracking causes this blight, right? And you're saying, and you made it sound like, hey, everything else, the world is going to blow up in a heat thing, and you're comparing a destruction of environment to Earth's heat death or something in the future. And I'm saying, hey, we're still.
I didn't.
No, I know, but my
You're
point.
mixing me up with someone else.
No, I know, but what I'm suggesting is this: is that fracking, the way it's done now, is a fucking blight, and it's damaging.
We're losing you here, Mike.
It's collateral damage. Seems to be your argument. Like it's collateral damage for a profit industry. And all I'm saying is I was just backing Vivian that the effects of this are long-term, they're multi-intergenerational until, and I don't believe anyone's going to go out of their way to fix the land, right? I don't think they're going to do it.
Can I say something on this?
Hey,
say something.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, Numby. But I just looked up some of the stats, and here it is, current stats. 72 trillion gallons of water is needed to run current gas wells. 72 trillion gallons of water. Now, all the water on the planet has been here since the beginning. So it's an infinite source.
How many gallons are there on Earth?
I don't know, but
it sounds like a lot. But I mean, what percentage of the total water is that? It's
make her point.
Fracking takes out phenomenal amounts of water. It's 600 different chemicals used. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why environmentalists get all upset about fracking, and there's like over 1,000 documented homes with or communities with gas coming out of their taps or having flammable water. So I mean, these are just facts that are actually real. That's all I'm saying. I put them in the side notes. They're all listed. It really does do this stuff. Okay.
I would postulate Pascal's wager in this case, applying another mathematical test. Pascal's wager, you're probably familiar with it from theology. I don't actually agree with it in terms of theology, but I'll get out here. The damage done by fracking will be effectively infinite in terms of the fact that it is permanent. And therefore, it is necessarily, in my opinion, it will necessarily be higher than any profit motive could result in.
What if you could go forward 100 years and see that it's not that bad? Would you relax?
Yeah, I would.
Go forward and see evidence other than the evidence we have now. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
But the point is we just don't know. We go and we do a lot of things, not really knowing what the end results are going to be. 2008 crash. I mean, come on. You're selling houses to people who can't afford mortgages and then selling them all over the world. That's going to fail, but nobody saw it coming.
Oh.
That kind of stuff. That's human nature. We don't look ahead much. We look at what we need right now.
That's just because the government was put in control of housing policy. That's what caused the crash. Government should be out of there, but.
Oh, God.
No, I don't want to bring up the crash, but my point. Please, let's don't go there. But my point was just that we always do that. We jump in because we have a need, and then we work out the problems after. seems to be the way we do things.
Yeah, well, the gold mines, think of the gold rushes in California. You can still go up there and see whole miles of topsoil that's been stripped down with water cannons, and some are starting to grow back, trees and brush now. But yeah, they stripped the topsoil off. And how many babies died today because of those gold mines 150 years ago? I bet not very many. I think it's okay. Not a big deal. Don't worry.
There were probably plenty of people who did die during the gold rush.
Yeah.
But
that was voluntary.
Well, they might have. The likelihood they would have died.
Type entity that will repair the soil or the crust as it has, or river water as they've been damaged by fracking. It's not like there's a magical entity, a supernatural phenomenon.
You think there's this magical entity called Mother Earth, and we can't damage it? Just relax.
No, I'm not gendering the planet. I'm not going for any of that rubbish.
I'm not permanent damage and future generations and stuff. You have no evidence for it, so we crack some rocks and.
We have no evidence that counters that suggests we have physical evidence that it's damaged now.
Well, so Mother Earth is a crack whore.
Change.
So what? So some water gets dirty. So some water gets dirty. So what? So we build water.
So people get fucking poisoned.
Oh, yeah. See, you're going.
Who's going to pay for water purification plants?
It's just a religion. You got a religion that everything humans do is evil and the nature.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. I wouldn't say that.
You think water?
I wouldn't say that.
You think there's something good about water sitting in the rocks in the ground, but if we crack that water and it gets mixed in with oil, then we're poisoning it? I mean, come on. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, well, if it's the watershed of a community, if it's the watershed of a community, you're like, oh, there's no ethical response from you, Brandon? Your community, you're drinking gasoline, you're feeding it to your kid, your wife's, you're drinking, you're going to the hospital. You're just like, hey, in 100 years, no one's going to give a shit about me, my family, or this, so let's just chalk it up as,
that's not how it works, though.
Nummy Num made a good point about that, because he said that we have an actual definition for pollution if you dump it in someone's yard or it affects somebody or it's being dumped in the air near their city.
Bingo. Fracking.
You go to the courts and you get it addressed by the courts, and the courts do something.
It's not a perfect system in the sense that, there are unfortunate accidents that happen, but it's not as if there's not a system in place to try to. It's like you act like, oh, the flammable water, as if that they don't deal with it when it occurs. Like, no, they do deal with it when it occurs.
They go to court, and then the fracking company pays the judge.
Talk over each other. Y'all got to let each other make your point.
Yeah, let me finish. I'm saying that it's you're just talking about the event, but you're not you fail to mention any response that actually does happen.
Okay, well, what I'm going to say is one of the responses that does happen is that it goes to court, the fracking company shows up, they butter up the lawyer, the judge favors in the fracking company, and then the people have to move out of their area by default. They take some piss pants.
Wait, Dummy, you gotta let him finish because he likes.
Right, I'm just saying, like, there's cases where people have had to leave because of another company's fuck up. Right, their livelihood, their home, their land, their history. They have to pack up and move because the judge favored the fracking company. Why? Because the money moves a lot of law, and nepotism runs a lot of law. And there's obviously evidence of that. I think as a realist, you guys would agree that money also changes policy in this real capitalistic, profit-driven world, right? Am I right? You guys agree or not?
Yes, but we end up with the lesser of, all these decisions are always about the lesser of two or more evils, and it's, so what should we do? Like, destroy the fracking companies and then ruin all the communities and jobs and stuff that are associated with it, or should we try to, and I'm not going to argue that the court systems are, there's definitely corruption, and that's something that I think is in desperate need of being addressed where we can find it and locate it, and I'm very game to hearing strategies about how we might accomplish that, but at the same time, it's like you're raising a separate problem as if it's the problem. Like, it's like the problem is, the courts are corrupt, but that's not the same issue as.
No, I'm just saying, I'm using that as an example.
What's that?
You're just reducing to avoid the point that this problem will not. is not being solved by current administration. And even though there are people who believe that fracking is wrong, they're not able to prevent these things from happening to their communities and to their water supplies. These are things that compound the issue and invalidate a notion that if this were a real problem, people would be getting worried about it and something would be done. It shows that there will need to be more clout in order to deal with this problem.
I wish I could hear you better because I'm hearing every other word.
Oh, crud. Sorry about that. The problem with the fact that it's difficult to navigate the court system and to get an outcome in the public interest says that it deals with the notion that if fracking were a real problem, then it would already have been dealt with. So
no, I'm not saying that.
There.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that yes, we need to fix the legal system where it needs to be fixed, but you're just turning that into a kind of black and white argument, which I don't.
I'm not. I'm not. I'm dealing with one part of this overall discussion, one particular argument, that we don't need to worry about fracking because if it were a real problem,
I'm not saying we don't need to worry. I'm saying that we have to make a cost-benefit analysis, and I'm not claiming to have a fixed opinion on how that is going to be, how that analysis would work out. But I'm just saying that you can't just, to just say, well, the court system doesn't work, so therefore we, if it did work, then we could frack. I don't know. I just think that that's a secondary consideration to the actual question about this permanent damage and things like that.
Well, no, I know, but Nami, the reason I threw that in is because basically Brandon, it seemed, argued that, hey, it'll all be taken care of, and you kind of yeah, and then you're looking at it as a cost-benefit, almost like, hey, the people are offended, now it goes to court, right? And so, of course, I brought up exceptions that occur in the court. There's got to be some justice. I'm certain some justice was served with people with liquid water and their taps arguing in law. I'm certain agreements have come to be made, right? And I'm just saying that it doesn't mean it's not, it doesn't mean it's ethical because we need fracking and we need gas, right? It doesn't just mean
That's not
that.
what I'm saying, really. But I'm also saying that, one of the things that you're not going to hear about is the out-of-court settlements that, that's information is not entered into the stream of information that you're referring to about the courts, right? Because when they settle out of court, that means it's out of court and it doesn't end up on the legal record. So there's probably a lot of, we'd have to look at all the cases as well as the settlements and things like that.
Well, no, I mean, you can put as part of the settlement that you can't speak about the settlement out of court. You can put that as part of a contract.
Look at like the metadata of settlements somewhere, I'm sure, like what, that it doesn't have to do with the details of the case, but you could just say, like, this X company paid X amount of out-of-court settlements for whatever.
Yeah, I mean, provided that their books are correct, that they're filing.
Right. Well, yeah, I know, and I agree that there's corruption is a terrible, widespread, and practically indelible problem, but
very ubiquitous.
I don't think that but it's not it's not a structural. It's not an axiomatic consideration when you're just talking about the environmental impact of fracking.
Is that, can I ask, is the uncertainty, you mentioned at one point that you want to be worried about this topic. Is that, can we factor that anxiety that otherwise wouldn't be there into a cost-benefit analysis?
Can we what the anxiety?
Can we factor anxiety into the cost-benefit analysis?
Yeah, of course, but it's but when you're creating it with that same analysis, it becomes a kind of self-referential. Like I'm saying, it's not axiomatic to the question of the value.
I can balance it. I can balance it. let's say, the anxiety generated by gas prices in ratio to anxiety generated by contaminated water supply. I mean, but
Yeah,
gas
but
prices
you're
could be a
talking about the
national
effect of
phenomenon as well.
propaganda versus the benefit of having energy. So, I
Well,
don't know.
I'm not
well,
talking
they
about
probably
propaganda. I'm making
anxiety
an
in the court
argument.
system.
Well, you can't measure anxiety.
Yes, you physically can, actually.
Well, no, you physically can't,
Yes,
actually.
you can with biometric data.
Well, so
it could be with
you have the
EEGs.
biometric data of all the affected, and that you can say that some of their anxiety is not created by the other shit in their life, like
No, it's not.
divorce
It's
and
not.
their kids not
It's
doing
not
good
caused-
school, or they
it's
didn't
not
get that
causation
vacation,
outright,
they don't
it's
drive the car
inverse.
they want to drive, they don't own the
It's
house they
inverse
want to own,
causation than
they don't own all the gadgets and crap that they want. They
Well,
don't make
right, we got your point, Nami. But the point that he's bringing, like, even if you talk about the court settlement of fracking company for pain and suffering, also gave them this amount of money. It's part of the money
anxiety
lump
is
that
not
they're giving
pain.
out.
Okay, we can
No, I'm
refer
just
to
saying, pain and
compensation.
suffering is illegal. No, I mean, pain and suffering is part of a contract. Also, if somebody wants to add that in, like, hey, part of our contract to settle out of court is we got this pain and suffering. We want you guys to pay X amount of dollars. So
Yeah, but
I'm just saying, it's not a. He's arguing a physiological anxiety measurement.
Yeah, but
I'm
then
arguing.
you can separate all the anxiety sources and prove
we know.
this
Well,
percentage
we know
of the
that.
anxiety was the fracking. The biometric data tells us that
That's a fair point. How do you establish that with a
7.2% of
person?
this person's anxiety. So we need to give them some. How are you going to get a sum out of that? How are you going to arrive at a dollar value placed on the particular percentage of fracking-induced anxiety?
You can do it with time lapse if you study persons before.
No, you can't, because it's psychology. It's not science.
It's
a subjective.
And it does have physical.
It has physical effects, but you can't measure them, so they're not useful for determining things like that.
You might be able to measure it in a population.
But you can't separate the fracking-induced anxiety from the rest. And I'm going to guarantee that anybody is going to have more anxiety about other shit than about fracking, even if it is directly impacting their
And you can also do it through
no, it doesn't.
cross-sectional analysis as well.
No, you can't.
You compare the mental health.
No, you can't measure that scientifically. That is not.
You can. If you have a control
can't.
group, you can.
No, you can't. That's ridiculous. You think you're okay? What's your margin of error on that kind of thing?
That would be determined by the standard deviation when you use statistical analysis.
Not for anxiety. It's too general. Anxiety is the basic human state. So to try to sift it.
The basic human state. It's one of the 5 basic emotions. That's true. However,
well, it's always present in everyone at all times. So it is part of.
No, it actually isn't.
Yes, it.
No, it isn't. And that's
yes,
also
it fucking is. Give me a break.
Oh, come on, Gummy. You can't prove that.
Yeah. Yes, I can.
Are you going to use a standard deviation to say that anxiety is always in everybody at every single stage?
I bet you if you put your biometric analysis, you're going to find that there is some little bit of anxiety. Even when you're in your deepest, sweetest dream, you're making love to a beautiful woman, you're fucking somewhere in you, you're like, God damn, what am I going to do about the, how are you going to pay that bill? How are you going to, how are you going to make...
You're just describing yourself now.
No, I'm not. No.
No.
So this isn't true for you?
I thought
your anxiety, you have anxiety-free moments.
I'm just kind of surprised. I love that story, actually. That's brilliant. That's a fantastic analogy.
What is?
The situation you described in which one may feel anxiety.
I don't know what you're talking about. Which situation? I named a few, didn't I?
I thought you named one, but
as the basic human, it's like part of the baseline impulse of existence. Is like we're always in need of something, so therefore have anxiety.
Baseline. I disagree. It's not the baseline cause of existence.
I didn't say it's a cause of existence. I said it's part of our consciousness at all times. Yes. And if you put your biometric analysis that you brought up, you're going to find that there's some level of anxiety at all times.
Okay, but Nami, the thing is like if you
still here.
right. Well, Nami, what I was going to say is if you took, let's say, phone conversation volatility, speed of words, and you were measuring like a school that was getting shot up, right? And so a shitload of phone calls are coming out of that school. And so if you measured statistically the average phone call conversation, and you had a metric on volatility, how fast stuff is said, how loud it is, and you had that, and then you took this population of people in a gun shooting, and you measured the volatility, and you said, well, that's an expression of anxiety or some other negative fear, right? Then
Well,
you
that's
could
a
develop an
very
average off of that.
Well,
And
that's
you're
a
saying
cute-
that's impossible. It's
No,
impossible.
that's acute anxiety in the face of mortal danger, and yeah, you're gonna like
I'm saying the same thing. If a whole population all of a sudden has liquid water, their tap water is on fire, you could measure the phone calls coming out of that population and say, well, yeah, these guys are obviously suffering X amount of anxiety or frustration because of how populated the angry phone calls are, right? Police do this all the time. It's a stat, right? So I'm just saying, like, for you to say it's impossible to read it, especially with satellite thermo imagery and biotech
No, I'm saying
information
it's
from
impossible
above.
to distinguish it from all the other sources of anxiety, and then to enumerate it, to assign a dollar value to it, is what I'm saying. As I'm saying that's
Well, that's for the courts. That's for the courts. But
Right,
moving on, Gumby, what would you say is a viable alternative to alternative energy? Do you believe in alternative energy, or do you believe in conservative, good old homegrown oil and petrol, or both, or what?
Well, I think it's always going to be a question of, yes, if we can, if we could do all solar, yeah, I'm all for it, of course. And I think that we should and probably will move toward a more efficient energy, being able to capitalize on the sources of energy that are just coming at us and that we don't have to dig to get, just simply for other reasons of efficiency as well. But that at any given moment in time, there's going to have to be a cost-benefit analysis about how we're going to, cut the pie in terms of how much is going to come from this and how much is going to come from that. And then you're going to have to factor in innovations in energy technology as well over time. So there's a whole, it's a very complex equation.
Well, then we have renewable energy, which continually goes through innovation.
What?
We have renewable energy as
Right.
as alternative sources that do continue to go through innovation.
Well, I don't know. Alternative sources seems like kind of vague. I mean, there's sources of energy. That's what we have, right? And like I'm saying, yeah, I think if we could do it all solar, yeah, I'm 100% all for that, and I think that's probably in the future eventually.
Can I chime in on that? Because
okay,
I would like to say something. Y'all have been going back and forth for a while.
all right.
Well, on that issue, one of the cost impacts that you have to consider is the fact that we do need to get away from fossil fuels, and perhaps the whole fracking campaign would have an effect on that approach.
Okay, can I say then that I think we're going to be in a situation with oil. We're going to with coal. So I think that the future that we're looking at is a situation like with coal. We said coal is going to go out. We're going to run out of it. There's not enough. That's not true. We're still burning it. There's too much coal, and that's also true of oil. There is too much oil. We're going to be burning it for a long, long time. So everyone get comfy. It's going to be important to our economy for a very, very long time to come. And windmills are a joke. It takes 80 times the amount of concrete steel to build windmill.
No, but what's better than oil is nuclear.
Yeah, nuclear is prime.
Okay, wait. Damaged Soul has been trying to go. So after
No, I'm fine. Go.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm just typing away. Thank you.
Okay.
I was just saying thank you for all
Well,
that.
to make another point, if we knew for sure that fracking was going to cause widespread damage of water supplies, drinking water for people, I think that most of us hopefully would agree that it should be at the very least limited in its production.
Yeah, and it obviously does do that, so it is a problem.
Nadia is wondering if she can be heard.
Oh, sorry. Maybe.
Oh, yeah.
Now.
Yeah.
Okay, now. Yeah, I was going to suggest that within the context of coal depletion, the relative proportions uses of anthracite, bituminous, subbituminous, and lignite is
Right.
perhaps a question to be examined within the, I guess, realm of, I guess, fuel quality, and likewise, similar kinds of recovery and, I guess, refinement or impurities to be refined, such are be examined within the context of petroleum. Go ahead.
Well, so
Right. Well, that was just going to say that's one of the things about coal production is that we've burned through all the really good stuff, and now we're into kind of the crappy coal. So that's one of the reasons why it's not as viable.
yeah, but the thing is, there's a lot of crappy coal and there's a lot of crappy oil because Saudi Arabia's oil reserves spilled out into a big sandy area up in Alberta, and there's as much oil up there mixed with sand as there is in all of Saudi Arabia.
Well, hold on. Comparing that crap to what Saudi Arabia has is absolutely ridiculous.
No.
The EROEI.
Well, what do you mean? Because it's such less quality oil?
Because it takes way more energy to get it out of the ground.
Yeah.
That doesn't make it incomparable. That makes it comparable.
No, that makes it completely incomparable in the way he was doing it.
No, it doesn't.
We can.
Of course it does. I'm gonna say that. Hey, this stuff is way better than
those sands.
To
Also
say
have a
there's
lot of
contrast
thorium.
doesn't make it incomparable. It makes it comparable.
Those sands also have a lot of thorium.
Guys, calm down.
Nuclear.
Let each other speak. Make your points, please.
Allow me to suggest there's a, if you want to call it a cliff of viability, an EROEI of 1. So that those declines in quality represent an approach toward a scenario where it will take more fuel to pull the fuel out of the ground than you're going to get out of the ground.
Yeah, well, obviously that doesn't work. Yeah.
That's the point.
It's a long.
That's not what's going on, though. What is that? You think they're pulling any oil out of the ground that takes more oil to get out of the ground than they get from it? No, they're not doing that because
No, but the point is that is where the graph is headed. Look, if
well, if the head's there, then they shut it off.
look, if I told you you can have a choice.
Well, you have to have a replacement when they shut it off. Is kind of the problem.
Well, but that's how but then you get market effects, right?
If I told you that you could have a choice between 2 bank accounts, and one bank account has $1 billion in it, and the other bank account has $100 million in it, which one are you going to take?
Both.
The thing is,
You
that
have a
market
choice
effects-
between one or the other.
Wait, the problem is market effects lead to boom and bust. So what'll happen with the market effect is you'll have a crisis where you run out of energy and you don't necessarily have a replacement, and you need to anticipate that. And if the market is healthy, then some smart person will anticipate it and be there waiting when it happens. And yeah, that might happen, but that's not really, why rely on that? Why try to drive that person out of business in the meanwhile? You should be embracing that because we're going to need some other form of energy. Luckily, there is nuclear power, and it's less polluting than burning coal, for sure. I mean, the ash in coal is radioactive. You put out more radioactivity from the coal ash than you would put out using the coal as a radioactive fuel.
Okay, you're going on a tangent now, though.
Well, maybe. Wouldn't be the first time.
No. But let's try to not get too...
Hey, watch it. Don't say...
The point is, Nadia was absolutely correct. It's energy return on energy invested. That is the key point.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the key point. That's what I've been saying the whole fucking time.
Well, then why were you arguing with us?
I wasn't arguing with that point. I was arguing with your...
There's actually a bit more detail, which I think is that the EROEI cliff follows or sits between the peak and, well, infinity or whatever it is, where you progressively get less annual production or similar extraction rate out of the ground. So there's a bit of a distinction there, that there's a sawtooth instead of instead of a bell for the EROEI, and that
Sorry, what's EROEI? I don't know.
energy return on energy invested.
So we might be doing things like in the tar sands where we burn a barrel to get 2 barrels, but there's 500 billion barrels up there.
Yeah, but that's not the point. The point is how fast can you get it out of the ground? That's what the point is.
Right.
No, the point is if there's a net
There's 2 things.
benefit to doing something.
Yeah, one thing is how fast you get it out of the ground. The other is
right.
You know, the EROEI. I mean, they play together to make the scenario more toxic.
But the fact that it takes more energy affects the production rate, so they go hand in hand.
Yeah, but look, the tar sands is relatively okay compared to fracking. The problem with fracking is you're destroying billion-year-old water aquifer systems that once you connect these underground water systems, then they're all fucked up. The surface ones pollute the deeper ones, and that's never coming back. There is no Army Corps of Engineer thing to fix that. If you go tear up a bunch of sand in a swamp on the edge, in a wetlands on the ocean, that is a bad thing, probably. I mean, you'll be killing some birds and stuff like that. But it's not quite as bad as fracking, which is going to destroy our water tables in places that don't have a lot of water. I mean, they have to drill very deep to get water, and it's going to be ruined. So people won't be able to live there.
Yeah, power's on my side. Take that, Brandon.
So what you do is you build water treatment plants.
Who's going to pay for that?
That's not going to help.
Who's going to pay for that? Who's going to pay for the energy it costs to run them?
Okay, wait. Brandon, answer your questions.
The people who want clean water will pay for it.
Oh, so the industry comes in, fucks up the water table, and then the people have to pay for it.
No,
that makes a lot of sense.
Let's rape Brandon's kids and then pay for psychologists.
That is the cost-benefit analysis.
Freshwater.
Okay, wait, let each other finish your points, please.
If you can prove in a court of law that the company came in and fucked up your well and destroyed your farm, then that company's probably going to have to pay you several $1 million.
Yeah, but it's too late then. Everything's fucked up then, and you take your $1 million and your whole family can't.
The company has an incentive to not do it after that, right?
No, don't interrupt, please.
What?
Don't let people let people finish their points.
Okay, I'm saying that that disincentivizes just Wild West irresponsible industry, right? When you can sue them for millions of dollars, you know they get enough of the mosquito bites.
It doesn't, because corporations are protected. People can have corporations, and they get sued, and the business goes out, and then they go take. It's just like Donald Trump, never been bankrupt, just all his businesses.
Do you know companies receive tax breaks for fucking up the environment?
No, but you don't think that that disincentivizes corporation? You think that these corporations are just like,
you would think it would, but when they weigh all this stuff out, they analyze all this stuff, they look at.
They analyze it all, and the government, it's not perfect.
They're willing to take the risk because.
Do you think the tobacco industry made more money than it had to pay in settlements, or less?
I would briefly.
I think that's a pretty.
So when you add the numbers together and it's a net positive, then they count that as a net positive.
Okay, Nami's gonna answer your, and then let Nadia go, because Nadia.
I'm okay. Let Nadia.
All right, Nadia, go ahead.
Yeah. I would briefly suggest that freshwater, while in some respects a renewable resource, is overextended as it now stands, and the effect fossil aquifers, if you want to call them that, are being drawn upon, which, become more immediately unavailable when they're made unusable by pollution instead of just, drained. So there's trouble with that as well. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, no, underneath Texas, they have a huge aquifer that is totally getting drained and is going to run out of water, and it's not being polluted. Well, it might be polluted as well, I don't know, but I mean, it's just going to be empty. Yeah, that's a big problem too, but like you're saying, or I think you said also, that is less of a problem than breaking an aquifer. Or, you know what I mean? These things are not all equal just because it's bad. It's not black and white. And if you drain an aquifer empty, you're going to have a big catastrophe with your farms. But, you know, it could fill up again over time.
A long time. I think the answer.
Yeah, very long time.
The oceans have plenty of water. We just need enough energy to squeeze the salt out.
Right, and the energy is also having trouble.
No, energy's getting more and more
petroleum.
We
coal.
actually lose energy that way because of the convection between the Gulf of Mexico and Western Europe, far Western Europe. Would also be lost if we took very considerable amounts of salt out of the statistically.
You can't take anything close to a considerable amount of salt out of the oceans. There's enough salt in the oceans to bury the entire surface of the Earth 2 miles deep in salt.
What we would do is
I pretty much think that we could do water purification off the ocean, and we could also get energy off the ocean to do it, right?
All right. Wait, Nadia wanted to. Nadia, were you able to finish your point? Because you added something in the chat, and it didn't seem like you were able to.
Oh, that just reiterated what I was going on about.
All right.
Perhaps more pithy summary. Go ahead.
So go ahead, Brandon.
Oh, okay. I'm away from the computer. I'm listening.
Kalins is a way better host than me.
I am doing terribly tonight. I'm sorry, everybody.
You're good because you try. That's an important part.
He came over to my room last week and tried to keep my people under control, which was good because I was drunk. So
I keep missing your room, Brandon. I've been busy and stuff, and then I just don't. Sometimes I was ready to do it, but I just somehow missed the. I get the invitation the next day when it's all done.
What's your room, Brandon? I wanna I'll.
Yeah, where are your invites anyway? Because I can never get into your room. I can only
you guys have to add me on Google Circles or Google Plus or whatever. Put me in your circles.
You're just Brandon?
Brandon Cropper on Facebook.
Oh, you're just talking nonsense now. Circles, Google's what?
Right. Okay, so every time I do anything else,
okay, good. The Google Oval.
I go to Facebook and I post it on my Facebook page. It comes up on my chat.
Oh, it's too complicated.
Brandon Cropper at YouTube. You can also just go to the live video feed on YouTube when I'm doing one, and it'll have the join link down below. And I've been doing them, Piero. I had thought about what you said, Piero. You said that you do it every week, and it's good to have a habit, and it's good for people to have something they can count on and stuff. And I thought about that a lot, and so I thought, oh my God, what if I opened a room 5 or 6 nights a week, and people always.
Yeah, that'd be great. No, and I will show up because that's the main thing is that other people can do it when they want to, and you'll start to have a big group, and that's what people need. And it's hard to do though. It ends up being a lot of work. But if you can do it even for a few months or whatever, when the time is ripe, then it's a service, man. It's a lot of work.
So I have to add you as a friend on Facebook to get in these chats?
No, you can just go to my video, Brandon.
The Google Circles.
YouTube.
In all seriousness, I get the invites. I see the link. Google Circles, and you'll
okay,
get
so if I add you if I follow you on Google, then I'll get the invite.
Right. It'll tell me that you followed me, and then I'll add you back and follow, and then when I do the things, I send those invites out. But
well, I have a question. Is it enough? I mean, when you follow someone, or is it because you put them in a circle?
I don't know what any of it
means. I don't know either. Google Plus is so fucking confusing.
Also, Nadia, you were saying how you run yours 24/7?
Yeah. I stopped using this personal channel. Using Debate Coliseum, but that's to help offload some of the.
Oh, that's why I haven't been seeing it. Where is it?
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Debate Coliseum. It's huge.
Okay.
Oh, hang on. It's only got a couple hundred subscribers. Pretty lame, but at least there's the channel. Yeah. The main focus seems to be like atheist versus theist, but a lot of political, other random crap gets thrown in. And when I'm asleep or Otherwise, people run out of that stuff or whatever. It ends up turning into some kind of small talk and whatever gossip and whatever kind of crap.
Well, the good thing is if Trump becomes president, it'll be more like a cabal. All of these rooms will become much more significant because it'll be where we keep culture alive. No, Brandon, you're still pro Trump, yeah?
Yeah, calmly.
Right. Because of alternatives, he's not your first. Who would have been your first pick? Why not Gary Johnson?
Okay, but he can't get in. I mean, I'm a realist, I'm an objectivist, I'm not a fantasist.
Oh, I see.
Trump's.
But which of the Republicans would you have preferred?
If it were any of those other clowns, I wouldn't care to vote unless there was something that impressed me. But
they're all too much party men or whatever.
Well, we had 18 of them on the stage together, and people are upset that we chose one of them. Come on, we had 18 fucking guys.
Yeah, but you chose the weirdest one.
How many do you want?
Well, I like weird. I get it.
A field of 100? Let the people choose what people choose.
Donald Trump.
I feel that Donald Trump is probably still running to help Hillary. I mean, who else could make Hillary look sane?
Donald Trump's hair. Shouldn't you like him for that?
Because of his hair?
Yes. No, I'm talking to Pyro.
Yeah. Well, right. Yeah, no, it's very creative. You mean because I like artists?
Yes, he has a very artistic type of hairstyle.
Yep.
Trump's.
It's true.
Okay, I gotta go, everyone. Just saying bye.
Bye, Nummy. In all seriousness, he's interesting to watch. You listen to the cadence of his voice. He has that part of a politician, which might not mean a lot, but I've gone and watched a lot of politicians, and when one actually knows how to talk, it's pretty nice. And, that's what I'm worried about is that, Hillary is annoying to listen to, and Trump, even if you hate him, it's totally listenable. So,
Trump's.
I'm worried about the fact that, I don't think he could beat Bernie, but I do think he can beat her, even though the chances seem odd. But
I think
the polls look possible right now. But
I think his VP pick is going to tilt the kinds of issues toward what's in effect a referendum on LGBT affairs.
Well, but that's good for Hillary. I know that pick is good for Hillary though, because the referendum is that the kids are clear on how they're going to decide on that. So yeah. Have you noticed? Did you guys see the logo, the Trump-Pence logo? And did you notice that the T is doing something untoward in the P hole? There's a hole in the P, and the T's going right in there, and it's. Did anybody else? Or no? Is that just me?
I haven't seen the logo.
Okay, I think the T is taking some liberties with the P hole. Okay, go ahead.
Well, maybe
they sort of. Go ahead.
Sorry. Cheap joke. Maybe they're building a TP.
Well, I was calling for the cheap joke. The thing is, it really is a funny logo. You should check it out if you haven't seen it. There's a T, and the T is intersecting the P.
Yeah, I just dropped a link to one.
A sort of identity politics, toothpaste flavoring to distinguish, candidates and such. While it does have real people's fortunes or heads and so on the line, it still detracts from or otherwise, limits the scope of the issues under consideration to ones that don't touch the sort of basic economic system or the military and foreign policy. So, either way, the National Security Council or whatever kind of best interests dictating all that, and the distinction that's allowed to happen, the only variation permissible within this electoral contest is identity politics. Of course, my neck is on the line. So.
Well, you say that, Nadia. I'm going to throw this out. I think the way to get Hillary to win is if she gets her clit pierced, right? The first presidential candidate to offer up their genitals for piercing will just win.
That's
And that'll
ridiculous.
save the LGBT
That's
community.
ridiculous.
No,
You
it'll
would
save
also
them.
have to publicize the fact.
Well, right, of course.
Wait,
Yeah,
how on earth
Okay,
does
well,
that
then,
save
okay, I
the
agree.
LGBT? How exactly does that do that?
Get
That's
your clit pierced?
Have you guys noticed, though, how she does try to pander to millennials? I really like the Rolling Stones and Adele. And Adele, everybody. Have you noticed that she made a joke about the Pokemon Go, and she's such a panderer.
She is. She really is. And I know, obviously, I know a lot of people of my own generation, and we get really sick of people trying to pander to our interests.
I know, it's so obvious. One of the things is that every generation is getting more and more aware of what pandering looks like. It doesn't really go off very well. Oh, but the thing is, she's actually more qualified than this moron.
No,
she's so difficult.
No, she's not.
She is.
She's
just yet another president. Bush, Obama. She's just yet another ordinary American president, whereas Trump is like.
All right, Brandon.
He went into
Brandon Knight, explain your point.
All right, he gets up in the morning and makes a paycheck for thousands of other people before he gets any money at all. That's his job. He's real. He actually makes something happen in the world. Hillary's a piece of shit. She's a lawyer. She's a politician. He's a businessman. Businessmen are good people.
Not all of them.
All of them, except the ones that are in jail and the ones that are going to jail.
What about the ones that collude with government?
Yeah, the government's bad too.
Well, he's a big eminent domain government colluder.
Yeah. No,
yeah, he's like one of the bad businessmen in one of Ian's books.
Oh, he's much.
He's always playing with it, and he panders. He's even more of a panderer than Hillary.
No, you're right.
Because he's better at it.
It's going to be a disaster, but it's not going to be as bad as you think. So,
the disaster I'm worried about, Brandon, is Civil War kinds of disasters. So many people are on edge. We don't need to foment a civil war when really things aren't that bad. I mean,
you're in Maine. You should have a gun anyway. Don't you have a gun? You're in Maine.
Nadia's trying to
talk about the guns earlier.
All right, hold 1 second, Nadia. What are you trying to say?
In my estimation, it's a choice between a capitalist pig and an imperialist running dog. I'm not sure. Well, those are all that great of options. I'll probably go with Moorhead or Kennedy or Steiner or Lariva or some such. Go ahead.
No, it's way worse than that. It's idiocracy versus status quo. I'll pick status quo.
That's what I'm saying. That's really well put. Of what I'm trying to say is I don't like Hillary, but it's more the same. You know, decent management of a fucked up system as opposed to chaos. You know.
No. She
Frosty the Clown.
Even further.
Remember. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
She will destabilize the Middle East even further.
That's probably true.
Yeah.
I think.
But again, that's normal American president behavior. So how's that not status quo?
I don't think it would be. Yes, it would be. Unfortunately, it is the status quo. But the disruption that could be caused by Trump will not be entirely under his own control. The debating that will happen in the United States, if he becomes president, will, in my opinion, result in a better ideological platform. I think that it will allow people to galvanize around topics to do with social justice, because he is so clearly the enemy of these things.
Right.
And he's quite brazen in it.
Well, here's the thing. The best argument I heard was that Hillary, the Clintons are famous for cooperating with Republicans and conservatives and ignoring the most progressive part of their so-called base, right? So if she is president, that's probably what'll happen. She'll cooperate with, a third of the Republicans or so, or half of them, and ignore the progressives and cooperate with the conservative Democrats, right? But if Trump is president, all the Democrats will be against him, and we'll have a third of the Republicans. So, that's a good argument for that it would actually be better.
That would be better to have Hillary?
No, that it would be better to have Trump, because Hillary, the Clintons they started the DLC. They are experts at making a reaction to Carter to be more conservative kinds of Democrats. They started the DLC which was funded by the Koch brothers and included Lieberman. They started it. That's their gimmick.
But Piero, the Republican Party is a catastrophe. It's completely decimated by this whole thing. So it's not the same situation.
Don't you see how Hillary's thing is to cooperate with conservatives? That's her gimmick.
But that's the point. It's not the same situation.
The conservatives.
No, it still is the same situation. That's why she wants $12 an hour instead of $15. Now
when Bill Clinton was, I'm not saying you're entirely off base, but when it is a different situation. When Bill Clinton,
right, but that's my complaint. Okay, I'm sorry, but I'm agreeing with you. It's just that they're trying to bring the 90s into 2016.
I don't know about that.
Because I'm sorry, go ahead and finish.
When Bill Clinton was in office, he was still dealing with the whole Reagan Revolution nonsense, right? So it was an entirely different political climate. Now a lot of people question that nonsense.
When you elect a 70-year-old, believe me, the world is whatever they thought it was when they were 50. Okay, maybe it's fitting, maybe it's not, but that they are trying to bring 20 years ago. They still believe you have to compromise in a way you don't have to anymore.
However, a politician bounces off and behaves as according to the situation at hand.
No, and also being behind the times can be an advantage because you can get some things done, because you're obviously not some annoying college liberal. So it's not the worst thing in the world. I think she's okay.
Also, somebody else wanted to go too, though.
But
okay, go ahead. Sorry.
I think the public can get something done, but they need a clear antagonist. They need something that is demonstrable and copiously inefficient and impractical.
But Vivian,
broken in the core of their government, that will result in a rejection of the status quo. So I do believe that the American public are capable of that.
But Vivian, you don't have to elect. You don't have to elect Trump to make that clear. Just his being the Republican nominee makes it really clear to everybody that this is an extensive portion of the population that has these views.
Understand how amazing it is that he actually was the nominee.
It's amazing. He is so right wing. He is so
amazing.
far
The
off
RNC
the
is
right.
not for it. Don't believe any conspiracy you want to believe. They're all panicking, and now they're deciding that they should side with him rather than not, which is also weird. But I mean, it's weird. It's like it's like if Ross Perot won the Democratic primary. They are blown away by it. That's one good thing about it, is it really has, the Republican Party it's total disarray. It's amazing. Yeah, and they're deciding that, okay, to keep the array, we have to follow democracy, accept this guy, and that's the worst decision they could make, because the political parties are immoral. But what they are is a brand, right? They're going to ruin their brand. They're going to their brand is fucked.
Well, a lot of them agree with that assessment. Yeah.
The smart Republicans want him to lose.
Yeah, like George will.
Yeah, no, I mean, well, and yeah, and I hate calling him smart, but I mean, wanting him to
Well, he's
lose.
smart. I mean, come on.
Right. Well,
He's reasonably
in
intelligent.
this sense, we're talking about it's like the strategy-wise, him winning. If you are a 30-year Republican, you've been around, you want, what's going to happen in 30 years from now? I mean, because look, if you have confidence that he's going to succeed, you're nuts. And if he does succeed, it's not going to be by a conservative way. He's going to, if he succeeds, he'll change what conservatism is to his. He's very pro-government and business.
It's as Mr. Clinton said. If you can't beat him, join him. I think that's the strategy that the Republicans are using now.
Yeah, but I think it's really dangerous in this case. Sometimes you have to think that if you're joining to something that's co-opting what it means to be conservative, everything they've worked for to define conservatism in this crazy way they've defined it is in jeopardy.
Yeah, but on a binary
this has been a long time coming.
They're following the status quo, but it might destroy the status quo.
I mean,
it's
a binary.
It could be good because the illusion might be broken. Maybe they'll come up with something better, right? But that's just kind of like, hey, everything turns out good in the end. I mean, meanwhile, if Trump wins, they want. I mean, I think even Trump running is probably going to hurt their chances. I mean, Hillary's a terrible candidate. If she wins, if better candidates come along, they're going to just breeze in. Normal people are not going to separate. Next, 4 years from now, even if Trump loses, normal people are going to think Trump is the Republican brand. Yes, it's already a problem.
And for the U.S. government, they're also going to think that if he wins, he becomes not just the nomination from
if he wins, I'm with Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Like, if he wins, it's weird. It's hard to even tell what would happen.
I didn't hear
so
Vivian's
weird.
Sorry,
go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
Vivian, continue your point.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, it is following the status quo, and it's perhaps just getting to the point where the system is self-defeating in a way. Now, part of this, I think, is also due to the last election that the Republicans were in for the presidency, the last presidential election, where they couldn't properly integrate in Ron Paul, but they tried to, after the election, integrate in the Tea Party more. I feel that the definition of conservatism has taken on a very worrying, but also very strongly reinforced fiscal conservative attitude. And I think that really there are other parts of conservatism which people are willing to tolerate, sometimes are willing to promote and accept. But when it comes down to fiscal conservatism, the general public is just not interested because they suffer quite a lot as a result of that, and they've been quite dependent on government support in the last for this decade so far.
I wish there was something you could do about your mic, man, because it's really low and hard to hear everything you're saying.
I'll definitely be getting a new headset soon. Very sorry about that. It's just a different thing.
Well, and Infinity's mic is overly loud, more loud than everybody
okay,
else's.
I'll turn it down. Let's see. Sorry about that.
All right, who wants to follow up Vivian's point?
How's that? Is that better? It's only showing up 3 things on the green there.
Sounds fine to me.
Okay.
All right, does anybody want to follow up what Vivian said?
Well, Vivian made a decisive point. Let me say,
but
can I propose another subject?
Okay, wait, stop talking over each other. What were you going to say, Pierre?
One thing I was going to talk about today was, to me, it's a subject of happiness, but it's really about being, online, and we all receive hate. I'm assuming everybody here, think everybody that I see has a channel or does a room or something, and they receive this hate, and sort of, I think it's an attack on any chance you have of being happy. I mean, if you're not happy and you're telling people I'm not happy, then people are going, good, you shouldn't be happy. And if you're like, hey, I had something good happen, then they're like, ah, fuck you, you're indulgent and happy, oh, you fucking happy. It's like, it's sort of a question about trolling, but I don't think it's really just trolling. I mean, I think there's this like group of people that are emotionally they have some emotional approach to the situation. They usually are morally use moral condescension, and they're trying to attack those of us that speak out. I mean, you just have your opinion. You don't even have to be that proud of it, and they'll be like attacking you, trying to make sure that you can't feel good about yourself, even if your whole channel is, I already don't feel good about myself. So, I mean, first of all, that's a lot to ask. So let me just say, I mean, you guys, obviously, you all get the hate or the trolling, right? Everybody here, somebody's like down on you, like you're a bad person for some reason.
I've never had that, not once.
You have too. You're fucking oblivious. I know you have.
Anyway,
okay, maybe this is simple. Is it just that these people out there are unhappy and they want to project it? I mean, I feel bad about it because I'm never going to call myself happy again. I've been through some things where if I'm content and I can't complain, I won't complain, but I'm not going to say, oh, I'm happy, because some shit has happened to me that I'm not happy about. And yet you have these people trying to double down on it. It almost makes me feel like, no, I am happy, asshole. So I think it's because they're not happy. I mean, that's obvious, I guess.
That would be a good judgment, I think, on it. Yeah. Projection.
Piero, if you find... Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, if perchance you find yourself elated or you find a momentary happiness, don't berate yourself and recondition yourself back to the norm of saying, I'm never going to say that I'm happy. I mean,
well, I
enjoy
see it
your
as sort of
jubilation.
rhetorical, right? I can feel contented in a lot of ways. But anyway, what about this part where what I think I've noticed is that all these people have the not the prejudice. What's the word I'm looking for? Like a presumption, of moral condescension. Like they can morally condescend to you. I noticed that it's always these people that are trying to attack this self-worth and, oh, well, blah, blah, blah. Whether you feel bad or good, they'll, it's either, yeah, you should feel bad, or, oh, you feel so good about yourself. It's either way. They always are morally condescending people, right? Whether it's atheism or, in my case, it's mostly atheistic condescension, but it could be any kind of condescension. They want, and so my point is, the insight, why would you even care? But I'm curious about why they behave this way. They want to feel like morally superior. They have this disease that is infecting the human race of having to feel morally superior, which I don't think we have. I don't think most of the people in this room or that talk to me have a deep need to be morally superior.
I think it goes maybe further than that. I mean, maybe it's just being superior in some way or shape or form.
Well, that's an interesting point, but you're disagreeing with me, but it's an interesting point. But no, because I was saying specifically, I think it's a moral superiority, but
yeah, but I think it's a difference.
Any superior.
I think that when people encounter a difference, or some people that are not emotional, or they're overly emotional, then, and I shouldn't say emotional, but in disagreement with their moral, their standard, their approach to what is appropriate, and they encounter it, oftentimes they want to have an impact, and so they take on this ground of like very very a hawkish moral approach. But it's also, you know, in psychology you can say, well, that's showing their insecurities within themselves because they're not able to accept the difference that they're witnessing, and then they become habituated to that difference, and they come back to it, and then they have habit form, and maybe it's just a population thing. Maybe it's a general anxiety read. I don't know. But you're obviously experiencing that. You want to focus the conversation on that. I think it's
yeah.
I mean, are you suffering a lot of attack lately? People coming down on you about
I don't
how
know that
you...
it's a lot, just the way that I'm taking it. There's like a couple people that I don't recognize their handles. One is kind of being very friendly, which I'm super suspicious of, and another one is being, you know, too long, didn't read, asshole in the middle kind of stuff. And yeah, you know, it's just I don't know. As I like to say, I'm 50. I'm not quite 50 yet, but I'm rounding up. I'm 50, and it's, you know, I don't really feel, if there's a way for me not to spend a lot of time on this stuff, and yet, you know, I'm thinking about it because it's a quandary. I mean, how do you deal with this sort of situation? I don't want to be closed to criticism, and yet it's a lot of the criticism is like, just fuck you. I mean, and I think one way to tell is maybe if somebody's acting all morally condescending and obviously attacking at a basic you shouldn't be happy level, then fuck them. And if other people are going, hey, constructive criticism, you seemed like you were this or that, then I'd want to, you know, I'm looking for a way to still listen to those people. And I don't think I've been suffering any more than you always do, but I am kind of, I don't know, I really like where I am, but I have a lot of things that are pissing me off. So
I'm not really sure I'm understanding exactly.
Well, let me put it this way.
Well, I mean, because you're talking about you're being criticized for being happy.
I guess here's the thing. Okay, I'm trying to make a general topic out of, and then Das Spook sort of points out that, you know, it's a personal topic. The personal topic probably has to do with the happiness. I don't really feel like I'm ever going to say, oh, hey, I'm happy, because I just don't feel like that. But I'm not complaining, and I am content, and like I've got this thing going on now I really like, and it's natural place, and I finally bought a house, and that's great. But I wouldn't necessarily call it happy just for other reasons. So that's the personal part. But the part that I thought was related to like a hangout topic is that at the same time I'm having I just uploaded like these 3 videos, and I've got these guys, one who's very friendly, like, hey, I miss you, man, bro, how you doing? And I'm like, I don't know who he is. That makes me suspicious. And then another guy I don't recognize, it's probably somebody I know with a new handle, you know, talking all this bullshit and being crappy. And it's kind of like this guy says that I am, you know, wasteful or something like that, and, you know, add to misery, and just all these things that show he's watched the conversation for years.
Antinatalist guy, probably.
Kind of, but he was also bad-mouthing Gary. So it's more of a troll, but like, you know, an 8th level or 12th level troll that, you know, spends years weaving a web of trolliness. Maybe it's just that there is a grain of truth to it all. I mean, we're all struggling with how we feel and whether we should feel good or not. I mean, I don't want to feel good. The world has all this shitty thing going on in it. I'm not going to go like, hey, but I'm happy. And on the other hand, that's not really a danger, because the word happy to me, I don't even know what it means anymore. To me, the word happy, and it sounds pessimistic, but it's not, because I can be very content and like meditatively, transcendently serene and satisfied. It's just the word happy is kind of like, what is that supposed to mean? It's like a kid's word. It's like Santa Claus. It's not that you can't be totally joyful. I'm just saying there's a million other words that get it better. Happy is kind of like being taken care of, or what is it? I know it sounds pessimistic. Maybe you could just tell me what it means. I don't know.
Well, I look at happiness as just a fleeting concept. It's not really something that is continuous. You know, I mean, I guess when people say that, it's sort of referring to something that would be continuous, like a general sort of feeling of contentment.
Could it be continuous is a good question. Could it be continuous?
Few emotional states are continuous, though. Like, you suffer anger for a while, and then that subsides. Like, emotional states like happiness and shit are finite, but that's because they're emotional states.
Right. So I think when people are saying, you know, happiness or trying to the pursuit of happiness, or however you want to say it,
yeah,
I think they're talking about just a very general sort of baseline that's of contentment. I don't think you can expect to be constantly just in this state of
contentment is so much more humble. Contentment is so much more humble than happiness. I guess it does go back, because even when I was young, I was kind of like searching for happiness, and people that appear happy all the time are kind of uncanny valley. You know, they're just they're plastic.
Let me ask you something though. Have you ever had a friend or a relationship that you had, and the interaction itself somehow caught your interest, and that you found yourself happy in that relationship, and then when the
wife
relationship?
right now I am, yes.
Yeah.
But
So
I think there's other ways to
plus.
explain it. There's other ways to describe that situation.
But it's cyclical also. But it's the quickness of, like, how often is it? Because if it's very unoften or it appears randomly,
what I came up with years and years ago, like a couple decades ago, I think I still believe, which is that searching for happiness. I love happiness. I do want happiness and exciting, joyful moments and all that. But it isn't a constant thing. What is it that you could always look for in your life? Always. You know, not just sometimes you need it, sometimes you need to just chillax, sometimes you might even need to be a little bit sad and for a day or two and look at the sky. It's interesting. Life needs to be interesting. Interesting things need to happen. Things that are worth thinking about need to happen. That is more important than this idea of happiness.
Well, yeah, sure. I mean, you were putting happiness on a pedestal, and I mean, there's nuances and difference in almost all frames of psychology. And I think as you get older, because you're approaching 50, you're working with more data sets, more histories, more emotions, more synthesis.
And I was optimistic as a young person, so of course I'm pessimistic now. That's how it goes.
Yeah, meaning your sandhouse is
more optimistic.
Yeah. I mean, do you think your house, your life is you build it up real well, and then it got cut down kind of around the corners? Your sandcastle's melting a little bit. There's just more sand. You're noticing it's not boards anymore. It's made out of particles, and a lot of the particles are from. You're more cynical now, right? I'm hanging out with these 20-year-olds, and the ladies.
I am more cynical, but you know that just like a couple months ago, I finally got a house, right?
Right. Good on you.
And it's in nature and the animals, and there's eagles going, you know. So I'm also feeling a little guilty in that was my life. I just wanted to have a place like this before I die. So now I have to hold on to it unless I die real quick, right? It's actually within my hands that no matter what happens, I will die at this house. So
rent it out and get a motorhome.
I have this crisis, this emotional, this moment, whatever, some French word for the fact that I really like what I've got. It's above, I'm big on fallback plans. I've had a lot of fallback plans that I was happy with. It's like, this is pretty good, my fallback plan. And now I just, I'm in a situation where I ought to say, hey, I'm happy. This is what I was trying to go for in my 20s and my 30s, and now in my late 40s I have it, at least for now, and I probably can hold on to it. Hopefully it's as good as, yay. And then I'm still of a mindset of like, yeah, but I'm not going to say I'm happy. And in my old days, I would call myself some sort of a asshole for not being willing to admit that, but right now it's just like, well, yeah, right now it takes more than infinite for me to consider it happiness, because I just don't believe in the concept of happiness. I believe in
So
contentment
in other
and
words, you're
serenity.
actually happy. You're actually happy, and you're pissed off because you're not going to admit to us you're happy. And then in your olden age, you're gonna berate yourself for not admitting that you feel happy because you got your new car. Good on you. We're happy for you. I'm happy
May
for you.
I ask?
You're so perceptive.
Do you think you ought to feel more happy given how what you've accomplished?
You know what? I actually think it's just exactly what Das Book said, is that I am happy and I feel bad about it, so I won't admit it, and then I'm going to berate myself for not admitting it. And I'm going to actually stick with that even though I've admitted it. So that's the fifth step.
Very clear.
Well, maybe that's what that whole subject was. If any, if some people, if a Vic had showed up or something, I was going to ask if these guys even think that there is anyone out there ever, anywhere, right now, working for social justice, because it just seems weird that the way they, I've been hearing all these terms those guys are inventing, like cuck, all over. It's just spreading all over. It's a huge. There's a cuck. Yeah, cuck. You haven't heard it?
There's a fight back against feminism, and it's getting bigger and louder.
Yeah, and the word cuck is fun because it's about a guy that has a relationship, but I guess he lets his wife have sex with other men, which is what these guys evidently are hoping for.
It comes from cuckold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know much. I've heard it. I don't really know.
I
what
always
it
thought the cuckold, until this MRA version of, or whatever, how it's been now, I always thought cuckold, I knew what it was because there's like the condor, I think, leaves its egg, and another, birds will leave, and that's cuckolding. I always thought the cuckold was the cheater, was the one that comes in and gets someone else to raise their child. But no, evidently the cuckold is like the male.
Yeah, the cuckold is the guy.
Is the guy who actually raises the child, which is odd because if you were to make a Disney movie about this, he's the father of that child, and it's a beautiful thing. And the sperm donor means nothing. But anyway, interesting thing for them to emphasize.
I think, if I may be wrong, but I think the original definition of the cuckold was the guy that was he had a wife that was a little younger than him and was ultimately sleeping with people that were of her age.
Right. Yeah.
I think it means with his knowledge too, though.
Well, that might be part of it.
I don't think knowledge is necessary to it.
It may reveal something about monogamy as a construct, and also the notion of a tribe or a village of people.
Well, what I really think is MGTOW and MRA and all of them need to acknowledge the part of the movement which is just a lack of success with women.
No.
It's hard on everybody. It's affected us all. It's affected us all.
What's up, Brandon? What are you trying to do?
Women are fat, ugly bitches now, as Milo Yiannopoulos points out. That's a problem. We got to start telling them that it's not okay to be fat and ugly like that.
He's gay.
Well, he's got a good point.
And you're so slim and attractive and fit.
I don't have to be. I just have to be funny.
And I'm, of course.
That's not regressive at all.
What about funny women? There are funny women.
No, there are no funny women.
There are funny women. Oh.
Yeah. I saw there. I have a Sirius, so they have a comedy channel, and so there's this comedian. I forget, but he was talking about what was it? It was something about he doesn't date stupid fat women, one or the other.
Milo Yiannopoulos is a apparently rather rabid transphobe.
Yeah, he hates.
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah.
He hates lesbians and trans. Yeah, he's against his own group, and he says that he chose it. I think a lot of what he says is trolling, but you guys have asked for it because.
Well, it also spells out as typical of any group self-hating, and then so he he has in this modern age he has people that will support that betrayal.
Well, part of the problem comes from the multicultural friendliness that's been rabid for so long, and so all he has to do now is say, transgenders aren't not cool, ooh, and everybody gets upset about it. So
transgenders
that's true.
Yeah.
I don't watch him.
Probably would get upset about
Nadia,
it.
it's more
that's where it's like being trans is some sort of like.
I have noticed that he's been getting a lot of penetration.
Nadia just lit up a cigarette to make certain she did look cool right when you said that.
There you go.
What's the question again? With
That's it, basically.
Nadia, do you know who this guy is? His Milo Strabalakanakalakis?
Yiannopoulos.
Right. What an asshole. That was the topic. Okay, go.
Yeah, I don't know what the question is, but the answer is that everybody in this room is a boy.
Everyone in this room, what?
Is a boy.
I'm a man. I'm a man. You're
maybe
wrong.
you're a boy.
Wait.
I'm a man. You
all of us are too
Brandon,
old. All of
screw you,
us are
I'm a
too
man.
old.
That's not true.
I'm
Actually.
almost 50 years old.
That's not true, actually.
I'm practically like a log.
Can anybody hear me at all?
Vivian,
Go ahead.
Vivian, trying to talk.
Okay, Vivian, go ahead.
Jeez, I've been trying to avoid mentioning this, but yes, you're kind of forcing me to. I'm trans.
Well, my point stands. You and who's the other Nadia here? So there's all a bunch.
No, I'm agender. I'm not trans man.
All right. Well, you obviously your brain isn't more interested in shoes and fashion than ideas, so you're here.
Oh.
I think this is a revelation
Brandon,
here.
you don't have to troll us. We're subtle.
No, he does.
Subtle.
It's
You don't
his
have to
comedic
troll
way.
us. You could bring those issues up without.
That is fucking trolling. Seriously.
Yeah, it was. Come on.
Watch how often females come to these rooms and how often they have substance.
You were not like this like 7 years ago.
No, you guys.
No, he certainly was.
You guys are just.
He was not.
You guys are just so bloody assertive in whatever topic you bring up, and it's lovely that you guys feel so passionately about what you talk about, but it's not. Yeah. That's why you don't get as many women.
I don't really understand, Vivian, what you were telling us. Let me say that. 2, Mike, you and I, boom, we're Mr. Cropper experts. We've been around. We've seen him since he was a baby boy. And, so what are you saying? You're saying he was always this way? He was not. He was so proper.
What I mean by it is
he was so proper and nice.
Yes.
He was a polite young man.
Right, he was there, and he got frustrated because he wanted to bark back, but he wouldn't because he was too proud and honorable. Time.
Yeah, and then Trump came into the picture, right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay, good. We're on the same page.
Now he's losing. But the thing that makes him the same, and surprise, yeah, it's Das Pook, Brandon. Anyway, the whole point here, though, is...
Oh, no, wait, you're Das Pook?
Yeah, I'm not Das Pook. I don't know
this is just what Das Pook said. This is what I heard. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, what I was going to say is Brandon has a very brickish approach to think, meaning a kind of, I'm not going to say obtuse, I'm just going to say outright flat, right, and cut out of nostalgic building bricks. And he brings them and he's slapping them, and that's the way he sees it, and he's found the comedy in it. Now he does see that part of what he's saying.
Yeah, that's right.
Can be trolling, And yet, he's also
Plus,
in the
you make
community
these
now.
lovely brownstone houses this way. It's not all bad.
New York now? Are you in New York there, Brandon, still? No? Where'd you land?
Connecticut.
Ooh, Connecticut. We could do a meetup, Brandon.
Yeah, you're up in Maine, right? We're like.
Yeah, and I go down. My mom's in Virginia. I go through Connecticut all the time.
Oh, right. I'm.
Yeah, you guys drive like assholes. Fuck you. As soon as I'm on the freeway in Connecticut, I can tell it's even worse than New Jersey.
I told my wife we got to Utah just to get rid of these bad
No
drivers.
offense.
So bad here.
Anybody from Connecticut. No offense intended.
No, fuck Connecticut. They're
You just
cunts.
fucking asshole drivers. That's
So, yes. What matter do you deem me so?
Deem you what? A boy?
Yeah.
You know, you're born with a boy brain.
What's that?
You were born with a boy brain. Some gay guys have a girl brain, don't they? And they like clothes and can't even think about what
That's not what defines them as gay. That's not what
Oh my
defines
God!
them as gay.
I didn't think you'd be going there. Wait. But how well do you know Nadia to think that? I don't know. How do you know Nadia doesn't have these what you think of as feminine interests?
Well, then she would be on some other channel discussing makeup techniques or something.
That's not true. There are women that have come into this room before, or that I've met in other rooms.
Wait. Here's my thing.
Bull was just here a while ago.
Why can't you be into makeup and still like science and shit? Like I don't understand why those two things are somehow exclusive.
I mean, seriously, Mr. Cropper, you know you can go on YouTube. There's a lot of top-notch girl geeks these days that like the kernel, Linux kernel, and everything else. So
And Colonel Sanders.
I don't think that's fair generalization, even if I was accepting that there were gender differences, which I don't know, it's pretty hard because there might be a few tendencies, but really there's every kind of boy and girl.
Don't you think he's kind of trolling here? Isn't?
Well,
aren't
that's
you
what I'm
trolling?
wondering. I mean, come on, you know, a girl
come
that
on.
likes
Oh,
mud
you should be
is
doing
still
makeup
a girl.
videos. You're a girl. You should be doing makeup videos. That's stupid.
Oh, come on. My favorite philosopher is Ayn Rand. I don't care what girls do. I'm just pointing out that they don't like tools.
Well,
No, that's a good point. I had somehow forgotten that. So Ayn was a very analytic. She was really bad at it, but she was analytic. I mean,
Not
that's
much
what
of
she
a
was into.
philosopher either.
She wasn't very good at it, and I've got to insult her. No, but seriously, she was analytic, mathematical, inclined, also romantic. But you know, that's the person that could be a Linux kernel programmer and like feminine appearances. That's pretty much how Ayn was.
The butch Jew.
I just realized that I implied in a very indirect way that Nadia was like Ayn Rand, and I'm very sorry, Nadia. I did not mean to even, by 5 degrees of separation, imply such a thing.
No worries. I've got relatively thick skin.
On the other hand, you kind of are, because it's like she liked these strong women that were cutting and had an idea, and they weren't that bad. If you read her novels, the characters in it are like, yeah, that's dashing. Dashing. No, she liked dashing people. She liked people that were dashing.
Yeah. What do you?
Interesting.
I like that in fiction.
In some respects, to well, say that the male and female, or sorry, the brain itself is male and female as a whole.
Well, that's what Brandon was saying, but I think you were being a little bit simplistic, Mr. Cropper, in what those tendencies would be.
Because she's missing her testicles, and therefore her hormones have changed, therefore the brain structure has changed as well, I imagine.
Right.
No, that happens before they lose their testicles. These people, you can meet a gay guy that's like this, and you'll see that he's gossipy and backbiting and into personal things, and doesn't care about whether the lawn is getting mowed. He's worried about whether somebody put the towel in the wrong place that offended him, because that's disorderly.
There's a nice generalization.
It's petty. They're petty. They're petty like women.
Okay, half the like the men in these fucking communities are like backbiting and gossipy as shit. The fuck are you talking about?
I don't know. The women could come here and defend themselves if they
Well, I
want.
think men are kind of petty because they're so sensitive about their ego and
Like,
whether someone showed them up or the girls all fawned more over
but
him.
that's both genders though. Like, well, that's
I'm
both
saying
though.
this.
Everyone is like fucking petty and shit.
Yeah,
Guys,
sure.
this is so dumb.
I agree.
But it's so
I'm trying to
fun.
put souls
Well,
up
It's
on
so
people.
fun.
Damn it,
So,
Sam.
for example, I think men are the sensitive sex. We're the emotional sex. Women always talk about their emotions, and really, in the end, they'll make decisions where, it was so sad, and they just rejoice in the tragedy of it. And they're not really like a man will he'll shoot a guy in the face because his emotion got hurt.
I know most
Men are the ones that can't
shot
handle their
everybody in
emotions.
the face. Like that's such a fucking generalization. It's basically what fucking Brandon was doing. It's just in the opposite direction.
I
Like,
know.
it's the
I know, but I
agree.
enjoy
I
it.
do tend to
I think
agree.
I'm going to
But
stand behind it anyway. I acknowledge your point, but
oh, like Puro, I can't be. It's hard. I can't be mad at you, Puro. God damn.
no, you got to give it. It's food for thought.
One of the things that I think men
I
have
could put
as
it
a
more
trait-
mild.
Men have as a trait in this regard is a very strong passion. It's different than what women experience. I think men
Can't hear you.
I think men aren't necessarily worse at controlling their emotions. I think that the enormity of the emotion that men feel is sometimes quite difficult to process. But it does lead to a culture of profound ambition that I think men are capable of driving towards a bit more frequently. If I have one criticism about femininity, it's that it really does seem to encourage an absence of ambition. But that's speaking about femininity as an ideological construct, not a generalization on women themselves. But I do find that women who are, I would say, more inclined towards
Can't hear you.
rigid following of. I'm trying to speak up. I'm sorry. Even I do find that women who are more inclined towards a very rigid application of femininity don't seem to exhibit as much ambition as other women and men.
All right, maybe you should type it in the sidebar or something. I can't hear anything you're saying.
I guess it expresses my feminine side a little bit, because I feel like I'm not too incredibly ambitious, or it's different. Maybe damaged is speaking as well. Oh, by the way, this screen, Brandon, this is right when I think he found out that I'm Dustpook. I was like, get right there, it's registering right there, clip.
Wow.
Well, women are more emotional because we have
I thought you were telling me.
What?
So impersonal. Sorry, go ahead. Didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
That's okay, Pyro. I think that women are more emotional because we have a different basic hormone structure, and that's because we have to produce children, and that's why we're less ambitious.
No, but what I'm saying,
but it's
my
also
theory.
Well, that's bullshit, frankly.
No,
wait,
it's also cultural. It's also cultural. But there are some good reasons why we are like we are.
Yeah.
But I'm explaining that I don't agree with that theory. I think women talk about emotions and that makes them seem more emotional, but in reality they can compartmentalize and just talk about it. Isn't that sad? Yeah, and so I had to dump him. Whereas men are like, oh, I'm not. Men are fucking crazy. If you have a man friend in an emotional situation where he can't handle, totally loses it. And so women actually handle their emotions better. Men are the ones that don't handle their emotions.
I got over a breakup with a girl like 4 months ago, and I didn't really break down and have this meltdown you're talking about.
Well, that's because you're feminine.
Clearly.
That's because you like your hand more than women.
You're feminine. You're obviously feminine because the proper male reaction is, I'm going to swim out to sea farther than I can
Hero's
swim
theory
back.
cannot be refuted.
Anything different than what Brandon said.
Damage.
Well, you know, what I really believe is individuals are individuals. And if you look at individuals, you'll see every single possibility and all the genders and races and whatnot. So, but I mean, if we're talking about like societal norms, it's the whole thing of men not wanting to talk about their feelings is because they can't handle talking about them, where a woman will go ahead, oh, blah, 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 I feel this way. Does that make them more emotional? No, it's because it means so much. The person that won't talk about their feelings, that's a sign that it means so much to them, it's too painful to talk about.
Your feelings.
Whereas someone who will talk about them is like, well, whatever. Let's, whatever. Let's hear about what this is about. They're
Maybe
not
they're
scared.
Maybe they're just being objective.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would mean that men are more objective than women.
I think in some ways they are, actually.
Yeah, I think that's true.
No, I think that could
Honestly,
be true. I think that can feed together. Being objective is a way to escape your feelings.
I think
that's
that
why I'm objective. I'm perfectly objective, and it's because I was escaping my feelings.
Well, how
intoxicatedly
are you?
Listen. I just went through a weekend with
Not
a friend
very.
who came up
Medium.
who met a guy, and she's 50. She's a year younger than me, 54, and she met this guy. He's 61. She really liked him, and I swear to God, she turned into a fucking 15-year-old on me, and I'm like, how old are you? Who talks like that at this age? And it's like, get over it. It's like, grow up, mature. But there's a lot of women that they get emotionally stuck at a teenager age, and I've seen it with my friends for years.
What do you mean, complaining about things from the past?
No. This is her really happy. This isn't the breakup yet. Jesus Christ, when the breakup comes, it's going to be even worse.
Hold on a second. I mean, that sort of thing is expressed in all sorts of people. Many people don't really, mature beyond a certain level.
Well, isn't that how women make themselves attractive to men, is by being a sort of really feminine female femme?
Well, yeah, but
female.
What? It's okay.
That's true.
True.
But
I know. We get into being feminine, but you know what? I think we're acting most of the time.
Oh yeah.
Well, but I mean, wait. This is the fair thing. So wait, you think that part of her giddiness is because it makes her more attractive?
Yeah.
I guess I'm not 100% sure.
And then it spills over to you. It spills over to you, her friend, but it's really part of. Who knows? I don't know. I don't blame people for trying to find people to love.
That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is she was too emotional about a new relationship. She was projecting something onto the relationship that wasn't there yet, and her happiness was completely unfounded. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's the sense I got.
And then when they break up, the sadness is just equally unfounded.
But there probably is a chance that one reason you get in that state is because since you're hoping it's going to be good and you want to attract this person, being all giddy about it is very attractive. Because it is very attractive, by the way.
But she's
I mean, if a girl is like, oh, I think you're this is so promising.
But she's talking to her, not to him.
Yeah.
But if you are changing your whole attitude in order to be attractive, then it affects 24/7.
Yeah, because it is spilling over to him. Yeah, because it is spilling over to him.
It's not fake. She really has made herself giddy.
It might have been
so
a
that she was more attractive, and then she is more giddy.
A neotenous reapproach to high school romance, trying to bring it back up, resurge it in oneself, and then characterize oneself.
But wait, that's elitist in the sense that what is there besides high school romance? Maybe that's all someone knows. It's lifelong romance.
Now, she's had a lot of romances, and she always goes
right, but you don't necessarily. Sometimes you finish, and a lot of people live with the epitome of what love is from high school, or the
Yeah, but
epitome of what.
has she ever had the dick?
Has she ever had the
The dick? Is that what
Well,
you
you know, a lot of women have a lot of
You're not
romance.
running for president
But they don't
anymore.
have
You don't need those
girlfriend.
kind of shock tactics.
Listen. You
Mike.
don't know her name, and she never listens to this, so I will say this. She is dick crazy at 54, still dick crazy. So every time this happens to her, because she looks at it like when she gets a man, there's a part of her life that's been missing up till then, and that's what I don't like about it. I don't think there's a part of my life missing because I don't have a romantic interest right now. I have a great life. I have lots of friends, male, female, transgender, doesn't matter. But I don't need a love interest to make my life suddenly, oh, my life just upgraded. That's what I don't like about women.
Are you saying you go out sledding? You go out sledding ever?
She's saying she doesn't have to.
I'm saying I don't.
No, she
I
said
haven't
no
done
romance.
that since I was in, I think the last time I was maybe in my late 20s when I just went out sledding. But go ahead.
I was just going to ask about human touch or intimacy. Do you feel like maybe it's not romance, but you're missing a certain aspect of human intimacy in your life? Or would you just say, like, no, I'm completely fine? And that's why I said, do you go sledding, meaning do you go have sex with people to fulfill that urge, and then you're fine with your friends on the side?
I get lots of hugs. I have animals.
You don't have to answer that. You don't have to answer that.
Very clever.
I have
You really don't
I
have
have lots of tactility in my life. Thank you. But all I'm saying is I think that women place too much importance on romance. We just do.
Men do too. This is why you're being sexist. Men are obsessed about it. Why do you think there's the MGTOW, a whole philosophy about we're not going to like women? Why would you even need a philosophy like that? Like, who said you should? You could like guys. You could be asexual. It's like, no, we're going to carry a sign.
I don't think
Fuck
you can
you, women. You know, come on. Men want women so bad. Women have no idea, actually. The loneliness of women that gets made in movies is nothing compared to the total helplessness of men that feel they can't attract a woman that they appreciate in return. They're both should be gotten over, really, because, you know, whatever.
Piero, that's a good point. I mean, let's realize that every single woman who wants to reproduce will reproduce. She'll just spread her
She
legs.
doesn't need to have a man around, yeah. Oh, for a small space.
No, that's not true, because some women don't realize that they can do it. You know what it is the thing is, for that to be true, people have to make compromises. They don't get Brad Pitt or Angela Jolie, and they have to recognize the beauty of a real person, not somebody that is edited with lighting in a movie and makeup. And if they can't do that, then they go involuntary celibacy, because it really is voluntary, because to actually have sex with real people, you have to want somebody that isn't an airbrushed fantasy. You have to like real beauty.
And you have to like the individual. You have to know the individual.
Yeah, the mind. That's why that joke is great about, it's totally sexist sounding, but really it's a good joke about, it's like, I won't date anybody that's stupid or fat, one or the other.
One
because
or the
he's
other.
saying, I will totally date a fat woman if she's smart. Fuck yeah, that's great. That's a good thing that he's saying.
And I'll totally date a non-fat woman who doesn't have a brain.
Because let's face reality. Yeah.
That's right.
No, that's why it's funny. You know, I mean, that's the inappropriate part. But I mean, overall, it's like the point is people are a balance, and there is truth to physical beauty, but really, if really in the end, a beautiful person that isn't interesting at all it's not a relationship for sure. That's not going anywhere.
I've been on MGTOW sites off and on for the last 3-4 years, and what I find is that when you start to listen to, because like Sandman, a guy will call in with a situation, he'll do a video, right? And the last one was the best one. He had a girlfriend, and then they broke up, and then she went and became a prostitute, and then he was really lonely and couldn't connect with another woman, ended up back with her as a prostitute, and well, long story short, the relationship didn't work. And so Sandman's like slamming women based on, bad promises and that the quality of a woman is important. But then I'm thinking, well, as a guy, you're going out with a woman who's selling her body. Do you really think that relationship's going to last? Like, she's got kids too, and I'm thinking, I would run from a woman like that if I was a man. That's a woman looking for a meal ticket. My God, isn't that obvious to you guys?
I think that's a little bit too microscopic on the whole.
I actually don't. I don't see it that way.
Women,
I always find that surprising.
Women are
I do find that surprising.
Don't women scare you? Come on.
Women are emotionally manipulative. Men do not understand the games that women play a lot of the times. Right, that's true.
They're not understandable. We don't understand them.
Well, when semen or sperm is the dinner for the meal ticket.
You have magical vagina. That's true.
Wait, but I think that people, women in this case, that prostitute themselves, sometimes it's just because for one reason or another they've come to think that, wow, sex is a big deal to other people, but I don't really give a shit, whatevers. And so it becomes an opportunity, and if someone like that wants to have a relationship, it could just be extremely modern and open, and hey, he could blah blah blah. And I think that when that's an unhealthy relationship, it's usually because the guy has some sort of fairy tale thing he wants to project on that girl, when really he has a very modern, hey, it doesn't really matter. He has to be the same kind of person. It's his fault if he's not. So I don't think it is a meal ticket all the time. And when I have known some guy that had a stripper girlfriend, it wasn't a meal ticket. I mean, stripping was a meal ticket, but not the guy.
Well, when you talk about a lack of ambition, I can't think of anything lacking more ambition than lying on your back or taking your clothes off. I'm sorry. Call me old-fashioned.
Well, I don't think it's about ambition.
I don't think that takes a lot of fucking training to do that.
No, it doesn't.
But
it's not ambition. It's more like calculation.
Desperation, or don't give a shit, or don't have self-esteem. It's something, but it sure isn't ambition.
Well, what about if you just don't think it matters much?
Why do you can have self-esteem and want to do sex?
What if you think touching someone else's private parts is no more big of a deal than washing your hair? It's like, yeah, it's an animal. You know, some people can cut your gut open and hold your heart and put a new heart in. It's pretty weird, but some people just, it's like, whatever, I can handle it. And what if generals had that amount of indifference to somebody, but they still had sexual pleasure from it? It might be conceivable some of them would go ahead and have sex with strangers that seem to make a big deal of it.
Who gets paid to wash their hair? I mean, that's...
The point is, some people. The point is, it's not a big deal touching other people's body. Like, some people would feel all weirded out being a masseuse and rubbing people's back and down right above their ass and stuff. But some people don't think it's a big deal. That includes penises and vaginas. Some people just don't think it's a big deal. It's like, whatever, you know? I also roll in the grass.
I have no idea what the point of this is.
My point is that it doesn't mean it's a meal ticket. If somebody that has decided to be a stripper wants to have a boyfriend, it's not necessarily for a meal ticket. If they've decided to be a prostitute, it's not necessarily for a meal ticket, especially if that guy was never a customer.
Unbound Soul has a good point, and we have to notice that women have much more emotional ties to the operation of their genitals than men. When women use their genitals, their emotions go crazy. When men use their genitals, they relax.
That's right.
This is 1950 shit. Like, you can't.
No, it's not 1950 shit. It is.
seem
No,
really
supposed to
thought
be,
out.
Question from
Guys, can we just have a conversation
No,
on this?
up.
All right.
That stack in the middle of the stack on the the lower
This is-
table.
Question from
Okay, Brandon time.
Brandon has a question. Go ahead, Brandon.
Okay, Unbound Soul, you're 50 something. You must have at some point in your life had a one night stand. Is that have you ever had a very short term sexual relationship that left you feeling empty, even though you had gotten laid and had sex? It wasn't fulfilling. It was disappointing in some way.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And for men, that's just not a problem. We can fuck a hooker and then we're done. We're fine. Not a problem.
Yeah, but I've known a lot of men who've gotten really hurt in relationships, but what they always end up equating it to is more rational things in the end than I hear women. And I know I'm going to get feedback on this, but women will, oh God, hang on to a relationship failure for years.
Full of shit.
You keep
That
describing
happens guys
damn
as
it.
well. That happens
These
with
are
guys
just
as well.
stereotypes.
I knew a guy
It's
who
not
was.
true.
I knew a guy.
This is
a guy
a bunch
who
of
was,
bullshit
No,
left
let
and
Brandon
right.
go.
All right, let's stop talking over each other since we're.
Yeah.
No, let's keep talking.
Well, let's finish it. Let's let each other finish. Right?
Damaged as a female. She's giving you guys information you ought to think carefully about, and you guys are just dismissing.
Okay, well, I could give you anecdotal evidence also. It doesn't matter.
Oh my God,
Wait,
guys!
I want to go. I want to go.
Stop.
Hands up.
I want to go too.
Guys, let each other finish your points, please.
Okay. I just want to put in, I'm also an ex-social worker, so I've worked in harm reduction. I worked exclusively almost in the sex trade, both male and female. I worked with transgendered, and I worked with a lot of single mothers. So I've heard a lot of women's stories in my day from across the board.
There we
No
go.
wonder you're single.
Thank you.
No wonder you're happy alone.
Because I know how much shit's out there in the world, and I've
But
Yeah, and
for
you could
example,
just
but wait,
Oh,
Brandon said something that I don't think should pass, which is
Okay,
like,
go.
if men are okay with one night stands.
They are.
No.
Not all of them.
That's
Not
not
all of
all
them.
of them.
wants to go. Let Brandon.
Not my friends, not me. Not
Vivian
me
said
and
it,
my
it's
friends.
stereotyping.
Not
We're
me and my
stereotyping.
friends aren't okay with it.
I know quite a few. I know quite a few men.
Screw those girls. Those are dangerous girls. Those
Would
are.
you let Brandon
Those are. You know how the people false rape accusation.
I hate those women.
Those are those girls.
Not when you have a receipt, Piero. When you get a receipt from them, there's no.
Yeah, whatever. It's no fun. Has anybody ever? It's like
gets
people
a
don't
receipt?
realize. Yeah,
That-
no,
that-
not all
maybe
guys
in
are like
Germany.
that. And by the way, there's a whole subculture of guys that aren't like that, and I know because that's my friends.
Well, a know-it-all is a special creature you guys always bring up because you're
What?
obsessed with the know-it-all. I don't know why. But when I make a generalization that points to 90% of men and you say, not all men, that's not very profound. Look, there are whorehouses where men
Well,
are...
stop saying men then. I'm a man.
I don't even think it's a fair generalization. It's
and
just
it's not
a stereotype.
90%. Good
bullshit.
luck with
I agree.
proving that.
Well, I don't have to prove it. All I have to do is point to the fact that there are whorehouses where there are men lined up taking turns with the women, and there are not. The opposite is not true. There's no place where some man is screwing 50
That
women.
doesn't matter what percentage of men do it.
That does happen.
That's
Actually,
all.
gotta watch
prostitution
Dancing
does
Bear.
happen.
That's an
Yeah.
entirely different.
Men do it. More than
Guys.
50% men have proven they like to do that? No.
No, I'm just saying that it's a characteristic of males.
That
Well,
doesn't
you
mean
gotta-
that they like it. That doesn't mean that if they had the
Well,
choice that
rich
they would
women do
want
it
something
in the
else.
privacy of their own homes. So,
I'm saying that the males are
thing of women as well.
a male's sex organs are less tied to his emotions than a women's. When a woman uses hers, her emotions get lit up. When a man uses his,
Yeah.
not so much.
That's a dream.
Okay.
That's not true. In my experience, my experience when the guys all started sleeping with the girls for the first time, it's like, and they just, forever, I love you. And it was the girl that woke them up to reality. So my experience does not accord with the myth that we're told.
Brandon's an objectivist, so he gets to put his emotional description forward. His stereotypes are forward as objective fact cases. He's not going to reel them into the subjective world. He's just not.
Well, as white males, of course, our impressions should be taken that way. I don't think we're discussing that. So, Mike.
Okay,
If
damage
you want to
soul.
prove you're white, you could go on cam.
Okay, let damage soul go, and then.
Well, I've got a lot of good friends, and one of them is a security guard in a sex club. Okay, and we were talking about it yesterday. I went to visit her, and she was talking about how both young men and old men in this sex club are all taking Viagra, and I said, okay, that's bizarre because they're all walking around with huge hard-ons, right? I could not do this job, but anyway, she was telling me one of the reasons why they're all taking Viagra is that the place is full of women that are very demanding. And since a guy can go in, and there's a lot of women in these sex clubs, and they take Viagra so that they can fuck 20 women, right? Within the course of it's open until 6 in the morning or some insane thing. But I said, what's the average age, right? And I'm thinking it's going to be a lot of young people. Apparently, it's not. The average age is between 30 and 60.
Yeah.
30 and 60, and they're just in there to get their rocks off for the night. But a lot of them are regulars because the club is $1,000 a year membership, plus all the fucking fees you pay once you get in, the drinks to get in every night. You still got to pay $1,000. So I find this absolutely bizarre, and a lot of them are couples.
Well, it is bizarre that you're talking about something that's bizarre.
Well, it's because
but it's really popular.
It's the bonobo part of our DNA.
Popular? You just said it was bizarre. That's the opposite of popular.
No,
it's not.
Well, it's not necessarily, but you're making a good point because it's not very many people that are actually
Wait a minute.
frequenting
How can
these.
something that's bizarre be popular?
Well,
that's the opposite of bizarre. Bizarre means it's not popular.
American Horror Story.
That's a good point. Wait, my argument would be because changing culture, something that's called bizarre probably started out as not popular, but could become
well, you
popular.
would have to do a little more work to make that.
I want to clarify that just because something is bizarre doesn't mean that it.
Well, I think it's
doesn't
bizarre
sound
that kids
Vivian,
watch
Vivian
South Park.
Vivian is trying to talk, but he's.
Go in, Vinny. I'm sorry.
Can't be heard.
It's about me, not Vivian.
Vivian, quit being so feminine. Speak up.
Sorry.
Stop.
Damn you. But where was
Vivian, all you have to do is turn up your volume on your Google.
I can't, unfortunately. I'm using my phone.
All right.
I'll look
So
at the
go.
application
I'm
for this
sorry.
later. Sorry about that. What was I talking about? Damn it.
Although it does make me listen.
There's yes, whether or not something is bizarre is not determined by its market value. Market value, or the fact that something is commodified, does not suddenly mean that it becomes normal or unabsurd. That's just not how it works. So I think that there's a tendency to see various things to do with sexuality that way, and also popularity does not prevent something from being bizarre. Something can be bizarre relative to something else. It's not entirely a social observation.
When I said
I'm not sure I agree with that. I think it's fair to point out that what is bizarre is held to be out of the ordinary, and when you have a culture where everybody's doing something they say is bizarre, it's because they all want to be wild hipsters. You know what I mean? And it's not really bizarre. Bizarre is not common.
Wow, we're going to belabor the word bizarre.
Well, I mean, we're talking semantics. It came up. I mean, I happen to think that word definitions are interesting, and it happens to be true.
But to get back on topic, the point is that sexuality has been changing since the 60s, right? And it's now no longer woman stays home and her function is as the gatekeeper for the next generation, and that's her job, and she takes it seriously, and she has pride in it. That is something that's changing.
Right, and that's entirely cultural.
But it's anthropologic in the sense that we don't need to have kids anymore like we used to, and so sexuality is changing.
Of course, it's entirely cultural. It doesn't have anything to do with these sort of biological arguments that we've been hearing for the last 30 minutes, an hour.
But the biology still plays in, is what I'm trying to say. You can't say biology doesn't play in. It always plays in.
Of course it plays in.
Infinity.
That's the whole point.
Infinity. Let her fucking finish.
I thought I was responding to what she was saying.
Yes.
Well, biology within an ecology is a there's a stat. I mean, there's not stats, but in a world with more people walking around, it's going to affect people's cultural perception about the whether they should yield children or as many children as our predecessors did.
And the reason I bring this up, Mike, is because when I look at the stats, I was going over them today with because of Sargon of Akkad was bringing up this whole disproportionate crime in the African American community. And when I was working as a social worker, what I saw was a lot of women indiscriminately having children without thinking ahead of whether or not they can actually look after those children. I'm not talking just about black people. I'm talking about white people, just as guilty of it. You know, and I think that's where sexuality is very important when it comes.
Well, you're just putting all the onus on women.
You know what
to
I
do
think
the
would
work.
be funny?
Because
is to call that racist.
This is on.
No, the onus is on both parties involved.
No, biologically, it just is not. All right, Infinity. I like you, but
Well, Piro's a kook, and you're here saying he's not.
Your women are in charge of the gatekeepers.
Oh my God! Are you
we
kidding
are
me?
the gatekeepers. Yeah, I'll fight that to the death.
Oh my God!
You need to stop.
Oh my God!
Stop talking over each other, because
You can't blame
Women need to stop fucking all the assholes.
Okay, Infinity, go, and then Damage will follow up.
I don't even know what to say to this. I mean, it's Stepan Molyneux insanity that has
No, it's one of the few areas.
It's so pervasive now. It's
I don't know what the
crazy.
fuck you're talking about, Infinity.
We're talking about that men, of course, are just going to sleep around, and it's up to the women to take responsibility. Whereas, obviously, that's not how. Again, these men that I know that aren't into one-night stands, that's not how we feel.
Okay, Damage is trying to say something. Damage. What were we trying to say?
All right. Okay, that's Pyro. That's fantastic. You found a mate, and you've settled down, and you hold your responsibilities, and you're a fairly level-headed guy. And I would like it that the majority of people were like that. And I think there's a huge part of society that is like that. But the fact is that we don't have a massive welfare system because men are doing the right thing. We have a massive welfare system because women aren't being choosy. And because the more kids you have, the more money you get. And there is something really wrong with that.
Men should be more choosy. Men should obviously choose more choosy women.
We're both
supposed to be choosy. I've worked in Dublin in pretty poor communities, and I can echo. We see the same thing in Ireland pretty extensively.
Yeah.
One of the things that came in
that women make bad choices.
There's actually a specific example I can give to back this up. When the welfare state was changed here quite recently to say that one-parent families would receive a lesser amount of money for children over the age of 7. One of my colleagues let me know that he knew of 3 women who were planning their next child to make sure that their payments were not affected.
Yeah.
So that is, this is definitely something that is down to a manipulative tactic by some women.
Well, look, you're talking about problems with policy. That's a different issue.
It's not policy, it's human.
Well, I think all women should have the right to kill their kids.
In my opinion.
Oh my God! Hold on.
I agree that policy plays a role. Policy definitely plays a role. But
we can talk about that.
within
That's
policy,
fine.
we all live within the same economy.
Okay.
We have to make intelligent decisions. I'm an anarchist, but I live within a capitalist society. I have to make decisions in that context.
Yeah, but Vivian, you also don't believe murder should be legal.
I don't believe what?
Murder should be legal. My point is this: I want 30 seconds.
Wait.
I got something to say. I would like to speak just for 30 seconds, but I was just going to say that I think from conception to 18, the woman or murder should be legal from a parent to a child. If the mom isn't getting the money from the dad, she should be legal to kill the kid.
That is an absolutely horrible concept. No, it's just attempting to migrate the sexism to ageism.
Well, I am trolling, but
no, it's morally
no more
wrong.
trolling.
It's not the other person's fault.
Okay, Vivian. After you, Infinity is gonna go because he has been trying to get.
Okay, I'll just briefly say it's not fair to pass that resentment onto the younger generation. And I personally, as a millennial, have come across this stuff quite a lot. My opinion of Generation X has really sunk over the last few years. There's a very nasty tendency to just pass down all the vitriol onto my generation and treat us as completely expendable. I find it repulsive, frankly. How dare you suggest something like that? That's a really disgusting.
Well, no, I meant for fathers that don't pay for their kids.
I don't care
there should
whether
be,
the father pays or not. It's not
well,
the
you
child's
give
fault.
the kids some numbing device, so they're not really feeling it. But hey, if
So
they're not going to
really
be a
feeling
participant,
their life
Okay,
is
wait.
not in the
Gets wiped
possession
off the
of the
planet.
mother. It's not.
Okay,
they're
wait.
not a piece of property under the mother.
I know you
get
can
away
say
with
that.
with
That's why I'm
Christmas.
trolling.
Oh, sorry, the state stopped funding
Vivian,
us, so
Mike
we're
is
going to
fucking
kill
with
you
you.
all.
Vivian, Mike is fucking with you. It's funny, but he is fucking with you. Like,
very well.
Infinity is going to go now. No more fucking with people at the moment, please.
Okay, so this idea that women should have the entire onus is upon them to control the situation is inherently misogynistic and regressive.
No,
It's entirely upon both parties involved when a baby is created. There are two people involved in that process.
So
Well, what if the one-night stand produces a pregnant woman who wants to have it, even though the man doesn't friggin' know her at all, and all of a sudden an agreed-upon one-night stand now has this guy up in court for child support? Don't you think that's wrong?
No. Because why is that? No.
It's okay to fuck around, but if fucking around ends up in a baby, then a woman can just go to the courts and take over a guy's fucking financial life. What?
Because he knew the risks involved when he did what he did.
why is it
simple.
a problem? She wanted to get pregnant.
Yeah, she's the one that's gonna have a baby, not him.
Yeah, it's her baby.
No, they're both having a baby. It's their baby.
No,
In a
no,
perfect
What do you mean, no?
Not in that case.
one night stand. All he agreed to was the one night stand. That's it.
That's right.
He agreed.
And she keeps the baby.
Look, you're acting like they signed a contract or something that includes.
Well, they did in a way. They had a verbal contract.
No, they did not. Are you serious?
Yeah, I
This is
am.
ridiculous.
They had a verbal contract. It was a one-night stand.
So
Not
the verbal
20 years
contract
worth of
was,
service.
okay, I'm going to sleep with you right now, but if you get pregnant, I'm not responsible.
Exactly.
You need to, like, lower your...
I'm sorry.
Your mic is echoing badly.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I had turned it up to hear Vivian. Sorry.
No problem. That's perfectly fine.
We got a room full of feminists here fighting against the only female.
I know. Isn't that bizarre?
It is bizarre.
Claudia is female.
I just think it's ridiculous to say
I'm
that
not
the
the only
man has
female.
no
Yeah.
responsibility in that situation. That's, to me, that's, you guys always talk about responsibility this, responsibility that, but now it's like responsibility just went out of the fucking window.
I'm trying to put responsibility back in with women when I talk like
Well,
that.
that's the whole point. You're putting it all on women, and there are two parties involved in this situation.
Here's how it works in
No,
the
it is
animal kingdom. Okay, here's how it works in the animal kingdom.
I don't give a flying fuck.
Okay, wait. Let her make her point.
No, because I don't care how it works in the animal kingdom.
That's
the
There's not a lot
naturalistic
of
fallacy.
abortions in the animal kingdom.
Hold on. Infinity, I get where you're coming from, but she has to make a point. Even if you think it's a retarded ass point, just respond to the point.
It's a waste of time.
There's not a lot of abortions in the animal kingdom.
That's the fucking discussion that we have. So just let her make her point, and then you can make yours.
Well, it's just no. Okay, you're right. There's no abortions in the animal kingdom, but animals aren't sentient. But what they do is the males fight for the females, and so the strongest males mate. Now, that's all I'm saying is that a woman's job is to find the best male to mate with. And there's a criteria in a modern society, and that criteria changes with each generation. But women still have to consider that this is a life we're bringing into the world. If we don't have the wherefore or a good relationship to bring that child in with a mother and father that are going to stick around and try to communicate and try to work things out, then you get dysfunctional people if you don't have that. So yes, it's a woman's job to make sure that she does that as much as it's a man's.
Well, no, women.
Well, no, you didn't say it's just as much as a man.
As a man who's choosing a woman, if a man wants to settle down, then he's going to spend some time choosing an appropriate mate. That's all I'm saying. Now,
But the point is, when two people decide to have sex, then they are both making the same decision.
But Infinity, we don't live in a society that looks at it that way anymore.
What do you mean? You're the one propagating that. You're the one propagating that. I'm saying that that's bullshit.
So you're saying we live in a society where men and women are really serious about child rearing?
Okay, is it the case that our society looks at it that way, though? Because men look.
Damn it, you're feeding back real bad.
Well, I am old.
Men look at sex like, I hope I get laid tonight. Women look at sex like, this could last another 9 months and then I'll have a kid after that. So women look at a whole different thing than men. So we don't treat it the same.
Well, that's just an assertion.
No, it's obviously the case that women have a lot more on the line from a one-night stand than a man.
That doesn't exclude a man from the responsibility.
No, it's metaphysically true. Whether or not you pass some fucking law doesn't matter. Metaphysically.
I didn't say. What did I say about a law?
That's not what metaphysics is. You're speaking about biology. Metaphysics is
right. That's true.
It's metaphysically true that women have a certain nature and men have a certain nature. That's metaphysically true, and women are the keepers of the reproductive organs, and men are running around trying to reproduce every day. A man could have a baby every day. Women can't.
Well, you're engaging at best. You're engaging in the naturalistic fallacy.
All right.
You're saying because this is the natural way, then that's the way it ought to be. Then this is right.
I'm saying let it inform your thinking about humanity, because you're blind to it. Here we've got the only female in the room. Damaged Soul just keeps saying stuff, and you guys are all feminists turning her down. She's talking about what she knows from being a female, and you guys all dismiss it. Come on, you guys are idiots, and your brain.
I'm talking about what I know from a male. Who gives a shit whether she's a male or a female?
I'm not dismissing it. I agreed to an extent, but I don't think that we should look at the responsibility as being something that the responsibility for a specific child being born in a specific instance or being conceived at a specific instance as being entirely the woman's responsibility. I do believe that it is the man's responsibility as well. But having said that, I also think that there are a lot of women who abuse that responsibility that men have. I do think there are women who do that. I'm not proposing a reform, but what I am proposing is an awareness of the fact that this responsibility can be unfairly manipulated, and is.
You're not really audible.
Damn it.
No, I heard a lot of it.
You heard me?
Well, my wrap around it was more of a cultural thing, meaning that culturally, we would hope that the man would get involved. When Brandon's saying metaphysically, he's more like skewing the word to say that matter of factly, more ontologically speaking, so to speak. See, I got it. Damage. I'm muting you, by the way. That it's by happenstance that the woman tends to raise a child, right? But I mean, the culture, yeah, I mean, you threw in the albeit. I think you're giving us just good, practical, traditional feedback, Vivian, is my take.
Who, me?
No, Vivian.
Okay. So who wants to follow up what Mike said?
What did Mike say? I didn't hear him say anything, as usual. Try again, Mike. Can you be succinct? You make a fucking point? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I concur with Vivian.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, damage so. Men have feelings too, but men are more logical, aren't they? Women have feelings, and they don't have to worry that much about it because men build stuff and men run the army, and women just sit in the houses.
But that's why maybe someone like Ayn Rand was important. I don't agree with all of her political stuff, but I understand like background she came from. But one of the things I like Ayn Rand about was just that she spoke the truth in a rational way, and she was female, and I think that that's really important. It's like Simone de Beauvoir. She was another one, and I think these were important feminists. Camilla Paglia tells it like it is, and I think we need women to be able to have that rational kind of ballsiness to stand up and speak up for not women's rights but women's responsibilities.
Women's nature. Ayn Rand was against a female president because she didn't believe that there should be a commander-in-chief female.
Yeah, she was worried about how she would handle the job.
Well,
Look at Hillary Clinton.
handle a job, yeah. Handle that job. Yeah. So she was a feminist, but she realized something about females, and she was a female.
Damage, can you mute first? Can you mute, please?
Can you what?
Can you mute because you got the feedback thing going on?
Oh, I got feedback again. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
Sorry again, Vivian. I like to hear what Vivian says.
Oh no problem.
To answer Anthony's question, what are women responsible for in particular? The JJ that produces children. That's a high responsibility.
Yes, and some women are capable of accepting that responsibility, fulfilling it to a greater extent than others. Having said that, I do, as a result, welcome the cultural changes in definition of what a father is. I do like that, and we have had cultural changes over the last 3 generations or so as to what that really means. So it's good because it means that the patriarchy, so to speak, is actually going through reform.
That's a disaster.
No, it's not a disaster. We don't live in the 1950s anymore or 1930s.
Which is another disaster.
No, it's not. We've had fantastic advances both socially and technologically.
75% of children are illegitimate now. Give me a break. That's a disaster.
75% of the baby boomer generation.
Let
Vivian. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they're illegitimate.
Society's falling apart. You're worried about.
We are not living in the time of William Shakespeare. Okay. All right, this is not about legitimate and illegitimate.
Let Vivian finish.
It's they don't that doesn't make any real difference. It doesn't matter. There are some studies which support the notion that married couples may seem to raise healthier children, but really that you have to control for particularly difficult circumstances that do seem to occur with one-parent families in particular, or with particular frequency there, not exclusively. It's not as straightforward as if the parents are married, then the child will be okay. Having said that, there's just that culture of sort of spreading the seed is really, really poisonous. Bloody hate natalism. I think it's incredibly irresponsible. And that natalistic eros, eros being an expression used by Sigmund Freud to refer to progenerative love, procreative love, is really quite damaging. It does an awful lot of harm to communities and lowers the quality of life for the community as a whole in order to increase the overall amount of life. I think it's really quite overly simplistic. It's idiotic, frankly.
Okay. The idea of the government paying a lot of women to have a lot of kids and saying that that's a virtue of living in 2016 and beyond, or if you were trying to state that you wanted to get up to par with the welfare breeding system, I hope that if Donald Trump becomes president, that he has like breeding rights with all women all around the world, and everybody becomes a Trump human eventually. Their descendants will eventually all mix with Trump blood. See, if you're talking about that kind of policy reform, it's absolutely absurd, right? So I don't know. I mean, that's that's my pushback against what I think I heard you say, but I'm not certain. I heard everything.
Yeah, I get what you mean. That if the if the legal responsibilities were taken away, but yeah, I mean, if you got that, Trump would become basically Genghis Khan. The population of, I think it's Malaysia, actually have a very, very strong genealogical link with Genghis Khan in particular. But I just thought I'd throw that as a side.
Right, with Genghis Khan blood. Yeah, descendants. No good one with Genghis Khan. Because supposedly there's a lot of people in the population have blood from Genghis Khan. So I kind of. But since Brandon's living in the 1950s, he likes Happy Days, he likes rockabilly music, he hates on progressive ideas. Somebody take control.
You guys are regressive. Are you kidding me? You guys want to you guys are going to have women in burqas. Do you know that's coming, you stupid sons of bitches? You feminists won't fight against Muslims? What? Come on, feminists should fight Islam. Islam has 50% of the people in Islam are slaves. It's the ones.
I'll make you a bet right now. Do you want to bet on that? Do you want to bet on the burqa thing?
Yeah, give us a date.
That we're gonna have women in burqas?
No, they'll probably do it in Western Europe.
I'll bet you whatever. It doesn't matter.
France.
As a syncretic anarcho-Marxist radical post-genderist third-wave feminist, I advocate the total eradication and complete abolition of Islam, as well as all other religions. But anyway,
Islam's terrible, isn't it?
no.
Yes.
Actually, advocate the same for all religion, theism, and supernaturalism. So.
Religion is bad. Period. Full stop.
Supernaturalism, good.
Islam is.
Yeah, it's patriarchal.
All right. Well, you people are. It's funny. You people.
No, I want to know. Are you gonna bet me or not? Because you made a pretty fucking ridiculous claim there.
Oh, I'm saying that Europe is going to have people forced to wear burqas. That's what I said.
Say again. What?
Europe is going to have areas where women are forced to wear burqas. Europe has them. You cannot.
Okay, wait. Europe has them. Where is that?
A lot of cities, 40 different cities in Sweden, are no-go zones for police, and the women that aren't wearing burqas get.
No-go zones are bullshit.
No, they're true. They're really happening.
No, they're not.
You got your head in the sand.
No, you've got your head in a bunch of right-wing bullshit.
All right. Does anyone else know about the no-go zones? There must be some other.
I know about them. I read about them. It turns out it's bullshit.
No.
Okay, wait. Explain the no-go zones, Brandon.
So the police can't go in there. They don't go in there. It's dangerous. They stay out. So the rule of law is not in there. And those places run on whatever the culture of the people. That they're all immigrants. They're immigrant cities. So they have women that get killed because they go on a date, or they didn't wear their burqa, or they let their hair show in public. That happens in Sweden, in Denmark, in Germany, in France.
Okay, but it's not established.
They have no-go zones.
Okay.
This is not true. It's
All
all
right,
bullshit.
Infinity,
Police would not abandon an entire city.
It's
Okay.
part of his bet. If you're going to have a bet with Brandon, this is a stipulation he's throwing in. He's trying to refine what the argument might mean.
All right.
Well, wait a
If
minute.
there's
You
these
said
no-go
that
zones,
we
this
were
is the
going to
future.
see
that's not the
burkas.
same thing
I'm
as
assuming you
legislating burkas.
Hold on, guys. What? Infinity go, and then Michael go, because you were talking about the no-go zones anyway. So.
Well, I don't need to say anymore. It's all a bunch of bullshit. This is all. I looked into this. Is like 2 years old. I looked into this. It's all a bunch of bullshit. This is right-wing propaganda. That's all it is. Brandon, I'm sorry, but most of the shit you say is slanted as fuck. You just say stuff that's just factually untrue all the fucking time.
No-go
I
zones.
gotta go next. I'm gonna vote.
Yeah, Mike gets to go. Mike gets to go. Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, so I think there are actually still no-go zones. I do think it's dated information. Brandon's about bringing 2-year-old bitch and moaning up to bat right now. But I do think there probably are these areas. My point is that the way Brandon said this was almost as if the institution and the establishment of women having to wear burqas is going to take over all of Europe, right? Or parts of, like, every country will have at least a no-go zone. So he's starting with that, but he's not willing to lay money down on saying, well, legally, Sharia law is going to take over in certain areas, and then and even then, if he does, what date is the bet on?
It's already there. Sharia law is used in parts of Europe already, so there's no question. I mean, there are women slaves sold in the streets in London. There are videos of it, so you can't argue with that. They auction women off in London in the streets. Muslims do. Slaves. So it's true, and it's happening, and you guys are keeping your head in the sand.
And the application of Sharia law is for arbitration only. They only have the right to use it for arbitration. They're quite constrained.
Why are they selling women in the streets then? What's that all about? Do they have a right to do that?
That's not happening.
It is. There are videos of it. You can't fake those videos.
Well, Vivian, where do you live, Vivian? You live in the UK, don't you?
I live in the Republic of Ireland.
Next door. Okay. Do you see anything?
It doesn't happen.
Okay.
The arbitration tribunals are there. Well, I say tribunals. It's really just the imam. But that's pretty usual to hire somebody for arbitration or to ask somebody to volunteer to arbitrate a dispute which you are having, a civil dispute, mind you, not a criminal one. That's not an unusual phenomenon in law. It's just a way of adding a legal binding.
All right, Vivian, what about the child rape? What about all that? You've heard of child rape kings. They did like 5,000 rapes.
In every society, unfortunately.
Oh, there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here first. It's in every society. Don't worry about the 5,000 child rapes in Sheffield. It's in every society.
No, I heard about Sheffield. It is a bigger problem in Islam. I'll agree with you on that.
All right.
It is a bigger problem.
Good.
And part of that may be down to the way in which they see Muhammad. But it's because Muhammad was definitely guilty of that.
Yeah, Muslims teach their little boys to beat women starting very, very early.
All right,
maybe some in very remote parts of somewhere. I don't know where, but you're talking about really, quite isolated tribes, and some persons from more developed regions, but they're definitely in the minority. They're not taught to use domestic violence. And besides, that was something that Westerners believed in up until just a few decades ago. They were perfectly okay with allowing for things like spousal rape, for example. And the 1950s in the United States is considered, shorthand for domestic abuse in parlance within feminism. So I don't know why on earth you'd want to return to it. But and also it would be in conjunction. It would fit in perfectly with similar themes within Islam. So I don't think that really that argument really holds. And yes, you can make a cultural comparison. Demanding the perfection from those who are not us and then not, to use the Christian expression, looking at the danger in the eye, is not going to provide an objective assessment of whatever situation it is we find ourselves in now.
All right, well,
not an objective assessment.
I've found the video I spoke of, Muslim toddler beating his mother, and I've put a link to it in the side if you're interested. I'll screen share and just watch the video. And
what's the point?
The point is that it is not a peaceful society, it is not a peaceful culture, and they women are complicit in this. Look at this mother here allowing the kid to beat him, and he keeps hitting her, he holds her mouth, he smacks her face, he pulls her hair, and they are training him, and they want him to be the boss of the house. They think that this is good. They think that it's...
But wait a minute, you're the one propagating those types of ideas.
No, you are.
No, you are. You're the one propagating this patriarchal crap.
Oh, don't spook. You've always been such an idiot. I said that women are responsible for the vagina, and you think that I want women to get beat? That's ridiculous.
No, you're the one saying that men have to play this certain role and women have to play this other role.
Yeah, well, that's just true by biology. There's no way around that. So.
Alright. Okay, does anybody...
Well, it's already been proven that Brandon's full of shit. There's exceptions that biology doesn't require a mandate on how human relationships, you know. So that is carte blanche bullshit, Brandon.
Also, I put a couple of links in the side chat that will debunk the no-go zone bullshit.
Good luck. Those are big, scary areas where people inside get hurt bad and get beat.
Okay, so just dismiss it without even clicking on the link.
Well, what in the hell are you going to point out? That there's not 42 of them in Sweden? There's what, 35 or 70 now?
Well, why don't you post a link?
The number of immigrants is growing. Because I thought educated people knew about that, but I guess that would mean you're an educated person. So educated people probably do know.
Whatever, man. That's just bullshit rhetoric, just like you typically do. You got nothing.
Yeah.
Alright.
I'm going to have to go. It's been great talking to you guys.
Okay, later, Vivian. Okay, Brandon, you can't be calling out here.
Hi, Vivian.
Here, Vivian.
Okay, I like Vivian. Listen, you know, the whole thing about Muslim faith. I actually know Muslim families, but the ones I know aren't violent, and I don't see any violence. And I've lived across the street. I've actually let me babysit their kids, and one of the families I know actually has a dog. So I think it's cultural. I think we're talking culture. I think how you interpret a religious text is, you know, it depends on how influenced you are by the mosque and what kind of iman you have. And I think it's the whole Muslim thing is a really complicated issue. I really do. I don't think it's so simple.
Well, I think less ones in America.
Yeah, I'm talking in Canada, yeah.
Yeah, we brought a lot of people in Europe, and Europe fell apart. We didn't fall apart.
Well, but the thing in Europe was that they brought too many people in too fast, and the thing when you bring a lot of immigrants in all at one time, it's a natural thing to group together because you're new, and you feel the safety being with your own kind. But if through immigration you bring people in a lot more slower, then there's more onus, there's a better chance that they will disperse more than they do when you bring a whack in at one time.
Well, before World War I started, America was a very, very immigrant society. We were like 1 out of 3 of us had come here on boat. So what matters really is freedom. And in Europe they have cultural controls on society that cause problems. And in America we just say, if you can get a job, great. If not, you're going to have to get on the boat and go back home. So that's what I think is the root of it, is freedom. I'm trying to unmute you. There's so much feedback. Can someone unmute her? I don't know if I have the power to unmute.
Okay, let me unmute her.
Sorry, there's just so much feedback. I just wanted that to be.
Hold on.
It's okay.
Can you? All right.
Vivian's gone, so I turned everything down. Am I fine now?
You're perfect then.
Okay. So it's look. I remember when we had the Vietnamese boat people. This is back in the 80s. Came in, and I wasn't in social work then, but I worked with a couple of Vietnamese immigrants, and they did tend to group together a lot of times in like one apartment building, and it's just natural because you can't speak English well, so you speak to other people who are Vietnamese, and they say we're living here. The landlord's really friendly to us, and that's how all that happens. It doesn't, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm just saying when you bring, if you control immigration, you control these cultural things usually. I'm just saying usually.
Well, in America we have Chinatown and Little Italy and different immigrant neighborhoods, and
But they all kind of mash together though. They all, even in Chinatown, even though there's a lot of people in Chinatown working that come new, like they use shops to bring people in, literally, and so you always have these people that don't speak English, but then there's always 3 or 4 people around them that do, and eventually then they learn English. But if you have like in this case 25,000 Syrians that come in, they're going to learn English slower. They're going to tend to group together. They're going to tend to make their own little black markets and economies because that's just what we do. So we're talking about when you want to assimilate people into a culture, if they're not all coming from the same place, you can't have large groups of people that have completely different cultures coming in all at once. And I think the whole stuff from the Middle East and Afghanistan, I think, is a really good example. Because they don't have the same Christian principles. They're not born and raised under the same kind of ideologies. And so that's a problem. It's just factual.
we're playing with fire.
You have to moderate your immigration. You can't just let whacks of people in from any old place without having some consideration on how they're going to integrate within your society.
Well, no, we've done a better job just letting them come, and if they make it, they make it. So it's also true that like 20% of immigrants who come to America leave within a year. So we get the 80% who are willing to get a job.
Stick it out.
So
yeah. So and I don't think we're going to make the mistakes Europe did because we're different than Europe. All right. First of all, we're not geographically in the region. Where Sicily, right across from Tripoli, is getting shitloads of migrants, not immigrants, but migrants. That's costing them millions of dollars every year, and they can't stop the flow from Africa. Again, I'm on this Africa thing, but we're just geographically different. You have to cross a big whack of ocean. That takes a lot of organizing and stuff, right? So I don't have the same worries for North American continent as I think. I don't think it's going to happen like that here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot like the 1930s, where we had the Great Depression, which was very difficult for us. But Europe had whatever it was that caused World War II during the 1930s. So they had,
borders, issues with borders, yeah.
Yeah, they had all kinds of messes in the 30s, which turned into a conflagration. And we had the Great Depression, but we don't look back on the 30s as that bad for us compared to how it was in Europe, because in Europe it ended up very bad. And I think that's what we have today. Europe is going to go to hell.
It's on its way already.
Yeah, there's civil war in the streets. There are citizen guards. There are patrol.
Their economy's falling apart.
Yeah, billionaires are pulling out all the stuff they can pull out. They know that war is coming.
We're gonna die. We're gonna die. We're all gonna die. 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 Run away. Run.
France will, though. They're throwing gay people off buildings in Amsterdam. Who saw that?
You don't think people went back to the beach at Nice the following few days? You don't think that they just kind of went back naturally to the beach, like everyone's not running around with their heads fucking cut off, like it's like the shit's exploding? I think you're way. You're talking Futurama shit that's just not.
Oh no! In Amsterdam, 20 years ago, gay people could walk around and make out on the sidewalk and stuff. It was no big deal. Now,
They did.
thrown off buildings, and they videotape, and you can watch the videos on Chaotic and other places.
It's because imams in mosques actually say you are doing the homosexual a favor by taking him out of his misery.
Yeah.
That's literally what they say.
Yeah.
I've got tapes of it, and I'll throw that up if you want. That happened in Orlando with the guy. He was at the mosque. The imam in the mosque closest to that area had said exactly that just before Gay Pride.
There we go. Yeah, we're not. All right. Well, I don't know what the room's got to say to it. You and I are speaking truth, sister, and these feminists are just sitting around listening to us. Holy moly. Feminism joke.
You know, peace. I just want peace. I don't really care. You call yourself a feminist. You can be transgendered. You can be whatever color you want. But peace is give peace a chance. Yes.
Well, peace always comes at the end of a war. So.
Because that's what makes economy. That's how, since the Second World War, they've based economy based on that. Based on war, based on the industrial complex. But on that hand, we've gotten a lot of great inventions that came out of the military and industrial complex.
I'm pretty certain that when Trump said, I was just going to say, I think what turned the tide for Trump was when, on the exact moment in his speech, when he said, when they said, what are you going to do about ISIS? He says, I'm going to bomb the shit out of them. Right when he said that, it was so hawkish, right up in the face against all of the Islamophobia, Islamic facts and or phobia, the whole thing, just that moment, I thought, that, boom, it's like, and then the polls started shooting. I was like, shit. and
it's the will of the people? Is that what you're saying?
I'm just saying, like, whatever our public opinion now is of Islam as Westerners that are not Muslim Westerners, right? There's a lot of weird angles of approach from black communities or minority communities or just power people, poor people, just relational power relationships, but to feed it all into the zeitgeist of our history at war with with Islam and its impact on the West, all of this, the mere fact that when Trump uses hyperbole and cursing to say that's what we're going to do, like that's our objective. It's like, okay, he's going to start the war machine here. He's going to build a wall here. We're going to push these people here. He's just trying to clear space out. And the thing is I think that possibly the fact of what he could do in terms of division, like it'll make states. It'll I don't know what the fuck it's going to do if he gets in. I think it could possibly one of the most rotten Tetris games going. If it's not Jenga and Fallen, it better be a fucking solid Tetris, because otherwise I think he's just, it's a wrong move. I think, well, I don't know. I think both one, we're dealing with two shit sticks, two ends of a shit stick to choose from, and so I'm not even going to play the choose game, because if it's Hillary or Trump, oh great, it's a goddamn shit show now.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. But the thing about Trump is that he isn't going to get, if he gets elected president, he doesn't become dictator of the United States. He's got a whole Senate, and he's got a whole system that he has to deal with that can, he can't just
not with
dictate.
declarations of war, though, and all the mandates, the presidential and executive branch signing shit into law. I mean, I know there's pushback, but still, the executive powers have gone absurd, and so Bush pushed them, Obama pushed them, Trump will definitely push him if he can, and that's what I mean by it's not. It'll function as a dictator with somebody that wants to use them as often as one can use them.
No, he'll be fine.
Well, he's got a point. He's got a good point.
Obama's done a lot of it, but Trump doesn't believe in top-down direction of society. He believes people should be able to choose things for themselves. He does not believe in the dictatorship that Obama dreams of. They're just different people. Trump is totally different. He spent his life helping people. Obama has spent his life glomming on to other people's money. They're very different people. Trump.
But aren't you just a little worried that we have such trouble with multi-corporations just fixing the system to suit them. Aren't you just a little worried that a millionaire who's in that kind of elitist group might be inclined to be more for the rich once he gets in?
Yeah, that'd be good because the rich give us everything we have, so that's fine.
That's where you and I part. Okay, fine.
Okay, look at the fact that Donald Trump doesn't get anything unless he has paid all of his suppliers, all of his labor, all of his creditors, all of his bills. Then he gets whatever's left over after he's done all this amazing work to employ thousands and thousands of people. He gets what's left over. He works really, really, really hard to give these people a livelihood, and he only gets what's left over. So he's a hero. Yeah, that's for sure. Rich people are heroes, and the rest of us are lazy. We are living off of rich people. If you're not rich, you're lazy. Period.
I'm dumbfounded. I have nothing to say.
Come on.
You got me.
It's fun. You can't argue against it. It's true.
Are you fucking serious right now?
How about that? We can definitely argue against it, but are you willing to listen to our points?
I'm the.
Are you fucking serious right now?
What do you mean, rich
He
people?
is absolutely serious.
Well, then you're an idiot.
That's profound.
Well,
Is that your argument?
I don't even know.
Is that it?
That's just the most. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. All people that aren't rich are lazy. That's dumb.
I proved it though.
How did you
no,
prove
you
it?
didn't. Come on.
I did. I demonstrated.
You said it. You didn't prove it.
I think you just say bullshit just to get a reaction. You're a
Oh,
fucking troll.
infinity. Come on.
Rich people work really hard to employ a lot of other people, and if all you are is one of the people down there with one single job and no one below you, you're at the bottom of the rung, and you're a sucker and you're a leech. And
But
you're
what if I'm just not smart enough?
well, that's okay. Then you're not going
I'm
to.
allowed to be dumb and work, can't
Then
I?
you're not going to be a millionaire. That's okay. That's why there should be no.
I don't think you need to be.
What if I raise the minimum?
Doesn't mean that because you're not a millionaire, then you're lazy. That's dumb.
No, yeah, really.
If you are,
I'm poor, but I'm not lazy.
Well, if you are dumb, and let's say that there are 5 or 10.
No, you're dumb.
No, let me say 5 or 10% of society have a low IQ. It's simply true. So if we raise the minimum wage above what they are able to produce, they are the first ones that are going to suffer and go out of jobs. So if you want to help poor, stupid people,
How is this addressing anything?
do away with the minimum wage.
How is this addressing anything? You need to defend the idea that a poor person or anyone that's not a rich person, not just a poor person, anyone that's not classified as rich. I don't know what your threshold is, but anyone that's not classified as rich is therefore lazy.
Well, rich people will give anyone a job if they can make money off of them. That's their job. That's what they do. And we just have to try to get a job that we can make money with our time. They make money off people, we make money off time. But you have to have ideas and a lot of wherewithal to make money off of people. That's difficult. So it's a service they provide to society. They herd people together and they make us more productive.
How is that defending the idea that a poor person that's not rich is lazy?
Because they're not rich. They're not a millionaire.
No.
What does that mean? That's circular.
No. Can we change lazy to some other word? They're not as
No, that's what he
intelligent,
fucking
they're
said.
not as capable. I know, but let's change the word lazy to capable.
I'm very capable and I'm very intelligent, but I'm not a millionaire because I would rather read and run a school.
So you're lazy.
I would rather read and run a school for my daughter than
You are a lazy person.
than work 70 hours a week for some corporation at which I would get very wealthy, but I wouldn't have all of the luxuries that I have.
But you're
But
lazy.
Brandon, that doesn't make you lazy.
Well, all right, maybe I'm not that lazy, but
You're
Brandon,
not rich, therefore you're lazy. That is your own logic.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
what the fuck?
But Brandon, I don't think you're lazy. I think you're a man making choices based on the quality of life
It
that
doesn't.
you
It
want to
doesn't
define.
matter. He thinks he's lazy.
No, it's true. It's leisure. It's a life of leisure and comfort.
There's nothing wrong with that.
No, there's nothing wrong with it, but
No, there is something wrong with laziness. That's not a virtue.
millionaire.
No, leisure, he said, though.
No, but now you're trying to read. Now you're changing the goalposts.
Well, okay, look.
You're trying to redefine things.
Well, there are a lot of people like me, but they don't use their free time the way I do. I read and I educate my daughter in my free time, and they don't. They play video games and skateboard and do whatever, go fishing and watch sports and all this other stuff that you can do. That's up to you.
Misuse of time.
It's lazy. If they go...
And you don't think that rich people enjoy leisure time? Are you serious?
Oh, of course they do, but they work really hard in between. Really.
What about the ones that just acquired money from their parents?
A lot of them lose it before they die.
And they're
Well,
really
that's
small
exactly what
percentage of the
happened.
population.
And it's very small percentage.
Most of the really, really rich people acquired it because they came from other rich people.
Donald Trump got a loan for $1 million from his dad. Now he has $10 billion. That's pretty
You are so fucking...
His dad also signed off on all of
ill-informed.
his
It's
business deals pretty much up until
Donald
his dad's
Trump
death.
inherited
Like, his dad,
hundreds-
or Donald Trump latched onto his dad's credit up until his dad died, and at which point people started realizing Trump was a very bad businessman, did not know how to do construction like his father did, and pretty much almost cost his entire fortune. However, luckily he was able to file for bankruptcy and save a little bit of his money, but yeah, Trump is a bad example of a responsible business owner or a wealthy person.
These kids seem pretty smart.
Trump inherited hundreds of millions of dollars from his dad. This is stupid.
Trump is smart and his kids are very smart. Yeah.
Because he got the $1 million loan, but he inherited a lot of money when his dad died, and there was actually a dispute about that in the family between the brothers.
He does not strike me as particularly smart either, because, I mean, listen to his speeches. Have you seen the ratings for his speeches? It's like, what, 8th grade level of education?
And that's why everybody's voting for him, babe.
Yeah.
Because he does use that language.
That's
well, I
the
mean,
sad
half the
part.
country went out and
this
voted
is
for
what- this
McCain
is
and George
what
Bush,
guys
too.
like
I mean,
Brandon
this segment of the population's been here.
Your public schools are not giving
Listen,
a
vote
great...
for a libertarian candidate. Vote for a Green Party candidate. Find another candidate.
I'm voting for Hillary. I'm gonna vote for Hillary and be smiling voting for Hillary. This is
That's
the
fine.
most.
That's your constitutional
But
right.
listen. This is the most. You know, it's not just it's a I don't really know which way to go. I mean, this is the most egregious disparity of balance that I've seen in an election in my lifetime. This idiocracy versus just complacency and status quo. It's the same old thing versus idiocracy. I'm going to vote for the same old fucking thing.
I live in Toronto, and we voted Rob Ford in, and all I can say is it didn't work out so good.
Let's vote in President Camacho.
No, but
that's
people
what
are just
Trump
tired
is.
of the status quo, and they want something different. And Trump, I'll tell you, if he's anything, he knows how to fill a gap.
But if you don't like the direction of the bicycle, you don't put a broomstick into the fucking spokes.
That may be true, yes.
Still, that may be true. Still, Trump is addressing something that people are pissed off about and the other candidates won't address, like political correctness and stuff.
Yeah, but you're really going to throw away the entire nation over your little pet thing about they don't say the right things about Muslims and they don't say the right things about this and that.
America has overcome many things.
Well, then you're just admitting it, Brandon, and then I find that sad.
Infinity. He's the president. He's not the one man and one branch of government, and yet you.
What?
He's just the president. He's in one branch of the government. He doesn't run the whole show. He can't originate bills of funding.
So, what's your big problem with Obama? Like, because I mean, listening to you earlier, you would think that you thought Obama was Satan.
Yeah, it's Satan. There's good evidence that Obama's him. Yeah.
But now you're saying Trump is
Come
basically
on,
Satan.
Brandon, Obama's not Satan.
More nonsense.
No, I'm not saying Trump's Satan. I'm saying Trump is a bad businessman and a bad leader and a bad role model and a lot of other things that are bad. So that's why I'm not going to vote for him. He never had a snowball's chance in getting me to vote for him.
Right.
Why
did you guys hear Obama's speech at for the policeman who got shot?
Yeah.
I watched his town hall meeting.
I thought that was a great speech.
No, he said I. He just talked about himself. Are you kidding me? He said I like 42 times. It's all about him.
Yeah, but he was like the father of the country giving a speech. I kind of liked it.
No.
I saw bits and pieces of it. That's not how it came off to me.
I liked it.
I heard it.
Although, did you see Bush? Wasn't he hilarious dancing? Did you guys fucking see that?
What was that all about? What was that all about?
Bush has got dementia, man. I think he had a dementia before he even left office in 08, and they were trying to cover it up as much as they could. He hit the sauce pretty hard back in the day.
And the coke.
Yeah,
that's true.
And the coke. Yeah, we had a Rob Ford for president. Yeah, for 8 years. Bush.
Mm-hmm.
Cheney was running the whole show.
And
Rumsfeld.
you survived him. So
Barely.
You survived Obama.
Hey guys, what if the answer to the Black Lives Movement is to legalize drugs? Because it would do away with ghettos and gangs and.
I would agree with that. I think that's one of the most egregious things that have affected the black community.
Can we start letting some of the people out of prison that maybe don't need to be there?
Absolutely, yes.
We have to be careful with that. I heard a prosecutor talking.
Well, yeah, we can definitely be careful with it, but
listen,
I had a friend of mine that stole a pack of ramen noodles, got 2 months of jail.
Right.
This was back in 2009.
Okay, I had the prosecutor who I heard saying that they have put people away because they were able to get them on a charge, but they knew they were not able to get them on all these other charges. So sometimes the police and the prosecutor put somebody away who they know, and they get them on something, and they get them put away. And they've done robberies, and they might have done rapes, and they might have done all things, and they get them on possession.
You just said might, and that's kind of the whole point of having a justice system, right? We got to prove within a reasonable doubt that they did the crime, and the jury, votes on it. So if they don't have enough to stick them on a crime, and they stick them on another crime, that's just kind of, to me, that doesn't really solve the issue.
Focus on my point. Focus on the point that I'm trying to
I'm focusing on the point, but my thing is let's let's make better detectives. Let's make more, better undercover activity. Let's strengthen the bonds that law enforcement have within the communities, so that they don't necessarily need to self-police, but they can rely on the police in a different way. The police will be more informed when they're coming into situations. They'll know people in the area.
Are you kidding? You're not even going to let me finish my point? Why are you being like that? Let me finish my point. Jesus Christ. Why you got to interrupt?
I hadn't finished my point. So.
Why you won't even let me finish what I'm saying? You take it off in a totally different direction and go crazy on something that I'm not even talking about. Are you kidding me?
Brandon, what are you so offended about, man? Like I said, I hadn't finished my point. So, I just got here. Y'all been,
Well, then
can you let me speak for a little bit? But like I say, I was done. That was pretty much the end of my point. Not if I heard it.
My point. Anyways, so I have forgotten what I'm saying, but changing the subject in the middle of someone's point is bad form.
No, your point, Brandon, was obviously that you thought that they could catch criminals that they knew were criminals, and he said that if they trump up another charge, that's not good. That's not good justice. That's shit justice.
No, it's not trumping. Let me one sentence, and I'll be done, and I'll let you guys go. Okay? Here's the one sentence. They're letting people out that are known to have committed serious crimes and were eventually caught with drugs and put away. And they're letting them out because all they have is a drug charge. But they were known by prosecutors to have committed very serious crimes that they couldn't get them on. So you guys can...
Why couldn't they get them on those crimes?
Because sometimes you can't. Sometimes you...
Well, then that's how the system works. If you can't prove it, then you're done.
But I think what Brandon's talking about is that the police just want to get these guys off the street.
Yeah, and when they get a chance, they do it.
The problem is that that's not what's really happening. What's really happening is you're getting prosecutors that are trying to just get people prosecuted for committing crimes, and those crimes are largely revolve around drugs. So it's a game of numbers. They have to do this. The police have to do this. It's all about politics and meeting these certain goals, and it doesn't have anything to do with actual justice. And the black community winds up taking the brunt of all this, which is going back to your original point.
Legalize drugs.
Well, the thing I got to say to you, Infinity, though, is that back in the gangster days, in order to clean up really clandestine groups from the streets, the cops did have to employ, like, get them on the petty charge, get them locked up. But in the modern day, you're right. I mean, it should be fair game. Like, look, if you're going to bust me for that crime, then bust me for that crime. Don't pick me up for this petty shit. And so I'm like, yeah, let them all out. That's no reason to not unlegalize and let all of them out, right? But if there was some special sting that took 8 months and all they could do is come up with, he had an ounce of marijuana, so we threw him in the can and gave him the biggest charge. I don't know. I say let him out also and do it again. You know, put the police back to work. We're going to put
if all you have on somebody,
so it's
if all you have on somebody is their drug charge, then they should probably be let out.
Yeah, I agree, but crime is going to go up. Let's just accept it. So get a gun.
Well, what do you mean?
I mean that we're letting criminals out. I think
if you, I disagree. I'm surprised you said that, because if you decriminalize drug possession and drug sales.
Oh, we're not going to do that though. We're just going to let them back out, and they're going to come out and try to do drugs and sell drugs, and they're just going to go back in the drug market.
Wait a minute though. You're saying maybe I'm misunderstanding. So I thought you were saying that we would legalize drug sales.
We should legalize heroin, crack cocaine, methamphetamine.
Right. So if we legalize those drug sales, then why would crime go up?
Well, look, we are actually letting people out of jail who have only got drug convictions. That's happening. But we are not legalizing drugs. So I'm talking about the world we live in, I guess, is what you're hung up on, huh?
No, I was trying to address your hypothetical where we legalize drugs for sale.
Yeah, we should, and then everything would be fine. Would there be flowers?
Okay, then we agree. If you legalize drugs, then the crime will actually decrease, not increase.
Oh yeah, over time, but we're letting a bunch of criminals out before their sentences are up.
Well, they're criminals based on the drug laws, though.
I know. 90% of them probably should be coming out.
A lot of those mass shootings in the States will disappear if you legalize drugs down there.
Yeah.
You do that.
Well, maybe not the mass shootings, but a lot of murders, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, all of Chicago's murders would be gone.
A lot of the mass shootings too. Isn't the definition of that 3 people is a mass shooting, which I think is really low for a mass shooting?
I think it's 4. I think it's 4 more people injured. But that's
I don't know what the definition is.
But yeah, that's a lot of people, man. When you think of we just had a shooting at the bar right down the road from my house. 2 guys got to arguing about karaoke, and fucking one of them got shot. And yeah, I know it's fucking ridiculous, man. North Carolina gun laws and shit.
How in the hell?
I know. I'm just starting to unpack it myself. Like I thought about going there to do karaoke for like years because it's been a nice place, but not anymore. Not fucking anymore.
Karaoke leads to shooting.
If it was 4 people that died over there last night, oh man, the whole town would be in a fucking uproar.
You totally fucked up that Michael Jackson song. I'm going to shoot you now.
What was the number for the mass shooting? I didn't hear it.
I think it's 4 or more people injured, not killed. So.
Oh, okay.
Kind of a low threshold, really.
Well, like I said, if you legalize drugs, it'll make a huge difference. Probably 60-70% of all those murders will disappear.
Yeah.
I agree.
Maybe more, yeah.
Some beautiful common ground.
Let's hope that goes through then.
Coming, but I don't expect it too soon. But cannabis, certain forms of heroin are legal. There's OxyContin and stuff, so.
That's not legal. That's doctor prescribed. That's regulated. You're talking about regulation.
Well, that's a form of legality.
How? Okay, think about it. You know the trouble we're having with cannabis, and the kind of quirky, weird state that the laws are always in now, well, in Canada anyway. But just say we legalize cocaine and heroin. How is the selling and regulating of that gonna go down? Like, I just really have a hard time imagining that, like in the real world.
You don't legalize it, you decriminalize it. You don't allow the sale of it. You just don't charge people.
Oh, come on.
You don't allow incorporation to move it as a product.
No, I think it should be allowed as a product.
Yeah.
You know, like legalizing drugs like that has to come when society is ready to properly understand.
They'll never be ready.
What? But you know what?
I don't know what that means.
The reason we have addicts is because the drug's illegal. That's ridiculous.
Well, I don't know. We're not talking.
No, there are addicts because that's a legitimate
Oh, yeah,
problem, but you don't address that by making them
what happened?
criminals.
But it doesn't matter whether they're more or less addicts. The fact is that we shouldn't be able to boss other people around. If they want to take heroin, that's their choice.
Yeah, it's simply a private choice, and it doesn't have anything to do with me or you or anyone else. And it's not the only way it affects anyone else is by making it illegal, and therefore you create a black market, and then all this stuff.
Guns and all that other stuff. Okay.
Right.
All right.
Yep.
But just because you make it legal doesn't mean all the guns are going to go away either. Like
It means a large proportion of the
or people steal from
criminality surrounding it will, yes, go away.
It'll be at 7-Eleven. You can buy heroin at 7-Eleven.
Yeah, but I have a shop, and in my shop, in my safe, is my heroin and my cocaine and my cannabis, because I sell it all legally. I mean, I would have to put in a pretty high-tech security system, because I'm pretty sure I'm going to get burned here.
No, it's in every single. It's in every single store up and down the street, and it's just out like bubble gum and candy bars. It's just out there. The price will fall drastically.
Right.
Well, and now it's cheaper to do heroin every day?
It will be. If
Absolutely.
Cheaper and easier?
If it were legal.
I don't know if that's a good thing. Hands up.
It is a good thing because you can tax it and then use the money to pay for treatment.
No taxes.
I knew that would give me a... That's where the rub is.
Oh, nope, sorry. Taxes can't do that.
Well, and then your 7-Eleven could sell your 7-Eleven could sell spoons right next to the lighters and the syringes, right?
I'll work
just get the whole thing right at the local drugstore, and then a little kid outside like, hey, like buy me beer instead. It's like, no, buy me the heroin set, please. And it's like, well,
it would be about like alcohol and tobacco is now.
Yeah, I'm about to say convenience stores already sell crack pipes and fucking blunt wraps. You know, and so the corporations are like, we don't give a fuck if it's illegal or not. We're gonna make our money.
Yeah, it would be no different than alcohol and tobacco right now.
You know, I always thought it was funny that you can buy drug paraphernalia.
Well, I'm just saying that you could have the
I'm right there with you,
syringe and lighters.
I'm right there with you. Yeah, I'm right there with you. It's kind of strange. I guess the rich get addicted to drugs too, so they got to make sure they can.
That's a tax thing.
Because I'm sure, did y'all hear about the Hilton family and all that cocaine they found like out in their property in Costa Rica like 2 years ago?
Nice.
Got like 500 kilos, and they were like, no, it wasn't us. Somebody else must have put it there. Okay, sure.
Yeah, that cost them a lot though.
Oh yeah, they got out of trouble, but yeah, it cost something.
I know. I've lived in Costa Rica actually. It's very pay-as-you-go politics there.
There you go. That's our hope of getting rid of the drug trade if the whole governments and the upper class are doing it.
Well, they're not doing it actually. They're just making money off of it. It's the poor people who generally do it. It's poor people with pain.
Well,
they still make the issue of guns when it really is about drugs. Like, why is Obama doing that down there? I don't get it.
Because they want the government to grow. They want to take away more people's rights, not give people rights. So,
it's like addiction. It's dependency.
Yeah, the government needs to grow. It needs to get bigger. We need more reason for more bureaucrats. So.
How many people does the government employ of America?
Oh my God, is it like 20% or something now? 20 or 30%?
Huge.
Yeah.
Huge.
Out of control.
At what point does hiring all those people actually become communism? Think about it. Or socialism. Oh, the dirty word of socialism.
It's getting that. But Europe's doing that, and Europe is going backwards, so I think we might have a reason to back off from that model. And Venezuela's falling apart, you know. So.
But that's why the Brits left. One of the supposed reasons for BritX was too much government.
Yeah.
On top of government, and now governments always want new police forces, etc., etc. You know.
I think there's a change in the zeitgeist going on, and people are saying freedom is better and government growth is not as good. But you got to.
Yeah, but here's the thing: is this current young generation, my child, and I noticed this in Britain when I looked at the stats, is that the young people who only ever have known it like that wanted to stay, whereas the mass of the vote was moved on people more my age who knew what it was like before all this government, going, no, we think we want to push it back a little, but the youth who don't know anything else are afraid, literally afraid to be without large government. And those were the stats for the BritAx, and I thought that was pretty interesting. It kind of means they're winning, is what it means.
Well, I think Brexit's really going to happen. I think it's probably going to be frittered away by bureaucrats.
Well, I think wasn't Germany now also considering?
No, Germany can't leave. They are it.
They're the center of it, right?
They are like 40% of it.
But I know Italy, Portugal, there's a bunch of them that are considering. Oddly enough, Ireland wants to stay in, but that's only because, again, Ireland has a very young population that only has seen mass prosperity increases since the EU, right?
Yeah.
So they don't know anything better than the EU, and they're too afraid to leave. And it's not common sense, it's fear.
Yeah, if they understood ultimately the damage that it's doing to their societies, which they're learning more about in the center of Europe than out there on the northern fringe. So they're just lucky up there in Ireland not to be. They're probably going to get waves of immigrants. Then they'll be sorry. But they were like a backward society, so they got all the loans to build infrastructure and new freeways and.
Yeah, so they loved it. Yeah, exactly. Ireland was like amazing for the last 10, 15 years, and then now of course they're hurting. They've got austerity, right? But it's the first time the Irish people have seen across their demographics an increase in well-being. So yeah, and because of that, you have people having a lot of children, right? So all these children now would never vote it out. And I think that's telling about, I don't know, just where we're going.
What are you deeming damage to society?
The damage is I see it in all kinds of little ways. It's just there's so many rules and regulations and laws. Like I know a lot of small business people that find it so incredibly hard to get a small business going without a shitload of capital. And I think that hurts entrepreneurship when that happens. And most of that is literally intervention by governments and, municipal, provincial, federal. And then if you're in Britain, then you've got another one coming in, a EU government coming in. And it just makes doing anything bureaucratically not just expensive, time consuming. You need consultants to help you get through the bureaucracy. So it's like created its own industry outside of the government just to help you navigate the government. I mean, this is where this is getting a little out of control, wouldn't you say? And then you raise a whole generation through a school system that's been completely altered in the last 20 years by government. And those kids are demanding more government. Social justice demands more government. And this is a youth thing, social justice. Well, at least in my country, it's very youth-oriented. Youth, I mean under 30 or whatever. But, yeah, it's even so. Social justice worries me because for social justice to get what they want, they literally need more laws. And we'll get to the point where even this chat will be monitored, and the second I swear, I'm going to get a notice in the mail and a fine. I mean, you watch. It'll come to shit like
Come on, that's hysterical.
Europe
Come on, that's paranoid nonsense.
Maybe I'm paranoid, but is it, I mean...
Social justice is going to cause people to monitor so you don't swear.
They do it. In Europe, they have
Come on.
In jail for saying things that are considered anti-gay. It's true. It's happening in Europe. It's happening in France.
We have a human rights commission.
Listen, I'm not libertarian. I'm a social democratic person, and I see too much government. Okay?
So it's getting pretty bad.
But we're not. I mean, come on, we're nowhere near monitoring your chats, and you're going to be jailed for saying a swear word. I mean, come on.
Also, they
I didn't say jailed. I said fined.
Or
I
fined
said
or
fined.
whatever.
Well, I'm an anarcho-communist, so I mean, where you see too much government, I advocate the abolition of government, and you see too many laws, I advocate the abolition of law. So.
Well, I have a good-looking unicorn you should see sometimes. It's got a beautiful mane and really pretty. It's purple hair. As long as we're talking complete fucking nonsense.
How can
okay?
I don't think you can communism without
Abolition of laws. Yeah, that's a fair statement. No, that abolition means getting rid of laws. I
No,
think we could get
law
rid of
itself.
Oh, all law, like in anarchy.
Well, as an anarcho-communist, yes.
I don't think we're ready for it. I mean, I don't know. Would you trust the world without law of some sort, police of some sort? If I had to protect myself all on my own, I'd have to say I'm kind of with the kids on that. I'd be a little afraid. I kind of like knowing that there's 911, or you know. But I'm saying I think we need reform we need to streamline things. We've gotten a little out of hand, don't you think, with all the rules? I mean, there are so many civic rules in this city. You wouldn't believe the fights with just local people in my area over a walk path by the lake, because it's open for everyone to use, and we have all these civic laws on how bikers are supposed to behave on the road, on a path, sidewalk, blah blah blah, and we're having huge neighborhood fights over really simple civil codes, right? Now, if we're fighting on that level, I can't see anarchy really working, because we can't even get along on a bike path with a shitload of laws. And I just want to see common sense enter the ethos of the civilized world. It's, we should have more common sense than we have. We are civilized. We have a fantastic level of living compared to other countries. I think on individual basis, we have to learn to stop relying on rules and do what's right. I mean, what is so hard about that? That's what I don't get.
Well, that's what the revolution is.
I just don't understand why it's so hard for people to be civil to one another. And I sometimes think it's because people are so stressed out with all the limitations and all the things they got to watch out for, that they're just really cranky sometimes, just because of that. It's like, why do we have so many depressed people in such an affluent society?
Because
think about that.
Well, a society per se isn't affluent. It's just a thin slice at the top.
Well, there's a weird thing I can mention about that outbound, or damaged soul, because I've lived in Utah, and I've lived in Connecticut, and I've lived in New York City. The people in Utah at the cash register, your waitress, everybody is nicer and more polite.
Right.
Than in Connecticut or New York. And
where there's more money.
There's a lot more money on this, in Connecticut, New York. That may be the case.
Well, I just mean more money means more development, more rules, more minority groups, more people having their say, all this stuff.
I'm talking about living in Salt Lake City, which is a big city. It's 2 million people. It's a big city. So people were just very, very, very nice compared to Connecticut, where everybody's cunts.
Everybody's uptight. Everybody's worried. Everybody's,
They're rude to you.
It's the Mormons, man.
It might be something to do with being a Mormon. I don't know.
I don't know. That's pretty trippy religion, but it's got to be a little more than just.
Mormons are just nicer, right?
They are sheep. That sheep are nice.
They're also fluffy.
See?
And they give us wool, and we don't have to kill them.
And sheep are, well, at least he said sheep are nice.
So people should be cheap. I think
Brandon likes sheep.
Include.
I don't think he's saying people should be sheep, but that religious people are sheep.
Yeah, Mormons are pretty harmless as long as you
Where are you?
desert over there.
Lily.
Hydra's calling the dog. That's nice.
Lily, come on.
Dogs are nice. I like dogs.
I'm muting.
I know, Infinity. What do you want to talk about, Infinity?
What do I want to talk about?
Yeah, Infinity, you haven't spoken in a while.
What's on your mind?
I don't know. I'm better at reacting than creating a conversation.
Okay, well, what do you think of the conversation that's been happening?
What would you like to react to?
Oh, Turkey. What about Turkey and their?
Turkey had a coup. What happened? I haven't
Yeah, we
watched.
should talk about Turkey because I think Turkey is in between two cultures. They got European and the Middle East, right?
Yeah.
So what's happening in Turkey,
Well,
I think,
they
is
have a secular government and a very religious population.
Well, yeah, but the military always does the coups in Turkey. Like it's like one every 10 or 15 years, but they're been a long time since they had a coup, and the military is always usually united on coups. But on this coup, the military isn't totally united. But I haven't watched. I haven't kept up on that. So does anybody know what's going on?
The latest I heard is they arrested 6,000 people.
Oh.
And they killed 100 or 202 people are dead.
Right? So that means the police force came in and took the military out, or is that the military killing people?
Well, to me, that means things are just getting started over there. Turkey's going to be on the radar for a while.
That might be where the war starts. Turkey.
But I could see it coming. I mean, they were playing both ends of the whole ISIL thing and the Russian thing and who knows what America's got going on with Turkey.
I thought it was Turkey who was holding back more of the migrants to getting into Greece or something.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Didn't they have a wall?
Yeah,
that's
were.
the gateway.
That's one of the.
Yeah, the European Union was just going to pay Turkey a bunch of money to deal with the refugees, and that was still in negotiations, I think.
I guess that's out the window now, right?
Yeah, no, they wanted as a passage into Europe, for Serbia to go into Europe. Syria, yeah.
Syria, yeah. That might explain why you have the coup. Because the coup's by the military, and right now the military in Turkey is divided, and that's pretty dangerous.
Here, let me throw this out. Do you guys think that Israel and Jordan's border between Africa and the Eurasia continent is that kind of way the world hates on Israel? Also, is there kind of the cork? They don't allow the traffic to go through, so they get to cork the up-down migration of traffic and goods. Any of you guys think that's an issue? I think it's an issue.
I think the Jews should expand.
I'm right there with you. I think it's an issue, only because those migration routes have been like natural for humans for over like hundreds of thousands of years. Like we've been, for a lot of other animals too. So we can put up barriers, we can put up walls, but people will find ways to get over, or they'll just go through the ocean.
Well, the thing about Israel is Israel and Saudi Arabia have been in cahoots to take out. They're a big part of controlling. Those two want to control the Middle East, right? So pretty much anything that's going on in the Middle East, Saudi Arabia and Israel are involved in general. Like now there's a new report that just came out about 9/11 that's proving that 9/11 was a Saudi-Israeli operation. You should look it up. It just came out.
Come on.
It just came out.
No, she's right. It's actually not even a new report. It's a new old report. They had it sealed for a long time.
Right.
The Muslims did 9/11. Come on.
No, they didn't. No, Brandon, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
Oh, Brandon. You're
What do you
naive.
mean the Muslims?
So you've got a report that puts this on the Jews. What about all these others? Did the Muslims do the shooting in Orlando?
No, these are two separate things. On two separate
Come on,
levels.
the shooting in Orlando. I mean, come on, that was.
That was an individual being motivated.
The last 20 years, we've got 500 terrorist attacks. You're going to choose the 9/11 attacks as the one that was done by the Jews, and all the other ones are done by Muslims.
No. Saudis aren't Jews. So, most of the Saudis are of some kind of Muslim sect, are they not?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's Muslims and Jews working together.
Saudi Arabia actually funded Wahhabism. They're like responsible for Wahhabism, which is the extremist form of Islam. So like they've been practicing that for over like 300 years, I think. Like, So we could have been influencing that culture and pushing them away from that for a while, but.
My point, Brandon, is that it's not about a religion. It's about creating a reason to have an enemy, to have this complex keep moving and rolling along, to keep an economy that's based on war moving along. And it's not necessarily about, like, the Muslims set themselves up because they had all this hatred and vengeance that never left from the past, right? So they were a perfect choice, but it's not them that's giving it all the power and energy behind the movement. Believe me, it is.
Absolutely. Our hands are just as bloody as theirs.
Now, all of the intellectuals in that movement were schooled in either Paris or London or in universities that were operated by Europeans. So,
and often worked for the CIA or for the U.S. government in some way.
Yeah, we did arm the Taliban and the Mujahideen, and we armed Iraq before we fought Saddam, and
raised Osama bin Laden.
We armed Soviet Russia in the 1940s, then fought the Cold War against them. We rebuilt Germany in the 30s. We rebuilt Germany in the 19-teens and 10s. So we always do this. We give a bunch of money to a country, and then we turn around and fight it 20 years later.
But and also Germany was asked to pay an awful lot of money back.
Yeah, that caused another disaster. But we rebuilt their steel plants in the 30s.
Yeah.
We didn't have to. We did.
I know, because it was in U.S. interest to do that.
It seemed like it, but it didn't turn out very well for us. But we did let them rebuild again in the 50s, but the difference is we have been in occupation of Germany since World War II. Now, what if our exit strategy from Iraq and Afghanistan was Germany, Japan, South Korea? We're still there. We're very comfortable. Everyone needs to get used to having McDonald's and American soldiers around because we're going to stay for a long fucking time. Get used to it. What if that was our exit strategy?
Brandon, you keep doing that.
I think that is the strategy, Brandon.
I think every single hangout you've done that same thing. It's been pointed out to you that the situation was entirely different.
Obama's trying to pull out. He says the war is over.
But even before Obama, forget about Obama. I mean, even before that, we didn't have that. We didn't have that sort of strategy because we went in there, we took out Saddam Hussein. Not only did we do that, we broke up the army. We created a huge problem there because these people were disenfranchised. Then we put in our own interests, from a commercial standpoint, and we did not do the same thing that happened in Japan and Germany. It's just that simple.
Right, we should have, is what I mean.
So, okay, so you disagree with what happened originally in the war?
In Iraq and Afghanistan?
Well, Iraq in particular.
Iraq was a terrible mistake, and we didn't replace the infrastructure we took out.
I don't think there's a
First of all,
now.
I mean, we invaded Iraq. That didn't attack us. I mean, it's an entirely different situation from the get-go.
Well,
yeah.
We invaded a country that did not attack us.
Look,
you could make a very good argument that the war was internationally illegal.
Okay, look, Iran. You guys have all heard "Bomb Iran." You've heard that song, right? Bomb, bomb Iran. There's a reason that the upper class is talking about Iran being the real problem. So if you look at a map and you see that Iraq is on the western edge of Iran and Afghanistan is on the northeastern edge, then here's Bush looking at this and saying, why don't we get our military very comfortable on both sides of Iran and see if we can calm everybody down. And it looks brilliant that way because they were bordering Iran from two directions. And Iran is the country that everyone knew we had to fight, and everyone knows that when we're fighting Islam, we're fighting Iran and Saudi Arabia. So,
well, now you're making a different argument. I mean, that's not the same thing.
No, I don't know. I'm educated.
Now you're trying to justify the invasion of Iraq.
Yeah, and we should have done it in the style of Germany and Japan. We should have leveled the place and then shoved.
No, we didn't invade. We didn't just invade Germany and Japan.
Okay.
Germany and Japan had attacked us, or Japan attacked us and brought us into the war.
Yeah, but there was reasons behind that. The president at the time was negotiating with Japan, and they just weren't giving at all. Like, they negotiated Japan into making the move because they needed a reason to get the American people into the Second World War.
It doesn't matter to the point. I mean, they still attacked us. This is an entirely different situation.
Yes, they did. They still did. That Pearl Harbor was real. Yes.
We were attacked. We had
Yes,
to respond. That's what brought us into that war. It's an entirely different situation where we unilaterally, essentially, attacked a country that did not attack us.
They had violated UN policy, and we had the UN's sanction to go in there.
Well, that's apologetics. No, we didn't have UN sanctions to go in there.
Yeah, actually,
The UN was telling us not to go in there. They were saying, no, don't do it.
Was considered illegitimate because of the war crimes, and they were going to remove him anyways.
We
I didn't catch that. What?
Resolution to remove the.
All right, say that over again.
I'm surprised Infinity doesn't know about Saddam Hussein.
What do you mean?
About the war crimes, about the fact that he was a war criminal, right?
The UN had declared him basically illegitimate. There's a checklist of 5 or 6 things, and he did all of them.
From Iraq's point of view, yeah, that's right.
I'm not sure why that's
I don't
missed.
understand your point.
No, they invaded Iraq, right? That was a horrible war.
I remember Christopher Hitchens talking about it.
Oh, well, Hitchens, yeah, he was kind of delusional on this whole point.
Oh, come on.
I'm sorry, but he really was. And,
his opinions we all trust and
no,
consider
Hitchens,
important.
no, I don't. I
He
disagree with
rethought
Hitchens on a number of things.
Yeah, he rethought his position on that in his later years. I'm very familiar with Hitchens on the topic of his opinion on that expanded like quite a bit as the years went on.
Well, who cares? I mean, we don't even need to talk about
the state. Yeah, exactly.
But just because the one country attacked another country in the Middle East and was considered a war crime, I mean, why is it that we can't let people within those regions deal with it? Why is it we got to cross the ocean and stick our nose in the business? Oh, they have oil wells.
Yeah, that's true, oil well, but we did try.
Oh, but they had OPEC, right? And they wanted to get control on OPEC. Look at what OPEC's doing now, what we talked about earlier, but the gas.
Saddam Hussein stated that he wanted to go off the petrodollar and he wanted to change that and move to francs. And so that created this entire problem where it had to be addressed.
Okay, Damaged, let me give you a scenario. Your country gets in a two-front war and wins, and looks around and says, how do we prevent that ever happening again to our children or our grandchildren? And their response to that question is basically to blanket the world in a military-industrial complex to protect their children back home in the United States. That's what they did. And how can you come up with a better answer for them to protect their kids here in America after fighting the Nazis and the Japs in a two-front war?
The only problem... Go ahead. I'm sorry. That was addressed to you.
No, go ahead. No, but yes, you're right. I see it.
So
I do.
Yeah, we have everything to thank for this.
No, the problem with that is that it wasn't just.
Oh, go on.
It wasn't just about protecting human babies in the United States. You know, that's a total distortion of the reality of the situation. It was about protecting economic interests of multinational corporations that were involved with the United States. So why didn't you just say that? If you agree with that, why didn't you just say that?
In the 30s, we didn't worry about that. In the 30s, we just went and did our thing. And in the 50s, we realized that cost us a lot of money to not take care of these things. So now we're taking care of them.
It costs us a lot of money to spend billions of dollars on the war machine. It costs us a lot of money to go overseas and blow up things and then have to rebuild them.
Yeah, World War II.
It's like the dumbest thing you can do
as
far as a monetary policy.
So we now, hello, Democrats, your president is doing that now.
What do you think? I'm defending Obama's actions overseas?
How about what happened to your argument earlier that, oh, it's just one person? He's just one person, the president. Okay, so what about the Senate, the House, and every other politician up there that's warmongering? So you just say Obama, just say the system, say the government.
Obama can send
Congress
filters.
is supposed to be controlling that, but he's done so many executive actions, and he's kind of ruling you guys down there like a dictator, which he shouldn't be doing, like a king, a king even.
Okay, Andrew, you can't even prove that. Like, seriously.
But the Congress is supposed to be controlling that.
His executive orders are a running joke. It's true he is acting like a king because Congress won't.
Well, he's made. I'm pretty sure he's made less executive orders than his predecessor.
FDR and so many executive actions.
Okay, wait. That's a big fucking claim.
You just looked that up. Well, that's a fact, and that might be a hate fact, but it's still a fact.
That one's
that was
fact,
World War II, for Christ's sakes.
Well, it doesn't really matter, but you can go ahead and post the link in the side chat. Go ahead and back up your claim. It's not like we're debating about Obama, but go ahead and do that.
Yeah, because really the argument's more about just should the president have the ability to make executive orders, and that's been the case for a long time.
Well, I think the purpose is when there's a crisis or you're in wartime, then it sort of makes sense. Because timing is crucial. You can't have debates back and forth in Congress, right? That take weeks. But are you in wartime? That's the question. Do you consider yourself Americans?
Global event lately? Have you looked at the situation at home on the home front? Yeah, we got crisis.
America is in wartime, I think.
Well, you've been in wartime for how long? 15 years?
We're only
That's
in
a long-
wartime because we're saying that we're at war with terrorism, which is ridiculous.
Well, I don't know. Barack Obama is said to be the one president that, for his full 2 terms, will be the longest-running wartime president of U.S. history because they do consider it wartime. We do.
And that's not Barack's fault. He's the guy that got in during these situations. So he has to make these executive decisions. I mean, if it was another guy, you'd be saying the same thing.
There's plenty of cases where he totally went in the right-wing direction and
I agree. He
doubled down in Afghanistan, for example. I mean, he tried to keep going in Iraq. People give him bullshit about that, but he tried to keep going there, but the Iraqis wouldn't give him a deal. Yeah. I mean, they left him no choice but to agree to what Bush originally agreed to, which was to get out at the date that was assigned.
I know this is going to sound really racist, but I always thought when Obama got...
I'm just messing with you. You're fine. You're probably not going to say anything racist. I don't think you're racist.
It's going to sound a little racist, but it's not what you think. I felt really bad because I figured Bush made this massive mess. And it wasn't just the wars, but it was the whole economic meltdown. And then who gets in to clean it up? A black man. After all these white guys made all this fucking mess.
Yeah, I feel you on that point, David.
That's how I felt about it, and it's just,
and
I
you
think that's
totally
why you have
got
so
it
many
wrong,
executive decisions to make.
It was all his fault. It was all Obama's fault.
Yeah.
The black guy did it.
I say I love you, buddy.
Love you too.
All right, and anybody else want to follow that up? Cause no Brandon here, mate, and I don't know where. Andrew, you there?
Yep, I'm here.
All right, you want to respond?
What am I responding to?
What was just said, or did you want to say anything?
Well, I don't know what is going to be done now because it's when you're fighting another nation, the limits on war are there are limits, but if you're fighting terrorism, that's very difficult. I don't know what the Americans or anybody should do now about that. Like the last attack, the Nice attack, that was a Tunisian guy, French Tunisian guy. How was the war in the Middle East going to stop that? Right? So I don't know where this all ends, and I don't know what to do about it. But
yeah, we've let the boogeyman kind of philosophy out of the box, and I think this is, first it was Nazis, or before that, and before that, and before that. We always are making a boogeyman out of somebody.
Yeah.
Well, when
Well, I got something to say. I got something to add on to what you were saying,
Alright.
real quick, Andrew. And
Like,
I think
you're
you might,
really
I think
low.
you might get a. Let's see. Am I too loud?
You're too low. Like, you're really, really low.
low.
Okay. Let's see.
Turn
Does that
up the
help at all?
volume.
All right. I'll hold the thought, and I'll get back to you on that in a second. See if I can figure this out.
I was going to say that World War II, Japan was occupied, Germany was occupied by Russia also, and there was no history of terrorism that came from Germany or Japan, and yet we have what's going on now. So it seems like the situation is different, and I don't think a
Yeah, it's different because the situation was different. We've already gone over this.
Yeah. So can y'all hear me better now?
Let Andrew finish.
Oh, okay.
Some people think that if we just had a mass invasion of the Middle East, cleanse the entire, 4 or 5 countries in there, that it would end all terrorism, but I don't think it would. Unlike
I'm right
in
there
World
with
War
you.
II,
I'm right there with you.
they did that. So I don't know what the solution is now.
Cool. I'm glad you brought up the point you did, Andrew, because I was thinking about this a couple years ago. With you remember how like modern warfare changed during the American Revolution, like the way we fought British, and that a lot of people attribute that to why we kind of had success with that. I think the same thing happened. Like the way we had been building our military up was, to fight traditional militaries, and sometime around 2000s, maybe even the early 90s, mid 90s, the warfield, the way battlefields are done has completely changed, and our military is like way behind on that. Like it's almost like all we need is just counterintelligence and special ops.
Or drones.
And I guess drones, unfortunately.
Yeah, drones.
They're inhumane as fuck, but so is somebody strapping on a suicide vest and blowing a bunch of people up. So like the game's changed, and the way we go about dealing with it has got to change, because the same old just blocking off borders and we'll ask them out. I mean, because that to me that's ISIS's strategy, is attrition. They're like, the longer this shit drags on, the better, because we'll get more and more entrenched in here, and people will get more and more used to this culture of fucking war. So yeah, food for thought.
Well, before I go, I'm going to just say supernatural phenomenalism is an AI, Google AI, and we're very pedestrian. You guys are speculating about all sorts of stuff. It's a beautiful thing, very civil, very nice, good hanging out. Saddam threatened Bush Sr., and that's the only reason we took him out. Oh! Okay,
That's the same theory I got. That's the same thing I got. He fucked with his daddy.
Wow.
Well, was that guy religious? Was that Mike guy religious?
That's Joe Spook from.
I have no idea.
Somebody was saying that's who?
Joe Spook from YouTube. He's
Spook from YouTube. What's that?
DOSPOOK. That's his name on YouTube. He's done videos for years.
Is he an old timer?
Yeah,
He's an old timer.
Anti-me old timer. Adrianock and him did videos together.
Is that motherfucking Vic coming in the chat? Is that Vic? Oh, what's up, man?
Alright, it is Vic. Where the hell were you?
Hi.
Vic.
What's good?
Vic
Not
came
much.
in during the loan. Excellent.
Yeah, I tried to come in before, but it was full. This place has been packed all night. Yeah.
So are the solutions? What's the best solutions?
We went from pollution to war.
Yeah, we had Damaged Soul here trying to tell these feminists something true. And
Oh yeah, Joe. Fuck. Let's not start that.
Well, I mean, that's one of the reasons I wanted to come in, because I actually looked up that thing that you just claimed damaged about how it's now confirmed that the Jews and the Saudis are responsible for 9/11. That's not true at all.
It's not?
No, I don't know where you got that information from.
Ryan Dawson, actually.
What the report, what that new report came out, it's basically there were like 28 pages that were redacted from the original 9/11 report.
Yes.
And that has now been released, those 28 pages, and all it really showed was that there might be certain people that had connections with people in the Saudi family, but it's very, the evidence right now is very tenuous. So all it's really doing is like there should be further investigation into this, but it's really weak. Like the evidence is super weak. It's like, oh, on this guy's phone they found an unlisted phone number to a bodyguard who worked for one of the members of the Saudi family, things like that. It wasn't isn't it
true,
anything
though,
concrete. It's very circumstantial.
The hijackers were primarily from Saudi Arabia.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they were.
I mean, there could be other explanations for it. I mean, so.
Now, well, you guys have to go to a website called, I'm writing it up here, called
But what struck
Neocon.
me what you said is that you actually included the Israelis into it. Like I didn't see that mentioned at all. Like that came totally out of left field. Like where'd you get that from?
Well, I didn't actually see the report. I subscribed to Ryan Dawson, who's done a lot of work on this, and he had done a video. You can buy it. It's like $20. It's like 5 hours long.
Is
And
he a
it's
9/11 truther?
No, he's not.
Oh.
Actually, he actually debunks a lot of the truther shit.
Okay.
And he's an investigative journalist, so he had a lot of these redacted files that had, massive pages of blackout, right?
I think I did hear something about some sort of Israeli connection. I never looked into it, but
Yeah, no, I didn't see any mention of that in these redacted
But
pages.
but he used evidence that was in the parts that were redacted that validate what he says about the Israelis. See, the Israelis had a moving company, and that moving company were the trucks going around town. They had explosives and stuff in it, and the moving companies were seen around town. There was reports about, and it was an Israeli moving company. And there's all these. Have you heard the thing about the dancing Israelis that were watching the planes hit? And there's someone caught them on footage, and then that footage disappeared because he's matched these trucks to being at the towers days before and doing stuff, and it all goes back to an Israeli moving company in Jersey. And anyway, something in that redacted backed his stuff up. Like, you guys got to go to Ryan Dawson's YouTube channel. It's really worth.
It sounds like a stretch. It sounds like he's just trying. It's kind of like a
He
conspiracy.
isn't stretching it. It's not. It's not really. I mean,
It seems
there were a
conspiratorial.
lot
Like
of
you're.
people who have gone on. We've gone on and like given affidavits, not affidavits, but public. They've publicly come out and said we were warned not to go into the office.
You would be surprised what you could. I mean, when you have an agenda already in mind, when you already have a conclusion set up that you're trying to support, I mean, you can cherry pick and you can find evidence to like create a little very weak breadcrumb trail to your conclusion. I mean, you could do that. That's how conspiracy theorists work.
Every single pilot or every single Saudi that was supposedly piloting the planes, they all had really bad pilot licenses, like pilot experience. Like, none of them could have flown those planes.
No, they didn't have to land them. They just had to fly them.
Yeah, but even the type of turns and stuff they had to do at low altitudes, you have to kind of know what you're fucking doing.
Wait a minute,
These guys were really bad pilots.
what are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that the guys that they said were driving were not necessarily the guys driving the planes, and I don't think that the Muslim faction at the time had the wherewithal to be able to do what they did without a lot of nation help. Okay, it's just too big a thing to do.
So you're saying
without nation being involved, without expertise being involved.
So you're saying that the people that were charged, or the people that we think were flying the planes, weren't really flying the planes?
Yeah, I think that they were probably experienced people from government, military people.
So the U.S. lied. So we're complicit in this.
Yeah.
So wait a second.
And why?
U.S. No, hold on.
Because it gave you, just like Japan did, a reason to go over to the Middle East and just unleash war machine.
And the Saudis wanted that because
Of
what?
course, the Saudis and the Israelis do, because they want control of Syria, of all those little countries. They want, and they all worry about Iran. All of them.
So,
but I haven't gotten past the pilot thing. So you're saying that the U.S. had pilots?
No, I'm saying they could have been Saudis or they could have been Israelis, but I'm just saying that the American government so clearly left out a lot of information that they didn't even consider, and
you understand it doesn't
a lot
really.
of things that were very
Are you a
suspicious.
9/11 truther? Just out of curiosity.
I guess that's what people would call me, but all I really want is the truth, and 9/11 just doesn't add up the way it was sold to the American public. I'm sorry, it doesn't.
Well, I would agree with you to some extent. I mean, I don't think that the entire story has been really cleared up.
Well, I think there were lies, there were embellishments. Clearly, there were fuck ups in the lead up to the war. I'm not sorry, not lead up to the war. I'm talking of fuck ups in the investigation,
Sure.
the intelligence that could have averted potentially 9/11 from happening in the first place. So there were certain fuck ups, and I think a lot of the lies that we hear are probably to cover up those fuck ups. But I don't think it was like out of malice. I don't think it was out of anything out of intent. It was just like people are just going to lie, even though they weren't responsible for it. But because it looks bad, because it looks like they fucked up, and it's on them, they might then create a lie to cover it up.
Okay,
But then conspiracy theorists will then come along and say, aha, he lied. That means he must have been complicit in this whole thing all along. He wanted this. He caused this.
Yeah, but Vic, here's one thing that's very interesting, though. Explain this. It's pretty lucky that the terrorists picked the one day when the entire American Air Force was on practice for. They picked the one day when the entire U.S. Air Force in that area.
That's been debunked.
Yeah, that's been dealt with. If you go to like I forget the name of the site now, but there's a site that's dedicated to basically debunking these 9/11 truther myths, right? And there's like yes, there are certain coincidences that occurred, but there was it wasn't like what they're describing. They're kind of overblowing that whole the impact that all those training exercises had that day.
Well, I mean,
but where was the Air Force, because they saw the planes coming in?
They had a specific training exercise that they had to do that was related to something exactly like what was going on with 9/11. So, isn't that the case?
Yeah, and it's quite a coincidence, don't you think?
Yeah, but I don't think it wasn't like everywhere, right? It wasn't like this was.
But on the whole eastern seaboard.
Yes. I don't think it prevented. I don't think so. I don't think it was like that.
What
do you mean?
I don't remember the details. I looked this up a while ago, so my memory is hazy on this whole thing. But I remember when I looked it up, it didn't seem like that big a deal. I thought that the explanation that the debunker guy put forward, I thought that was adequate to kind of.
Yeah, I would like to see the explanation. I mean, I thought that
I'll look for it.
That's one of the things that the 9/11 truthers sort of have on their side. There's a lot of the overwhelming majority of the stuff that they claim is nonsense. But these are documents. I mean, these are things that we can document that do raise serious questions. And I'm not I'm not anywhere near to a 9/11 truther, but I have to admit that that's pretty peculiar.
And there's a lot of things like that. I'm looking up. I'm going to give you a link, and this guy has spent a lot of time and energy, and he's not a lunatic. He's very rational. He's objective, actually.
There are a lot of super intelligent people who are 9/11 truthers. Who like Liber-Module, I find to be a very intelligent person, and he is a 9/11 truther. So just because you're smart doesn't mean you can't have like fanciful thinking and conspiratorial mindset.
Okay.
And be wrong, right? Just because you're smart doesn't mean you can't be woefully wrong.
Right. I give you that.
There somewhere.
I'm going to give you the link here. It's his little 2-hour taster for the 5-hour video that he sells. So he's done a lot of research. Here we go. Okay.
Well, I would be curious from the other side. I mean, how that sort of thing is explained.
Yeah, I mean it's
because that
really
that
hard
is a
to
fact. I
explain.
mean, it's just a
You would-
fact that
Yeah,
these
and
guys.
you would have to have inside information, and that can only come on a national level when it comes to stuff like
It's an enormous coincidence.
You're going to find coincidences in pretty much any huge.
But you have
thing,
to
or
admit
any
that's a.
crisis situation. They're going to be coincidences.
But listen, you have to admit that's a big coincidence.
Just like one of the coincidences
That's
was
bizarre.
like certain people from the Twin Towers that would ordinarily report to work, they weren't there that day, something like that. And of course, the conspiracy theorists will come out and say, "Aha! It's because they knew it was coming, so they left the building," and things like that.
Explain Building 7. Explain Building 7. It
Again,
went down.
that's also been addressed. I mean,
How did they address that?
That is
How did they
explainable.
address that?
That's
How
very
is that
explainable.
explainable? That it goes
Because it
down
was
in a
hit by one of the towers that fell.
and it goes down so perfectly.
What do you mean so perfectly?
That was a controlled blast the way it went down.
It was not controlled.
Yes, it was.
it was, and it wasn't free fall either. That's been.
No. Don't forget that in that building had a lot of Secret Service shit, secrets in it, and there's a lot of good motivations for wanting to get rid of that building at that point in time.
Maybe so. Maybe that's entirely true. But the fact is that
buildings that
that
get
building, there's
don't
no way
fall
that they
down
could have.
perfectly. Okay.
But there's no way that they could have calculated that. Hey, if we bring down this building through a plane, then it's going to knock down this portion of this building, and it's going to come down in this certain way.
Yes, because it was
That
all
would have
prior
required
planned.
a lot of planning.
That's why you need more than one nation to do it.
Construction experience in there. So when.
Oh wait, Vite, we can't hear you. Vite, you're too low.
I know, but he can't figure it out, so we got to turn up to hear him.
Hold on. I don't even know how to do that, honestly.
No, just turn your volume up, and then we'll have to turn down.
It is it's maxed.
Oh, okay. All right. But I want to hear what you have to say because you have construction experience. I want to hear it.
You would have to wire the entire building, though, and no one saw them wiring an entire building to blow it up. Like, I don't think that's possible. There was something, though, that was strange with the insurance policy that, for some reason, it was stipulated that terrorist attacks would be funded. So that was.
And he added it like a month before.
Yeah. Do you know of any buildings in the United States that are currently have an insurance policy against terrorism? That's an odd thing.
And especially at that time. And a month before. Well, Ryan Dawson, you got to check it out, man. I swear to God.
Now, is it really that strange? Because they were attacked in 1993 and 1996, the Twin Towers.
Yeah.
So to take out insurance.
And they were Saudis, by the way.
Yeah, we're fighting Saudi Arabia and Iran, that's for sure.
And Israel.
Oh no, Israel's on our side.
Yeah, Saudi Arabia is one of our allies.
Brandon, you know they do.
I know they what?
Israel has a hand in all the politics in the Middle East. You know they do.
In the Middle East?
Israel, yeah.
In Iran?
Well, obviously no one has a hand in Iranian politics. They don't let anybody. But all the American, British, Saudi moves, Israel's right in there with everybody.
Well, I wish.
Jesus Christ, they get millions of dollars from the United States every year.
Billions.
Billions. You think they're not? They're politically the most outspoken group right now. Like, come on.
Yeah. Well, they don't have very nice neighbors, so I don't blame them.
Well, all their neighbors want to kill them.
Yeah, I think they should.
Well, they did. What was in the 80s? They did and try to invade them in the 80s, I think.
Oh, yeah. Well, in the beginning, they offered the Palestinians a reasonable deal, and the Palestinians were too freaked out about the whole thing, and they said no, which is because if the Palestinians, I wondered, had just agreed to what Israel proposed in the beginning, I mean, who knows what it would be like.
Well,
Maybe it'd be the same.
that opinion is not very progressive. The Palestinians are an oppressed group, and you shouldn't speak of them like that.
I know. I feel bad for the Palestinians. I really do, and the whole Israel thing pisses me off about it. But at the same time, I'm just saying that I remember when Yasser Arafat was bombing Israel, right? Do you remember when this whole thing started? Like, I don't remember when it started, but I know that in the beginning, I read about it, that Israel and Palestine were trying to work out a deal before any of this segregation stuff happening, and the Palestinians just wouldn't agree to anything because they didn't feel they had to, and so Israel had to start getting meaner and meaner and meaner until you get the situation you have today. But Israel was put there by other countries. I mean, Israel didn't get there on their own. It was Britain, France, the United States that put Israel there. Israel from the beginning has been put there strategically. I mean, can't you guys see this? I mean, Holocaust issues aside, Israel wanting its home, but they picked Jerusalem, the most religiously populated part of the world with every religion in it, and that's the one city the Jews had to have. Please? Am I the only one that sees the reasonableness?
I don't know what to do about the religion shtick because I'm such an atheist. It is a mess. What I do know when I look over at the Middle East is I can see a huge bunch of shitty countries surrounding a very, very nice country called Israel. And I really wish Israel would grow aggressively in every direction.
Yeah, but the rest of the world isn't on the same page, and we have to be sensitive of that at the same time. And that's all I'm saying. I'm just saying, at the end of the war, all the powers that be knew where the next power spot was, and it was the Middle East. There's documents that say this. And putting Israel right there in the center where they put them was strategic for all the other nation powers for future expectations for that region. And that, you can find that on lots of very informed sites, and there's books. I mean, there is a part of this planet that is being manipulated and pushed in directions by a very small group of people, and the Middle East is just a hotbed of where all that plays out, starting with Israel. Hi, Tim.
Tim, can you talk, or?
Oh, hi. Hello.
Nobody wants to fight with me on Israel. Oh.
Well, I mean, it's just pointless because it's just pure conjecture on your part. There's like nothing really to argue
I
against.
know I'm not backing it up. I know, because I don't have the facts.
What do you mean it's pure conjecture? She's stating facts.
Let me ask one question about it, if I may.
Sure.
Don't you think that the Middle East would be better off if Israel owned everything from Turkey to India?
No.
No.
And they ran it the way they run their country.
Because the human race would never allow that. India and Turkey, they'd fight.
No, I'm just giving you a hypothetical.
Just a hypothetical? Hypothetically, I'd like us all to be Elysium. Hypothetically.
Well, what if Israel took over and operated these societies in a way that men and women had equality before the law, and et cetera, et cetera?
As long as the whole Jewish thing didn't come into play, and that everybody got their fair shake of reasonable land and territory, and the right to practice their religion, I'd say, yeah, okay.
All right.
They did it democratically.
Isn't that how Israel operates? There are other religions besides Jew in Israel.
That's true. Just not many Muslims.
Well, how many Jews are there in the Muslim lands?
But there's pretty much only Jews in Israel, wouldn't you say?
No, there's a lot of religions in Israel.
How many? There's Christians, a couple.
There must be dozens. There's freedom of religion. So, I mean, there are different strains of Judaism, and none of those are persecuted or looked down on, or some of them are made fun of or whatever.
More diversity of religion in Israel than the surrounding countries.
What's that?
There's got to be more religious diversity in Israel versus the surrounding countries.
Yeah, exactly. So, what about diversity and individual rights? Do those matter to you, or you just hate Israel?
Oh no, that matters to me, and it's just I don't hate Israel per se. I just think that it's a forced political thing that created a lot of trouble in a land maybe where we should have just let them evolve on their own.
I'd be surprised to hear opposition to Israel's laws being implemented in the surrounding nations because of human rights concerns. I'd be surprised to hear opposition to that in this room.
Well,
I'd be surprised to your opposition to other nations having their sovereign will.
Autonomy, yeah.
It makes you, Infinity makes you complicit in human rights, human right violations.
What do you mean it makes me complicit? By stating that you're incoherent on your point of view, that makes me complicit in violation of human rights?
No, there are human rights being violated all over the world all the time, and each culture has to evolve in their own way, on their own terms, and hopefully we all get to the same page. But we can't just go into other people's countries and take it based on our good moral intentions or on and think that's okay too. Like, honestly,
Maybe just if they attack us. Maybe if they attack us, then we can do it.
yeah, that's true. It's like I understand the Holocaust and Jewish people wanting a homeland, but why did it have to be Jerusalem?
The Bible, religious
Bible,
shit.
religion, yeah.
No, I'm an atheist, so that's why I have very little patience with it. But all I can tell looking at Israel is they're a very nice place, and the places around them are all shit, where they beat women and hang dogs by ropes. So
that's right.
But Israel has had nothing but support from Western countries.
America,
We give them billions of dollars every year.
Yeah.
Excellent. And Israel was basically, let's admit it, by Europeans, right? Europeans in America.
Yeah,
right?
They're doing pretty well for themselves. I mean, they're very rich. Come on.
Considering they've had to fight so much, but then they've got a lot of money and help to be able to do that. If they had been on their own, they wouldn't be in this position.
So, Damage, I posted 2 links there.
Yeah, I saw them.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Right.
this is why I'm saying if you just look at, if you just go, when you just do like a Gish Gallop, like you just take all the 9/11 conspiracy theories, right, and you just like throw them at someone, right, and it's like, whoa, okay, there must be something to this. But when you actually break it down and take them like one at a time, you can see that there's actually it's much more more mundane than what's being explained, than what's being presented, and there's a much more mundane explanation for it. And you just got to look it up. Just go step by step. Everything that you think is compelling, just look it up on Google. Just look up, just put it down, and just put at the end of it, just put debunked. And then there's going to be probably like multiple links that give you a much more plausible explanation for what you're.
But Vic, I thought you said you listened to someone who you respected, and you said he was a truther. So presumably he's been through these websites and still
No,
accepts
because
it.
just because you're intelligent doesn't mean that you're objective and everything, right? Like I mean, people they have emotions. They have their passion about certain things. They have politics. They have their political, right? They have political agendas and stuff.
So there's something funky about him.
And some people have a very conspiratorial mindset.
All right, Vic. Then here's a challenge.
Numby's a good example. Numby, I consider him to be reasonably intelligent, right? And yet, look at him. He thinks that like scientists are conspiratorial, that they're colluding and passing off junk science as real science and shit like that. I mean, he thinks that the moon landing was a hoax. Like that was. I mean, and Numby's not an idiot, right? So how do you explain that?
Well, the whole moon landing thing. Well, that's because he's a Kubrick fan.
He's a what fan?
Stanley Kubrick. Stanley Kubrick was a genius. He had an amazing IQ, but he was the guy that they figure had filmed all the moon landings because the technology at the time was so crappy, and they wanted to present it to the American public in a better way, and they got Stanley Kubrick to actually make a set and have it look like it was coming from the moon. That's a big part of that.
So that's why Numby believes that.
Well, I'm not speaking for Numby. I'm just saying with people like that. That's the whole Kubrick thing is a big flag.
Okay. Well, that's not exactly a good justification.
But Vic, here's what I say. If you watch Ryan Dawson's stuff, I'll go and do the debunk thing, and then maybe we can come back next Sunday with a list.
No, I would prefer, because honestly, I don't really want to waste my time with 9/11 conspiracy theories. But if you find something, some sort of compelling, interesting conspiracy theory out there, and you've looked and you've actually made the effort to look for the explanation, right? And you legitimately can't find it, then yeah, I'll go ahead and look into it. That sounds interesting to me. But I would venture to guess that most of the things that you can come up with that are really, really compelling, I would bet that somebody's already responded to it. Somebody's already looked into it, and they've come up with a much more mundane explanation.
Okay, but human nature works both ways. So for the mundane guys, if I wanted to debunk something, anything, I know, because I used to have to do research and look through piles of other research while doing research, and you can go either way with that as far as...
Yeah, but that's why we have a little thing called Occam's. That's why we have something called Occam's razor, right?
Occam's razor, yes.
Right, so...
Okay, all right. Fair enough.
We go to the more likely explanation, all things being equal, not to the most extravagant that requires us to think all these crazy things about our government and
two sides of human nature, and I think.
And the same thing with the moon landing. I mean, to fake something like that is just, the things that would be necessary is just ridiculous to even contemplate. But intelligent people like Numby believe that things like that are a hoax.
Yeah, but I think Kubrick may have helped them with improving how the public saw the moon landing. I think the moon landing happened.
Look, all the so-called evidence that the moon hoax, the moon landing deniers trot out. If you actually look it up, like I actually gave a link to Numby that it's a 3-part video series that goes through all of the evidence that these people put forward. Basically evidence for that it was a hoax, and it debunks them all, like in unambiguous terms. I mean, it's amazing. It just totally destroys it. Do you think he watched it? I highly doubt it. Because the thing is that when people who have these conspiratorial mindsets, they don't really care that the truth really. They just want validation of their conspiracy theory. I don't think they really give a shit about what's true. I think they want to feel special in some way, like they know something that nobody else does, that they're not a sheep and everybody else is a sheep. I think they revel in that idea.
I think that they desperately want to believe in something absolutely. And I think that that's the problem with a lot of things now with humanity, is that we've gotten everything so complicated, and everyone has a reason to lie, and everyone has a reason to protect their end of the truth. And so people just get emotionally to the point where they have to have something concrete, something absolute, and so they convince themselves, and that's where the rationalizing comes in, and that's where you can just see the facts that match what you want. But Jesus, like theoretic physics. I mean, that's what theoretic physics does. Is it wants certain things to be true so bad, and then you lay out these theories, and then you have to go about disproving or proving them.
Wait a minute. What do you mean?
I am just saying that society is so complicated now.
Well, I mean about the theoretical physics.
Every major thing that happens, right, gets picked apart, gets you have two opposing sides to theories and conspiracies on every major thing are always happening, right? And there's so many facts and so many misleading avenues for everything. And I think people just get emotionally to the point where they just want to make a final decision on something. And then
I mean, to me, to me, there's no emotion in this at all. I mean, if there's an actual conspiracy going on, if there's real colluding going on, great, I'd want to know it, right? But for me, my default is to always just look at what's most reasonable. What is the most likely explanation here? And I try to put myself in people's shoes. Like, if I were in his shoes, would I have done something like this? And if I was nefarious, how would I have done this? How would I have carried this plot out? And I mean, when I think about 9/11 conspiracy or the moon landing conspiracy, I mean, it's just so daunting. Like the things that you would have to, I mean, can you imagine trying to coordinate a demolition of a controlled demolition of 2 buildings of that fucking size without anybody noticing? Like the explosives. I mean, are you fucking kidding me? And being able to keep this under wraps for 15 years?
Explosives were only found in the basement, Vic, and the basement had actually been blocked off for a period of time before the 9/11 attacks.
It doesn't
and
matter.
there was work being done in Building 7 as well.
We saw the videos of how the buildings collapsed. We actually watched that happen. It was a structural failure.
Right, exactly.
Based on what happened to the buildings.
Yeah, and again, if you go to that,
when does structure failure ever result in free fall?
how often do we ever see this happening, though? When have we ever seen an attack similar to that?
But
Like,
she
never.
just made the claim that it was in free fall. It was not in free fall.
Not in free fall, right? And if you go to that site, damaged 911myths.com.
All right.
The first one, you can ignore the one because that's just like a blog. But the second one is actually a guy who goes through it meticulously, all the evidence, and it's very well researched, and it's got sources at the bottom and stuff. So you should go there and then just read up on all of it if you're really interested, because it seems like you're very
I've been following it since it
you
happened.
seem to be very married to this idea. And the thing is, a lot of times when people invest a lot of time and energy into an idea, it's hard to let it go. Exactly, and that's why, like, it reminds me of like religious dogma. You know, like sometimes when people have invested so many years of their life to this way of thinking, this ideology, it's so hard for them to let it go. Mainly because they don't want to think they wasted all those years on bullshit, right?
Or political positions.
That too. Yeah.
Yeah, or we're just habituated, like on anything, like on an idea, we just tell ourselves that's the truth, and that's where we go with it, right?
Yeah.
We
Psychologically,
hang on.
and especially it's especially more difficult when you actually put yourself out there and you start presenting this stuff as fact, and you kind of stake your reputation on it. It's even worse at that point.
That sounds exactly like social justice.
Oh Lord.
It's human nature.
Just throw that wrench in the conversation.
Self-righteousness. Very hard to give up the power.
Yeah, social justice, that's a horrible idea. Just throw that away.
No one's against real social justice.
But look, I wanted to say I perused over the article from Skeptoid, and I have to say that
Now look at the other one. The other one is actually look at them both. But the second one is more scientific, I suppose you could say. The first one, like I said, is more of a blog. It's more like the guy's opinion. But no, the guy makes some good points. The guy's basic point is that, look, these types of training exercises go on all the time, right? All the time, like right now. So if there were an attack to be happen right now, I bet you could find some sort of, have it coincide with some sort of like training exercise that makes it look kind of suspicious, right? But these, again, the military is constantly going, practicing.
That ring a bell?
Really,
at least a little bit. I mean, come on.
No,
I mean,
not if it's happening all the time. Not if these types of exercises.
But it wasn't happening.
And again, if you look at that the other article, right? It actually explains how these NRO drills, NRO wasn't really that critical to NORAD. I mean, they didn't really need them. It would have still been a problem whether NRO was available or not. And yeah, it goes through the explanation. I mean, just read it.
Well, okay, but you have to at least, before I read it, you have to at least admit that it should ring a bell.
Of course. Well, it raises some alarms. Yes, it does, and that's why you have to look into it. And then once you look into it, it's like, okay, there's the reasonable explanation for it, right? Yeah, this is all very interesting. Everything that people, it's like the night of the moon landing conspiracy, right? The moon hoax shit, right? The shit that they present is interesting. Like if you don't know the all the information behind it, it looks interesting at first blush. But then when you actually look into it, it's like, okay, well, that's the explanation for it. Same thing with ghosts, right? When you see ghosts and stuff and weird apparitions and photographs, it's interesting. UFOs, like, oh, that looks interesting. What is that? And then when you actually look into it, you find out, oh, it's just a weather balloon. Oh, it's just a kite or a fucking. Yeah.
Wasn't there something about the flag waving in the moon landing?
Yeah,
videos?
Which is interesting, right? But then you find out that it was like static, that from the suit that did it.
But doesn't that sound a little like an excuse? Like,
no, it's a reasonable explanation for it. No, it's a reasonable explanation for it.
It's pointless anyway because there are many other things that refute the whole idea.
Yeah.
No, like I honestly believe we went to the moon at several times. I really, really do. Not that way.
I guess you just have to go. Like, what is your default?
I'm reading the site now as I'm talking to you.
Okay. The thing is, it's like, what is your default way of thinking? I think there are some people who immediately are extremely skeptical of literally everything. Like any official story, especially when it comes from the government, they're going to immediately doubt it.
You're the Illuminati people.
Yeah, right. Like people like that. And I'm not like that. I basically just, unless I have good reason to think otherwise, I pretty much take the official story by default. And then if I find anything suspicious about it, then I look into it and I see if there's a reasonable explanation for it. But yeah, you really, and depending on how crazy the theory gets, right, how crazy the allegation is, I'm going to require much more evidence. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. So it's that whole thing. So that's how I am. But some people don't have that mindset. It's like they just go right to the extraordinary. They don't care about if the evidence is weak for it. They just leap right to the extraordinary.
Let's change the topic.
Alright, what do you want to change the topic to?
Is Donald Trump a racist?
God, no,
That's
please.
a stupid topic.
Infinity, stop causing trouble.
God, please.
Is really employed by the CIA to spy on people's mouths. That's a legitimate conspiracy theory that people come up with.
We can't hear you. Your microphone is.
Matt, stop playing fucking video games when your shit's fucked up. That's why the stream died earlier, you son of a bitch.
Vic, we went till late in the night last week, and we found things we disagreed on. What did we have that we disagreed on? I can't remember.
Well, the main thing was that you're.
Both of you fuck Donald Trump, so why don't you guys talk about that?
No, that's not true. I'm still undecided, but
Wait, no, seriously.
I defend. I've defended William Lane Craig.
Hold on, wait, seriously. Like, no, both of you do like Donald Trump, so it is interesting for Vic to explain why he has reservations about him and why Brandon doesn't.
I like certain things that Donald Trump says. Yeah. So what?
Well, that's something.
What I'm saying. That's
we were all wrong about Trump's VP pick.
I have many reservations.
I find his VP pick to be
that's
so
what I'm saying.
And just I've heard him speak, and he just strikes me as like your typical schmarmy politician. I saw this one interview with him where they were asking him like a direct question. It was like 15 fucking minutes where he was asked the same simple question. It was basically like, would you allow like a baker to deny services to a gay couple? Something like that. A very simple yes or no question, right? And he just refused to. It's like, oh, that's not what the law is about. That's not what this is about. This is different. And it's like, well, you just answer the fucking question, please.
Yes.
He refused.
Yes. But that reminds me, though, because he's a lot like Biden. Obama picked a nobody VP. just like Biden. He's a nobody, and now
Well,
Trump.
Biden at least has a personality, man. Biden at least has passion. This guy seems so bland.
Biden's like a
Biden's a firecracker.
He is. Yeah, he's awesome. I'm
He's
gonna
funky.
miss Biden.
Yeah, I actually like the guy. I mean, I might not like all his views, but I like the guy. I like the personality. I like the fact that he's passionate about what he does and his positions. But with this other guy, with Mike Pence, it's like, ugh, there's like nothing there. And then I gave him, I gave him the benefit of the doubt. I'm like, okay, well maybe when he's speaking, at one of the Trump's rallies, maybe he'll be a little more energetic. Nope, same shit, like total snoozer.
One interesting thing about Pence is he's kind of a Mr. Jackal, Dr. Hyde kind of thing.
Who?
Where he's like, oh, I'm a nice guy. Pence.
Oh,
he's
okay.
like, oh, I'm a nice guy, but like secretly, he's like a really awful person. Like even other pro-life people hate him.
Really?
Because of like the funeral bill for fetuses. Like that turned off other pro-life people. They were like, this
What
is
was that bill?
inhumane.
Wait, explain that bill. What was it? He wanted to have funerals for
Anytime.
fetuses?
Yeah, and it would be regardless of if a woman had miscarriage or an abortion. If there was a dead fetus, you would have to seek funeral services for it.
Yeah. That's all religion. That's all based on religion, man. The guy even said that one of his his mantra is, I am a Christian, then a conservative, and then a Republican in that order. That's his mantra, he says. And yeah.
Here's how unpopular it is in Indiana. Like last month, he did like it was either a 15 or 20% tax decrease across the board. His approval ratings fell 5%.
Really? For usually people like tax.
Yeah, even like
He wanted to decrease
he's
taxes?
done a lot of awful shit. Yeah, he's done like a lot of awful shit for Indiana. Like he closed down like a lot of the Planned Parenthood things.
Oh well, yeah, that
STD.
yeah, that's more religious crap. That's more anti-abortion shit. That's where that stems from. But I heard that. I heard he did wonders. I mean, again, this is coming from the right, but they're claiming that there's like Indiana has like a $2 billion surplus or something. Like that's what they have right now. So.
Yeah, at the start he was good, but the religious freedom bill really made him unpopular.
Yeah, but actually, yeah, that's true. But then he walked it back because then he added provisions that prevent discrimination. So he kind of, so that pissed off like both sides. So the left was pissed off because he passed the bill in the first place, and then the right was pissed off because then he walked it back and he added those provisions that prevent discrimination. So.
And you know what? Maybe he'll do better on a national stage, but like I don't think he's going to help Trump in Indiana. Like Trump didn't win Indiana because Mike Pence endorsed Cruz.
Yeah, which is crazy. And actually, it's funny because Ted Cruz is actually going to be speaking at the Republican National Convention. Because Donald Trump asked him, which is interesting. I mean, the guy made fun of his wife. You have no fucking dignity or shame.
You mean Lion?
Scott Walker's gonna talk too. So.
He made fun of the way his wife looks. Holy shit. That's bad.
Honestly, you know who I think? Honestly, out of all of the Republicans, Scott Walker's probably the smartest of them all. Because he dropped out early and he didn't get hurt at all.
Vic, did you see the FBI?
So he's probably like, you know what? I'll be ready for Hillary in 2020.
Yeah, I got whiplash from that, Andrew. That was fucking crazy. The guy is basically laying out the case, and it's like, oh shit, he's gonna indict. Oh shit, he's gonna recommend an indictment, and then all of a sudden, but I cannot put conscience recommend an indictment. It's like,
lays it out. Every single position, he's like, she did this. She had multiple cell phones. She had classified information on a private server.
Yeah, it was fun how the
classified people. And I'm like, okay, so that's it then. She's finished. And then he's like, yeah, but we can't prosecute her because we can't find anybody to do it. And I was like, what the hell? But consider what human being would be able to indict Hillary Clinton and survive the next day. And that's how it is, I think, down there, unfortunately. I think she's too powerful. You can't have justice.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, there's a different set of rules.
What human being would indict her and not fear for their life?
well, I don't know about their life, but maybe
And
their
then of course there's
livelihood.
Bill
Yeah.
Clinton and the Laura Lynch airport thing.
Yeah, that was really weird. I mean, that is just bizarre. I'd like to believe that there was no colluding going on there,
Yeah,
but
like it was what they said, where they were just like, "Hey, how's
but
it going?"
that's still weird because it had to, like, he orchestrated, like, either way it was political. It was, even if it's true that they didn't actually discuss the details of the case or the case at all, right? It was still obviously planned. Like, Clinton had a reason to. I mean, maybe he was trying to endear himself to her in some way, and to kind of like sway her in a subtle kind of way. You know, I think that's probably what it was. It wasn't anything more explicit than that, but that's still shady as fuck. Yeah. But anyway,
yeah,
back to this thing, because I know Andrew. Well, I don't know about Andrew, but I'm pretty sure that Brandon is in favor of allowing anybody, anybody who owns a business or anything like that, of turning away black people, gay people, whoever, right?
Yeah.
Do you agree with that, Andrew?
Yeah, I do anyway. Yeah. Andrew can speak for himself, but yeah.
Yeah, I know Brandon does. But what about you, Andrew? Andrew?
I think he might have stepped away. See,
Oh.
I'm against it because I live in the rural South, and I know, like, I literally live in a town where there's one gas station, and if they were like, you know what, fuck it, no more black people here, black people would have to drive another 45 minutes around to get gas.
Right, but then what Brandon? So then the way Brandon would respond is like, oh well, that's fine. Then a black person can create his own store, and then he could become a millionaire and that sort of thing. But then what my response to that is like, yeah, but in the meantime, they have to suffer, and it's like this might take decades, right? And in the meantime, people are fucking dying, well, maybe not dying, but suffering, and it's more than that. It's the slippery slope effect that I think it would have.
Also, rural areas make it harder for you to get around anyway. Yeah, like in theory, I'm all for like people being like all racist with their businesses because it's like, yeah, I'm not gonna shop there, but like normal people are gonna get fucked over by those assholes.
Yeah, no, and especially when there's collusion with these big companies and stuff. Like Brandon is not in favor of any sort of antitrust laws. He's not in favor of any laws like that prevent sort of collusion or insider trading, anything like that. So that would lead to these an oligarchy essentially, right? You'd have these huge fucking companies that are merging together, and they would squash the competition. And Brandon doesn't care. This is what we argued like all night pretty much, and it's a shame that that Andrew stepped out because I wanted to get his opinion on this, but. Let me get you guys' opinion. But he was basically telling me that if the CEO of Google wanted to, say, threaten people who I'm doing business dealings with, and he basically tells them, okay, if you do any sort of business dealings with Vic, then you're not going to be able to use any more Google products. So then, of course, and then this problem gets even worse when you're talking about like these huge mergers. Like, let's imagine like Google merges with I don't know, Comcast or something, and they own all the fucking TV, the telephone, all that shit, right? And they say, okay, if you do any business dealings with Vic, there's no more telephone, no more cable TV for you. Right, or shit like that. And Brandon's okay with that. Now, right now, that's against the law. You can't do that. I think that it violates certain laws. But Brandon thinks that those laws are fascist in nature, and they shouldn't exist. And it's crazy. Like, I'm in favor of laws that protect fair competition, because I think for capitalism to work, for it to be a viable economic model, there has to be fair competition.
Then someone decides what fair is. I guess that'd be you, hey?
It's pretty obvious that that's not fair. If you're contacting people and saying, okay, basically threatening them, extorting them, essentially, telling them, okay, well, unless if you're going to do business dealings with this guy who's trying to compete with me, then I'm just not going to deal with you anymore, or you're not going to use my services and shit. What the fuck is that?
What if Vic has the new thing that's going to take over and destroy Google and be better than Google? Why should they want you to succeed?
No,
Yeah,
I don't.
but
I understand why they wouldn't, but as a
why
society,
does,
we should
why
want
does
us.
one have to destroy the other, though? That's the point I
They
want
they
to
shouldn't
make.
have to use those type of tactics. That's not free market.
No. So Brandon, you're looking at it the wrong way. It's not what. Of course, they wouldn't want it, but the public would. Like society would benefit from fair competition here. If there's a better product that I'm trying to put out there and trying to compete with Google fairly, right, to put that for the public can consume, and they're not allowing it, yeah, the who's gonna get hurt in the process is the public.
Yeah, well, the companies do this, and the individuals that the companies do this to get hurt, and they can go to the newspaper or whatever, and sometimes companies get in trouble for what they do.
But in your world, the newspapers would be owned by these private companies, right? So
Well,
they would be just manipulated just as badly.
Then start a newspaper. You'll have the only independent.
Oh, right. Like that simple. It's just that simple.
Obviously, all the
Yeah,
other.
we could. Why don't you just start a Google tomorrow, Brandon? Just go. Just make a Google.
Why
Go
don't we
ahead, make a
see that
YouTube. Go
right
ahead, make a
fucking
YouTube.
now? I mean, we see all these problems within the media. Why don't we see the media problem dissolved?
Well, I didn't.
Based on your scenario.
America's not a capitalist free society. We're just.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's what it always is. Whenever you're challenged like that, you're just going to say, "Oh, it's not real capitalism going on."
Well, I'm not talking about what America is. I'm talking about what capitalism should be. That's all right. That's not insane of me. But you, of course, want to use America to disprove everything I say about capitalism. That's not valid.
So America is not capitalist.
According to Noam Chomsky, I just watched.
That guy's a nut.
In our last discussion,
Norm Chomsky.
A knucklehead.
Brandon compared the United States, the current laws that we have here in America, to North Korea and East Germany.
Yeah, you're a freak.
I mean, that's just so insane. That is so hyperbolic, Brandon. I mean, I don't know if you really believe that, but...
No, what was my argument? Was it cogent?
No, it was a false analogy. I told you it was a false. I said it numerous times. How can you possibly compare, like, the laws that we have here that protect fair competition? You're comparing that to North Korea and East Germany. That's insane.
Like antitrust laws and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's terrible. It's as bad as North Korea or East Germany.
Oh,
No, it's not as bad. Come on. You have to do these here.
In principle, it's the same. They have a law that says that if you charge less money than your competitors, you can be charged with antitrust violations. If you charge more money than your competitors, you can be charged with antitrust violations. If you charge the same amount as your competitors, you can be charged with collusion and antitrust investigation. There's 3 different ways they can charge you. Whether you charge more, less, or the same as your competitor, you could be taken to court.
Yes, but the
I think it's probably more
the whole
nuanced.
law is based on unfair
You've
practice.
got complete control of the way you
Based
do
on
business.
colluding. It's based on you're only giving part of that law.
So am I to understand that collusion should be allowed? Is that what you're saying,
That's what he's
Brandon?
saying. That's exactly what he's saying.
Trading and collusion should be allowed.
Insider trading and collusion should be allowed. You realize that what that leads to?
Fraud should not be allowed.
He doesn't care. That's the
That led
thing.
to the Great Depression.
What Brandon is putting forward is a very principled economic model, right? So he has these certain principles that can't be violated. It's like dogma, right? He doesn't care about the end result, really. Yeah.
Well, that's ridiculous.
The Fed took over
I'm like in the middle. I want to compromise where like you have certain principles, yeah, but then if the net result is bad, then no, we have to, massage.
The reason why you have principles is because of the result. That's why you have principles in the first place.
It kind of sounds like Brandon.
Well, I mean, like this is why it's so difficult because, like Gary, I mean, that's why I disagree with Gary so much on a lot of things because he has these certain principles. Like, for instance, he has this one fixed principle where, like, morality and ethics has essentially to do with the reduction of net suffering, right? But it's more complicated than that because if that really was your only consideration, then you could justify rounding up people against their will to perform torturous medical experiments on them to expedite a cure for cancer or something like that, right? But so that's why it has to be more nuanced than that. Like, yeah, that principle is good to reduce suffering, but there have to be exceptions in exceptional circumstances,
Well, you just made my case for me. That's my whole case.
It has to be nuanced.
You may want to come in and say, I'm going to take away people's money with a gun because I have a better plan. And I'm going to say, look, you might be able to cure cancer by rounding up these people, but I'm not going to let you. We're going to have to go on. You're not going to be allowed to cure cancer by violating people's rights. We're going to have to keep suffering through cancer. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
my...
but then the hypocrisy there is that then you're in favor of people hurting me, oppressing me by depriving me of certain goods and services that I would ordinarily be able to obtain.
Let's be fair to Amendum's
Like-
position here. He would probably rather blow up the entire Earth than cure cancer.
Oh, that's much better.
He'd like it if the whole planet got cancer because.
Well, if you have the red button sitting there right in front of you.
If you blow up the Earth, you cure all the diseases.
That's right. Yeah, that makes sense.
All suffering goes away.
Yeah, but he said it last or the week before, I guess, when we spoke. He said it. He said if there's a guarantee that this will cure cancer, then yes, I would totally round up 100 people against their will and torture them and this shit.
Here's the thing, Vic. Is how do you pick that 100 people? What 100 people? Is it going to be random?
Well,
or is it
I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters.
No,
that's
the whole point about the laws and equality is that it all comes down.
I'd even feel bad if it was like 100 ISIL dudes. I'd be like, yeah, they're fucking scumbags and shit, but like, that's kind of fucked
Oh, well,
up.
that's a good question. No, actually, if it was ISIS, I don't give a shit. Yeah, go ahead, do it.
And they're all Muslim.
It's a good point. It's a good point. But no, it was implicit in the thought experiment that this is just innocent people.
But if it's like prisoners or something.
No,
like,
it was innocent people, like just random innocent people that they round up. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean,
It's irrelevant. It's just 100 people.
Yeah, but some people might object. So then,
I mean, I can understand both sides of the argument.
Should be volunteers, is what I'm saying. Should be volunteers. You should say, look, we can cure cancer if we can get, and it'd be something more like 10,000 people, by the way, and we can cure cancer if 10,000 people will volunteer their lives for us to do whatever we want to them.
Well, the funny thing is that I don't think even that is legal. Because the thing is, there are laws against that. Because then what happens is a lot of poor people will then, I mean, especially if they're doing it for financial reasons, right? If they're getting paid. To do this,
No, you don't get any money at all. You don't get any money at all.
I think even then, I think it's illegal. I don't think you're allowed to hurt people, like knowingly hurt people.
It'd probably fall under like euthanasia or something.
Or S&M.
Maine.
What have they ever done?
But honestly, like, you would have to volunteer, but it was absolutely certain that we'd get a cure.
Mm-hmm.
And then they do it, and they go through the 10,000 volunteers, and nobody got paid. And in the end, they go, oh, we still don't have a cure, man. We need 10,000 more. Right? That's totally how it's going to go. You know it.
I know. I'm okay with the whole volunteering thing, I think. But the thought experiment was based on the fact that you're taking people against their will and to basically reduce the net suffering in the world.
And that's when you know that, and it's totally hypothetical.
I actually didn't like, because I think Sam Harris actually mentioned something like this in his book, The Moral Landscape, and he mentioned something like, well, that wouldn't work because then you have to take into account the anguish that people would feel that this was happening and stuff like that. But I'm like, even if you take that into account, like you're talking about weighing that against all future suffering, right? It's still a drop in the bucket compared to all the suffering.
That's just the problem with Sam Harris's point of view. He's presenting a utilitarian point of view.
Right, and that's why I'm saying it's more nuanced than that. But the thing is, that's why I'm saying this is the problem with being too principled, making your principles too strict and rigid. Like, the world is a complicated place, especially when it comes to ethics, right? It's a highly nuanced issue. You can't just come up with these black and white rules and say, okay, no, you can't buy like this. And that's what, Brandon, I think that's what you're doing. Like you have these certain principles, like, okay, the only thing that we can create a law against is physically committing violence against someone, right? But that's not enough, because you can harm people through more than just physical violence, by just
way more.
Yeah, by denying people certain goods and services, by inconveniencing them to the point that they're that they're basically on their own,
Or
that
just
is
or
harm.
just telling them to keep it over and over again.
To refuse to trade with someone is a violation of their rights. Otherwise, I could walk up to a hot blonde chick and say, "Give me the punani, or else you're gonna violate my right to punani."
I mean, so what you're saying is that back in the 1800s, right, when slavery was still around, it would have been totally okay for the majority of the majority basically, all the white people, to deny black people, the right to buy land. They wouldn't sell land to them. They wouldn't give them any water, food, anything. They had to basically be on their own and do all this for themselves.
So you're asking me, when a slave society gets defeated in a war, how do I do a readjustment in that?
No, I'm just saying hypothetically. I'm saying you would have had no objection if that remained the status quo, if that was like how it remained, where these they're not committing physical violence against the black people, right? But they are preventing them from buying land from them, from buying certain essential goods from them. They're basically on their own for everything. And when they're the majority and they're basically fucking everywhere, it's practically impossible for them to have any sort of decent life.
So move north, go to Chicago.
I know, but they're only like black population is only 13%, right?
Yeah,
it's only 13% of America.
Yeah, no, and if just to bring it home, I mean, you're an atheist, right? So Christians, imagine if the majority of Christians decided to deny you certain services, make your life a living hell. You'd be complaining. You'd be like, "What the fuck?" Just because I don't believe in your fairy tale
You
shit?
know, a lot of people can't just move.
Yeah, it's not that simple, right?
I may not complain so much as fight back, but yeah, you're right. There's no reason they have to take it lying down. They can start their own stores or move to the next county, start their own town. It's America.
This is so when you're in the minority, it's not that easy to do.
These are
especially
very long, expensive processes.
Yeah, no, and it's even worse in Brandon's world, because in Brandon's world, the roads would be privatized, so there'd be companies. So if a Christian is the owner of the company and wants to deny the roads, it's even more difficult. Now they got to build their own fucking roads. This is crazy. And even if this resolved itself, how many years would that take? What, like decades, centuries for this to resolve itself? In the meantime, people are fucking dying, suffering, and you don't seem to care.
No, it's not. You make a disaster out of it, and it's not a disaster. Your countries have disasters, not my country.
The reason we don't have a disaster is because we have laws currently to prevent that sort of shit.
Okay, hold on, Brandon. How would you prevent this shit from happening? The scenarios and shit that are being presented to you. What about people suffering and shit? Come on.
People die of starvation in poor countries, not in rich countries. So we just have to develop a capitalist economy where people are free to do as they want, and there will be enough money around for people to help their neighbors and stuff. So it's funny you guys always bring up these suffering and dying, which happens in Soviet Russia and in North Korea. It happens. It's real. But it's just not a fact in a capitalist country. Because where people are free, they have respect for each other.
Well, hold on a second. You said, where is the capitalist country? Because you said America's not a capitalist country, for example.
America's the best example of capitalism today, isn't it? Obviously.
Except when you don't want to accept that that's what's going on.
Well, if you tell me, look at how it runs in America, therefore capitalism fails, then you're ignoring the point. America's a capitalist country, but we're not perfect capitalism. We're not.
Okay, but when it's put to you that this is what happens as a result of the capitalist country, then you don't want to accept it. You want to say, oh, that's not real capitalism.
Yeah, you didn't even make a distinction between America and North Korea and East Germany. I mean, that's how...
Our laws, we do have some laws that are not any better than North Korea's, like the antitrust laws.
Then how in the hell do you call it a capitalist country?
Oh, I really wish we could get that. Laws are a disaster. Are you kidding me? When they can charge you no matter what you do.
Okay, cognitive dissonance. I think we can say that.
I just think that Brandon would be singing a very different tune if he was the one being oppressed or denied these services and being harassed, essentially, like this, just because he's an atheist, for example. I mean...
Sounds like you're saying, which
I know you would. You would be like, okay, remember what I said before, guys? Yeah, fuck that. You're right. Let's set some laws to prevent this sort of shit.
Well, you would probably say that if I were poor, I'd be in favor of higher minimum wage law.
Maybe. I don't know.
Well, I'm against minimum wage laws. So there.
I don't know. I think maybe if you were suffering enough, maybe you would. I don't know.
Well, you're against
'Cause it's
almost
self-serving.
every law.
You think
I think at the very least you'd admit that it would benefit you, and then, but you would say on principle, I don't think it should happen.
benefit me? Christ, it makes the society worse. What you're saying is that when I face adversity, it will make me go insane and want things that
Well,
are
at least in the short term, it would help you, right? At least in the short term.
anybody to make people into slaves.
Also,
Why do you
American
use
slaves.
hyperbolic language?
Also, black slaves
That's
did
pretty
try.
much what he does.
Semantic bashing.
Black slaves did try to rise up with Nat Turner, but they didn't have guns, so they all got killed.
Yeah, there you go. They should have had guns.
So,
But they were slaves. They couldn't legally buy guns.
Yeah, well, I'm against slavery. You guys aren't. You guys think it's okay to go to a businessman and say, we have a law in the books and we can bust you anytime, no matter what you do, so be careful. That's what they tell people. That's
well,
what.
when it's discriminatory,
they don't have to have any reason.
You really think that's slavery?
I just don't you see like the slippery slope of that though? Like being able to for business owners to deny certain people, like once they become the majority, you don't see how that could be like a huge fucking problem.
Also, you don't have to exaggerate
Not
that
even
much.
a slippery slope problem.
Also, Brandon, here's the thing: you don't have to exaggerate that much to prove like we still have slavery. Like, look at the fuckers in China who make like electrical equipment. Like, chocolate is picked by literal fucking child slaves still.
Yeah. Yeah, and look at in Europe, they have 10 and 12 and 14-year-old.
Imported slavery out of country.
He cheers that though. That's
no,
yeah, absolutely you do.
Why cheering what communists do? Why would I cheer that?
No, you cheer the fact that this is the free market at work. This is what's going on.
China is not the free market at work. It's a communist basket.
Do you not think that the reason why these things are happening is because of the marketplace?
China is industrializing. We've seen this many times over the last 100 years.
You don't think that what's happening in China and other places is because of the trade procedures of the entire world global economy?
There's always some economy somewhere that's coming up out of the ancient quagmire. So,
well, how do you suppose that we prevent these types of things you say that you disagree with?
What, the children in the factories?
Right.
Either they work in those factories or they die on the farms.
So then there you go. You agree with it then, right?
Well, what are you going to do about it?
He's not.
I'm asking you, do you agree with that or
Brandon's
not?
saying it's a cause and effect.
Yeah.
I'm saying it's a cause and effect.
The reason they're working in factories is because they are very, very poor and they were on farms.
So therefore, it's okay.
I sent you a message, by the way.
No, I think they should be in a free economy. Those kids should be in school.
A lot of these slavery things are a product
How's that
of
going to happen?
other countries of just trying to keep up with the other capitalist countries. That's why you see these.
Wait, what point are you trying to make?
Well, what it is, you see all these child slavery and all the rest of it, like people say these communist things, but all it is, they're trying to follow the Western model. So in the same way, they're just crippling themselves and making themselves look bad by trying to follow the capitalist model that has been set by America.
Oh, you're confused, individual.
Well, you're obviously confused because you said that, no, I'm against that, but yet I'm for it.
No, I think
Capitalism
we're
isn't great,
being
but it's the best
practical
thing we
about
have.
what's going on, but it doesn't
Well,
make
I
it
said that
right.
out of order. First, he was for it, and then he was against it.
Okay, so I think that in China they do terrible violations of people's rights, but China's been poor a long time. America did not create the prosperity we have by just suddenly walking into electrified houses with plumbing.
America created the prosperity it has by partially, at least, enslaving people.
By immigrants.
And that's still in the rest.
Come on, by immigrants, yes, but not enslavement. The South was so poor compared to
Well,
the
they got paid for it.
The South.
Are you fucking out of your mind? Do you realize how much free labor was cast upon?
And what was it worth? What was
And
it?
also then after slaves were freed, look at what we did with
This
the
is
Chinese.
just denial on your part. I mean, give me a break.
Very, very little.
They technically legally weren't slaves, but they were fucking slaves basically, flat out.
Slaves make there. You got two groups in a slave society: the productive people, who are producing at the minimum level, and then the lazy people who live off the productive level. So how poor is that society going to be? Obviously, 95% of the bank deposits in America were in the North for a reason. 5% of the bank deposits in our whole country were in the southern states.
Do you realize that the majority of people in South Carolina in the 1800s were slaves?
Well, that's what I just said. That's going to make them.
Well, are you a fucking idiot then? Because you don't understand that they're not making any money to deposit into banks because they're fucking slaves?
It's like arguing with a person from a parallel universe.
So productive, then there should have been some millionaire somewhere after all those slaves were done working. But no, everyone was poor.
My God, I mean, this is so insane.
Plantation owners were nothing compared to the industrialists in the North. Nothing. They were poverty-stricken farmers, and they were
poverty-stricken farmers.
Yeah, they were.
That was what was able to create a separate nation that separated from the United States.
They were against the steam.
Poverty-stricken farmers.
They were against technology. They were against.
I don't think they'd rate being called that.
They had no wealth at all. They had created no wealth.
The South?
Is that what you're trying to say?
Obviously, they didn't have.
You're out of your fucking mind.
Well, you don't know the history of it. When the war started,
I don't know the fucking history of it.
Apparently.
Fuck you.
They had nothing when the war started. The South had nothing.
The South had nothing. They only had a very prosperous economy based on the cotton trade.
That's not a prosperous economy. Give me a break. It was a slave economy. It's nothing prosperous about slavery.
The cotton economy wasn't
money year in,
prosperous.
year out.
Then why was the North taxing the shit out of it?
The North had 95% of the industry in the country. Give me a break.
Bullshit.
The South had no.
That's bullshit. You're saying the North had 95% of all the trade going on within the entire country? You're out of your fucking mind.
They might have.
The South was poverty-stricken compared to the North. Utterly.
It was not.
They were too. It's simply a fact.
Oh my God.
And they were. It was told to.
Look, if you wanted to say that the two societies were very different, yes, they were very different. But the fact is that the South was producing a lot of wealth for itself during that time period.
Yeah, the South had a huge trade with England and France because they really, really liked cotton.
5 cents on the dollar compared to the North swell.
In fact, one of the fuck-ups that the South did was based on the fact that they thought that England was going to depend on their cotton so much.
Right.
And they thought they would be able to get arms trades out of that deal.
But then England was like, you know what, we'll just go with India. Like, we're not getting involved.
Not wrong. India's another country that's crippling itself now trying to follow the Western model.
India is the next one that's going to come up out of the weeds. It's going to do what China's done the last 20 years. It's going to be a booming place for the next 20 years.
They got to get rid of that caste stuff. I know, like, technically and legally they already got rid of it, but the caste system's still there. They need to get rid of that shit.
They have the rule of law. They're a democracy of some kind. They are going to handle this better than China did.
They have the rule of law to the extent of, like, as long as you're in the right caste.
More than China. They have it more than China. They have the British Empire is their legacy. So that's India. If you guys want to invest in something, invest in India in the next 20 years. That's true.
I'm not arguing. Like, I do think India, like, out of all the BRIC countries, probably them and China.
China's a communist.
Like Brazil's just completely shot the bed, as we've seen in the last, like, 9 months build up to the Olympics.
Now, nobody trusts China's economic statistics. Nobody dares to put money in China because it gets either.
I think China is going to have a crash at some point. I think that's going to happen. But, like, I think they're going to bounce back from
If China has a crash, that will be detrimental to the.
I doubt it very much.
Oh yeah, it's going to fuck us
from
all.
strength to strength.
We'll be fine. China's shit, and they've always been shit.
Oh please! They had a minor setback in their economy, and everyone started to freak out.
Yeah,
This wasn't that long ago.
I think once China has like a really big crash or something happens there, like they'll be like, yeah, maybe we should stop being like kind of repressive. Kind of like what happened with South Korea, where they were basically went from a military dictatorship to a fucking liberal democracy.
Oh, that's because we occupy them. Jesus Christ. You think they just did that on their own? That's because they're occupied by America.
Explain to us how our quote-unquote occupation of South Korea led to liberal democracy.
Also, we're the ones who put in the military government too.
Yeah, we said the rule of law will go like this, guys, and we showed them our Constitution, and then fast forward 50 years, they've got a great country.
Wow, that was a brilliant summation of
I
how those two things are related.
Come on, guys.
Worked a lot differently.
What kind of government in South Korea, then? Really, what kind of government is it? Is it communist? Is it socialist? Or is it an American system of parliamentary, et cetera, separation of powers and rule of law? It's obviously
the same thing about Britain. I mean, they had a monarchy and
system, right? Like that was a thing before America.
So South Korea, Japan, and Germany are the most prosperous places on this planet because we occupied them all.
Oh, bullshit. Japan was very successful, and that was why they were doing the things they were doing militarily.
Yeah, they were all right. They could read and stuff. They were all right.
They can read.
They could read and stuff.
What the fuck?
And they were whooping on China.
Why should we take you seriously, Brandon?
Come on. Take me seriously.
Again,
I mean, you're being a dick.
From a cartoon,
it's obvious you're being a dick.
Hey, wait, Brady, you gotta stop fucking around sometimes.
Not a real person.
I'm not even drinking tonight.
He won't be the first person to have gone that way with a trolling like.
He's like Judge Doom from Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Where he just wanted to pave over fucking Toontown and put in a highway?
I meant like he's actually like a rabbit or something. Or a duck.
The hell are you talking about?
I don't know. I'm really high right now. And this conversation, I can't deal with it.
Hey, do you guys really
can I just interject on the whole cotton thing?
Please. Wait, yes, go ahead.
Because I looked it up, and I put it in the group chat. Cotton fed the textile revolution in the United States. Now here's the thing. A lot of cotton was being produced, but it was being manufactured in the North. That's why when Brandon's talking about the North having more manufacturing and more money, it was because it was being fed, a lot of it, through the South. And so the raw product was coming from the South and going up. So everybody's right, is what I'm trying to say, is that the slaves were as a value, were considered a commodity, and as a value, that commodity was really, it was 3 times higher than any other commodity industry going. Cotton was the main deal at the time, and slaves were a major factor to producing a very cheap raw product that the northern states then benefited from in the manufacturing.
So the Northerns benefited from what the from the Southern
from the whole slave trade.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Without
Why
the
did
flag.
the Northerns just sit there and get comfy? Why did they start a big old war over it all?
Because you had civil rights people. People felt it was wrong.
Yeah, because morals trump economics every single time. Morality always wins. When
Well, Brandon,
It took like 40 years. A lot of people died.
Maybe that's what China's going through now, then.
Yeah, I don't mean that it's a good thing. Look, morality won the debate in Soviet Russia, and they ended up with communism for 75 years. So it's not a good thing necessarily that morality trumps economic arguments. So what I'm saying, I guess, is you have to have your morality straight, or you're going to get a bad economy.
That's what communists would say, isn't it?
You've got to have you're going to get a bad, dangerous, deadly economy if you don't have your morality straight to begin with.
Okay, I can agree with that statement.
All right. Do we
I
all?
think you do have to have your morality straight before you make any kind of venture that's going to affect lives of many people.
Yeah, that's
I think that's reasonable, right?
Yeah.
Do we also agree that the definition of evil is altruism?
What?
No.
That is crazy. Yeah, we discussed
Oh,
that
now I
last
gotta look
time.
up altruism.
He's just putting it
Oh,
out
wait,
there.
no,
These
you
things.
need to tell them your definition of fucking
He's a big Ayn Rand supporter. So
That's the two-step process to capitalism. If we agree altruism is the definition of evil, then
Oh yeah,
capitalism
Brandon.
is the moral process to.
I want to ask you this since I found out you're an Ayn Rand supporter. Have you ever heard of Mr. A? The most objectivist superhero ever created.
Okay, who's Mr. A? I've never heard of him.
When Steve Ditko left Marvel Comics, he created a character called Mr. A because Steve Ditko was an objectivist, and he is the most objectivist hero ever. Like, one of the comics is like there's this mother and her son is just like this drug dealing murderer rapist guy, and Mr. A is like, you have to push him off the building. And then he forces the mother to push the son off the building, and she's like crying and stuff, and he's like, you're a weak ass bitch, and then he goes off, and it's like, Mr. A, the hero, da 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 da.
He is the hero that we deserve.
That's ridiculous.
Who would play Mr. A?
Oh, God.
You guys get none. No, the future belongs only to Ayn Rand's philosophy. She provides all the lifting in the Tea Party and all of the lifting of the Free State movement.
Is the Tea Party even a thing now because of Trump? Like, I don't even hear anything about the Tea Party that much anymore.
It always gets mentioned, doesn't it?
The Tea Party wasn't organized very well.
The dishonest left media is hiding the fact that the Tea Party has stopped spending from going up in our government for the first time since 1938.
Get out, have they? I didn't know that.
They cannot.
Now, link, please.
Do you remember
Citation.
You remember sequestration?
Citation, please.
I'm telling you right
Yeah,
now.
I'm trying.
If you remember sequestration, that was when they had to cut budgets across the government, but the cutting of the budget was simply that they had to take off the 6% automatic increase because we went with the same budget as the year before and the year before that. So the budget went up and up and up and up until the Tea Party, and then it leveled off and it has sat there stagnant because they won't let them pass a budget.
So let's just keep threatening the debt ceiling of the United States
No,
so
it
that
takes us hundreds
we
of
can.
dollars a year to not put those increases in.
Yeah, and it also cost us in payments because then our rates go up.
Look, they increase the amount they give to every government department 6% every year. That's
And that's not. You can't just say that's the Tea Party doing that.
stopped it. They won't let them pass a budget.
Which is ridiculous on its face.
No, the Republican.
You don't say we're not going to pass a budget. You don't do that.
John Boehner, the Republican, went and visited Obama. He said, "I want to cooperate with you, but I've got these people in my party." It's the Tea Party.
But you don't pass. You don't not pass. We have to have a budget passed.
No, they just go with the last year's budget. That's law. So
yeah. So then you're just increasing the debt.
So if you increase 6% this year and then 6% on that the next year, that's like a 14% increase. So
every year.
So we have reduced the debt by 14%.
If you don't,
who's we?
If you
the Tea Party.
If you don't pass a budget, then you're just going to have the same shit that was there before, and you're just increasing the debt.
No, well, it's the same size of budget though. You don't right, like they add 6% every year, but they stopped adding. Is this plain to everybody else? Is he the only one that doesn't get what I'm saying? Jesus Christ.
Provide link.
So the Tea Party, the sequestration.
I stepped away for a second, so I didn't hear everything.
If you ever heard of sequestration,
provide link.
All right.
Provide citation. I want to see percentages that our debt has been decreased by the Tea Party.
I said
all I know is that they put our debt in jeopardy because they stopped the government.
I said we didn't increase spending because they wouldn't allow a budget to pass. That was the claim I made.
All right. So, Infinity, what is the claim you heard? What did you hear? What is you hear him say, or your impression of his argument?
No, he's saying that the Tea Party has decreased our budget. That's what he said.
Tea Party's great.
Okay, but Brandon, you're saying that you didn't say that. You said they just stopped.
Stopped it from increasing, so we use the same budget as the last year, which is simply the law. If we don't pass a new budget, then we use the one from last year.
Well, then how come the budget just keeps increasing?
It doesn't. That's the point.
It has, though. That's the fact.
All right.
Alright, I thought I'd just point that out, so that discrepancy out for you.
Yay, Tea Party! You know what the Tea Party is? The Tea Party is just the same old shit from the Republican Party. It's their little faction of
little band
religious nuts.
Pull it out.
Yeah, they're religious. I take exception to that.
They are. I mean, there's a study that shows that that is the case, that the Tea Party is primarily made up of the right-wing religious nuts.
To be fair, don't you have to be religious to be a politician in America? Just about.
Just about. The Tea Party's helping change that because some of those guys aren't. And what'll happen is the smart people, the best ones in the Tea Party.
You are so fucking delusional, man.
The best people in the Tea Party are going to end up being big names out of their involvement in the Tea Party. So we'll get 5 or 10 really good people out of it. So that's what we need. There's 100 people in the Tea Party, and 5 or 10 of them are going to be long-term, real, important intellectuals for the political movement. Now I'm looking for I'm looking for graphs about federal budgets.
Yep. Keep looking. It keeps going up, man. Part of that is because of the fucking debt. And when you say that, hey, we're not going to pay off our debt, that makes it go up even more.
Well, I said that our spending on government was not increased for the first time since 1938.
We say that again?
The spending on government was not increased.
What does spending on government mean?
Every year, the government increases its budget by 6%.
Yeah, but what does spending on government mean?
The money the government spends.
So on all government, on all services?
Did not go up for the first time since 1938.
Well, that's Obama then, right?
That's the Tea Party. Obama's mad about it because he wanted to spend money on it.
Alright, I think, Vic, are you there?
I asked earlier, does anybody know any dirty limericks?
Dirty what?
Dirty limericks. You know, there was a man from Nantucket.
Oh, okay. Why do you ask?
Because I only know about 30, if anyone could add to it.
I don't know. Infinity, do you know any dirty limericks?
No, that's not my expertise, I'm afraid.
You know the poor girl from France who boarded a bus in a trance? So the passengers fucked her, so did the conductor. Poor driver shot off in his pants. Sometimes they have a happy ending and sometimes not.
What's taking you so long, man?
I don't know, I'm just looking through graphs of...
This should not be taking you that long. I mean, this seems pretty simple.
Well, I don't know if you heard of sequestration or not, but if you've heard of sequestration...
I've heard of sequestration,
okay,
yeah.
it was everyone panicking because they didn't get the increase.
Yeah, and a lot of people were pissed off about that.
Well, that is the Tea Party that did that.
Well, congratulations.
Well, I'm saying they're doing good things, and you're not giving them credit.
I don't think that just stopping the overall budget of the United States is a good thing.
It is. Anytime you can stop a politician, it's a good thing.
Well, I'm sure that military don't agree with you.
We should have a police, courts, and a military. I agree.
Well, you're talking about paychecks.
What with sequestration?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, if you work for the government, you're a scab.
So military people, scabs.
Yeah.
Cops aren't scabs. Well, sometimes they are.
No, I said we should have police, courts, and military.
Oh yeah, that's right. You did. You did.
Yeah, but somehow they work for the government, but they're not scabs.
Yeah, if you use a gun, that's okay.
If you use a gun, that's okay. So what about the administrative staff of the military? They're not okay?
No, they probably have sidearms.
What if they don't?
I can't find any revenue.
Yeah, it's not very easy to.
Like.
You want to F or something on it, but if you don't know.
You can't admit how absolutely ridiculous your position is.
Which one?
Analysis of.
If they have a gun, then if they have a gun on the side.
Brendan, you're having too much fun with this, man.
Yeah, he's a troll. I mean, I keep saying it. He's a troll.
That's what I told Vic. He's
You guys just won't fucking admit it, and he takes over the fucking whole conversation.
I don't take it over. You guys
with this goddamn troll shit.
Yeah, I said he was a troll like all last time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like trolls. I don't like trolls. Just get the fuck out of the goddamn room.
That's.
I mean,
No. If you're a fucking troll, get the fuck out.
So wait. Infinity, not everything Brandon says is a troll. Some of it is, but not all of it.
Is that Vic, the guy that talked to me?
Even if you're a troll-y.
I don't think he's trolling. I don't think he's trolling.
Okay,
no, he's trolling. Some of what he says.
I was just playing Pokemon. I just installed Pokemon Go for like the first time ever. And it looks interesting. It looks kind of fun, actually.
I'm looking at federal budgets. Come on, Vic.
God damn it, I want to play Pokemon Go now. Fuck you, Vic.
Andrew the Red's trying to come back in. He says kick out someone who's inactive so we can get.
So wait,
Piro's inactive.
Nadia, but she is asleep.
Nadia's asleep.
Oh man, like Vic, I have like 2 gyms in my shitty little town. I thought I'd have nothing in Pokemon Go, but like I got like 2 gyms.
I was about
like
to ask that. I was about to ask that because I literally this is the first time I've ever even opened the game. So is there a map? Is there a map that shows where all the Pokemon
Andrew,
are?
he can come back in because I just got.
It's like a rarity thing. Like you
I didn't want to kick her out though.
See more and more rare Pokemon as you level up. You are going to see a lot of Rattatas, Pidgeys, and Weedles off the bat. Like
But is there a map where you can find them, or is it just like it just randomly pops up?
Walk around and they pop up. Basically, it's like being in fucking Pokemon. So.
So you don't even know where the hell they are. So that means there could literally be there might only be like 2 Pokemon in your entire city.
They're pretty much everywhere. It's just that you got to walk around. Basically.
At first, there might not be a lot around you, but once you start walking and shit,
yeah,
they'll start popping up.
Now, when you catch them, does that mean nobody else can catch it? Does it disappear for everybody else?
No, they just spawn randomly. So like everybody.
Oh, fucking God, do we have to make this the Pokemon?
Hold on.
Look, we had a bunch of insanity. Just please let us have this little moment of happiness.
I agree. Like,
if you attract Pokemon using instance,
Infinity just wants to fight with people.
Those Pokemon.
I just don't want to hear about the fucking Pokemon shit. I don't care.
Come on, Infinity, don't be that way.
I love it. Like, it's getting me out of the house, like I'm exercising and shit. It's making me a legitimately better person. Talking to people.
Alright, fine, let's fucking get back to fucking topic, then.
But can you imagine Gary playing Pokemon Go? This might change him, who knows? Maybe he'll become a little more social and friendly and... I doubt.
Like next time we see Gary, he's like all like he's got short hair. He's like wearing a top hat and a monocle.
Might make him worse.
All right, hold on, y'all. Brandon, did you want to say anything, or since Andrew's back in the
Did
room
we
now?
talk about the coup in Turkey yet? Because if we're gonna switch topics, that's something I've been waiting.
Well, there's already been conspiracy theories about the coup. People claiming that it was set up, it was staged, it was deliberately meant to fail. I don't know.
Andrew was saying something earlier about it. I think you might know something about it. You said there's two different cultures right now in Turkey that are competing or something. I mean, I don't know if it's a conspiracy.
It's more like there's more at least like
Well,
three.
can someone explain to me why we defend Erdogan? I mean, isn't this guy like a fucking crazy asshole, oppressive tyrant?
Started out actually as a pretty decent guy, and then just over the years he's become worse and worse and worse. Because he actually did come in as this huge reformer and secularist and shit. And
This is normal in Turkey, though. They always do this.
But yeah, you have
all the time, like every 10 years or so.
You have the Muslim Brotherhood, and then you have the Gulen, which are these followers of Etrigan's former best friend, bestie guy. He was a cleric who was really close with Etrigan, but then he was oh, Etrigan's a fucking shithead, fuck this guy. And then he fled to America, and he's in Pennsylvania now. So you have them, and then you also have the Kurds, and there's probably a bunch of other smaller groups, but those are probably the three main players in Turkey.
It's weird because I don't know. I guess I always thought that Turkey was somewhat civilized, but then I saw on the news they took some of these soldiers that were involved in this coup, and the people were there actively torturing them and torturing them to death, and the police were right there watching and allowing it.
Yeah, it's be crazy.
That's crazy.
That was kicking you? What?
Well, think of all the Muslim trouble that they're having in Europe. The immigrants are all coming through Turkey, so Turkey's full to the brim of these people.
Yeah.
There's probably a reason why they're leaving Turkey. They're yeah, we don't want to stay here.
Turkey's a mess, and they're trying to join the EU.
Look, we're just trying to start a new life here.
Well, I think I'm kind of maybe in favor of them joining the EU, because at least then they would have to have certain regulations. Even if they don't follow them, there has to be at least pretend to be following the rules,
that's
which is better
another
than now.
We didn't immediately jump in and support the coup too. It's for all the shitty things that Etrigan has done, he hasn't rigged any elections and shit.
Was he fairly elected, do you think?
Yeah, because he allowed the Europeans to come in and monitor the election and shit, and yeah, maybe he might have paid them off and shit, but they're yeah, there was no fucking fishy shit last time.
Well, whatever. He's not really much in favor of free speech. You guys probably heard about when he tried to get that German guy, a German comedian, prosecuted by.
Not a good guy.
And Merkel said, "Okay, we can do that."
That's why, win or lose, this isn't gonna be good, because if the coup won, who really knows what those fucking, because they got defeated, we don't really know what they were really fucking planning. They're all probably going to be fucking murdered and shit, so we'll probably never know the real reason behind why they did this. And fucking Etrigan is probably just going to become even more of a fucking iron-fisted dictator now.
Oh yeah, this will give him an excuse to clamp down big time. Oh yeah.
Isn't it in Turkey once a coup happens, they hold an election?
It used to be like that, because the Turkish army used to be more entwined with the constitution, and that's why some people were in America were pro, some pundits were cooing about the coup, because historically the military has been kind of pro-democracy.
Yeah.
They've only really stepped in once shit got really bad, but this wasn't even a whole military thing. It was just more
part of the military, yeah.
Yeah, it's I think one unit from the land force.
Guys or something. Yeah.
I think it was like 1 unit from like the land force and 1 unit from the air force.
Yeah, yeah. So the military's divided on this. So this is really scary. I think.
Well, it is scary, but Europe's going to have a big fuck-off war, so, let it start somewhere, I guess.
I know, but that's what makes it scary. Yeah. Why do you want war?
I don't want it. I said 20 years ago, I said you cannot let people bring Sharia law into the West. I was nearly arrested putting up flyers on my college campus in like 2004. So I've been talking about this a long time. This is not new to me. I've been warning people. I said, if you care about the color of somebody's skin, you're going to end up with racists thrown around the place.
You're a bit abrasive, so...
Oh, it's funny because I actually had that discussion a few days ago in some hangout I was in, where people were talking about multiculturalism, and I was basically talking about how I longed for the days like in the 90s and 80s where like you would go to Europe, right, and you would go to a country like Spain or France, and the culture there was like pure, right? It's like there was like Spain had a very distinct, unique culture, France had a very distinct, Britain, Germany, all these different places, but now today it's just more washed out. So it's like the multiculturalist isn't really about multicultural. It's more like creating this one. It's like a pan
homogenized.
Yeah, homogenized thing, which is it sucks. It's like and it's kind of like you're forcing it together. You're forcing these cultures to be together that they don't really, just based on their values and stuff, they just don't mesh very well. They just don't.
Well, Europe was kind of like a little amusement for 50 years for us.
A little what? You cut out.
It was an amusement park.
Oh.
I'm all for like multiculturalism because like I'm a sci-fi nut and it's like I want to live in like fucking Fifth Element future or fucking Serenity. I want to use some badass Chinese curse words.
But don't you? I mean, I don't know if you've ever vacationed in Europe, but don't you like? I mean, wasn't it cool the days when those countries would have a very unique culture, just very different from each other? And it wouldn't be that just one, like, wouldn't it suck if they were all melting pots? Like, they were all, like, basically the same, one big homogeneous thing with all the cultures basically mixed in.
You know what, Vic? I still think that humans, because we love individuality, right? That even if we became multicultural, that each nation would have its own niche, would have its own uniqueness. I don't think we'll lose that in the long run.
One aspect of I don't know if this is a part of multiculturalism, but like a lot of people who are for multiculturalism, one thing I do disagree with them on a lot of times is like you can't be like, hey, this part of this culture is kind of fucked up, isn't it?
Yeah, well,
but you're not allowed. It's like you're not allowed to mention that. Like,
it's like I can't bring up how I think bullfighting's shitty around my European friends.
Oh, that's awful.
Like, it's just like it's part of Spain's culture, but it's like, you know what? Fucking burning. Like the Spanish Inquisition was also part of their fucking culture. Should they bring that fucking back for sport?
Exactly. Yeah, that is so. But I cannot believe that a first world nation like Spain still allows that shit. Unbelievable.
That's why I also balk a bit at that fucking the fucking neo-Confederates in this fucking country, especially like around here where I'm like, you're just celebrating losers. You're just they lost the fucking war. Why are you celebrating them?
Oh please! I live in Canada. We've got the French. They're always on about that. They lost, and they can't let it
Quebec.
go.
And they're like, we're gonna leave. We're gonna leave any day.
Every 20 years, like clockwork, man. You know, like.
What do we have in Canada? What about Quebec?
They keep trying to leave. They keep trying to say, oh, we're treated badly because we're French, and yet Quebec gets a shitload of tax money more than most provinces.
That'd be hilarious if Quebec left and then immediately America took it over.
Well, they don't have much of a choice. They would have to. And then how free would they be then? But
Yeah, it's
all I'm saying is they can't let go of the lose. You know, they just keep trying to make it right.
Yeah, it'd probably be like, hey, you know what? If you're putting French on the signs, you also have to put Spanish on there too.
Yeah, well, they say that's coming in America in some parts. Spanish
I
on
don't mind
everything.
that, but like, I don't get why people are like, my children will have to learn a second language. Good. People who it makes you smarter learning
They've
a
proven
second
it
language.
with kids that grow up in 2-language homes. They've actually measured their gray matter in their brains and it's denser, and they do better in school. And you also can learn other languages easier later on in life.
It's actually, some people consider it racist these days if you think that, immigrants should have to learn the English language.
I give older people a pass.
I mean, I don't know
At
if
a certain point, it's probably real. It's kind of like
really
learning
hard.
anything
Yeah,
new.
hard. Yeah.
Hard, but they come here, but it's the second generation that counts, right?
I mean, they don't have to speak fluently. But
Yeah, if you're coming here to work though, you should probably at least learn terms,
yeah.
basic conversation stuff.
You know, and most do. They just don't let on that they do. That's what I found.
How about those Braves, eh?
How about sports team? They did.
What is your favorite sport? Mine is White Sox.
I don't have a sports team. Who do I like? I don't like any sports. I do like basketball players.
I'm against sports because it's team oriented. The Greeks didn't have any.
You have to get along with a group of people. Brandon.
Are you serious? You're against sports because you have to cooperate with other people?
Listen, the Greeks didn't have team sports. The original Olympics was all individual events like discus throwing, javelin, how fast.
They were showing off their
What are you, like some horrible hermit who lives in like a somewhere?
Look at why team.
Well, the Olympics are coming up. That's mostly individual sports.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's valid. It's okay to be proud of what you do, but why to get on a team and be proud of what the team did? That's lame.
No, that's tribal. That's working together. It's
not
important.
individualistic. Yeah, I'm in favor of the individual, not the tribe. Yeah.
Are you a UFC fan?
I'm an antisocial dick. That's basically what Brandon is saying.
It's really important to work together, Brandon, and you know that. You have to work with people. You have to work with your family.
One of the best things I ever heard from any of my bosses was, "This isn't a democracy." That's what he said. He was the manager.
I had a teacher I took fashion technology, and she said at the beginning of the class, "I want everyone to know in this class I'm Hitler. My word is final, and that's that." And she almost got thrown out for saying that.
Oh God.
And I just thought, well, it was really funny too because half of our class was Asian and the other half was a mix of everybody else. So I just wondered, I always wondered who the hell was complaining.
That's the
fucking Jews.
It was the Jews, yeah.
You know,
We didn't have many Jews in our class, oddly enough.
how about them Jews, huh?
It was a pretty waspy college. The only fashion college in the world that was waspy. Oh, that's racist. See, I'm being racist. That's racist.
You guys know a lot of Hollywood stars are Jews. You know Clint Eastwood?
He's not Jewish.
Not a Jew.
No way.
No, he's not. He's not a Jew.
Oh, he's not good.
Nope.
Is Sean Penn Jewish?
I don't know about Sean Penn. Anybody?
I always thought he looked Jewish. Anybody know?
I don't know.
We're being too racist, Brandon.
Well, I thought it was also interesting that John Wayne
Don't say it, Brandon.
is not a Jew.
Who gives a
John Wayne. We don't get many, but we got a couple. Whoever we are, Christian.
You know, when my mother found out that Cary Grant was gay, I swear my mother cried.
Oh.
Howard Hughes killed.
Why? It's not like she had a chance. Like,
Yeah, but she can dream, right?
If she came in one of these chat rooms and saw that 10% of the people are transvestites, she'd be.
I don't understand why people get so upset sometimes. Like, oh, she's a lesbian. Oh, as if you had a chance with her. She's like a supermodel, you know.
And then there's
You're
other
so
times-
sad.
It's like with Liberace.
Bam, blew my
It's
chin.
like, how did people not know Liberace was gay?
Oh, everyone knew he was gay. Please.
Yeah.
No,
Or George Michael.
Well,
no,
what
I
about
knew
Ricky
he was
Martin?
gay.
Ricky Martin was in the closet for so long, and it was so obvious that, you know.
Well,
he was.
I remember though. There were people like, nah, Ricky Martin's not gay.
It's pretty obvious to me.
Yeah, it was obvious to me.
I had a roommate in college that was like had those manner. He never admitted that he was gay. I still think he's in the closet. He was in the closet. At the very least, he was bisexual because he was all with the plants. You know, like he's very tidy with everything. Just like a metrosexual, like a typical metrosexual. But it was just obvious to me. It was just.
Obviously, he loves dicks.
You know what? Matt is probably bisexual, and he's a complete fucking slob.
Yeah, I'd roll around in dirt if I could, probably. There's a reason why I don't go around the Pokestops near the school.
Okay, leave the sheep alone.
Yeah, I heard that you can actually set up like lures or something in Pokemon Go, right? So I started thinking like, I mean, couldn't like a predator use that, like?
In theory, yeah.
Prey on children.
Oh, you did think of that.
They've already done it. They've done it.
But
robbing
the thing is, the most optimal place to put a lure is at a Pokestop, which is always someplace public. And you have to be within like 30 feet or like 20 feet or something, I forget, of the Pokestop. So it can only, like, if you see like just a Pokestop out in the middle, if you see a lure out in the middle of the woods, people are probably like, yeah, I'm not going to go to that one.
And at the very least, they should go in, accompanied. They shouldn't go alone, especially if you're a kid.
Yeah.
What if the next Nice attack is actually an attack at a PokeGo meetup?
That's what a lot of people are saying. Because, like, if you don't know about like Pokemon, there's like super rare Pokemon called legendary Pokemon, and like Nintendo's already said they're going to do events for them. And there's videos of people like stampeded, and like it's like 50, 100 fucking people, and it's for like the shittiest fucking Pokemon.
I saw that on the news.
One video,
Voron or some of the V. Yeah.
Vaporeon I could kind of get because like Vaporeon's like a kind of rare, cool Pokemon. But apparently, I saw a video where people were stampeding for a fucking Sea King. And anybody who's ever played Pokemon, nobody's ever given a shit about Sea.
Oh God.
How old are you, Eddie?
Like I'm like fucking 30. So I grew up with this shit.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
I don't know anything about Pokemon.
There's a lot
like
more
zero.
reasons I should be ashamed of myself than Pokemon Go. Pokemon Go, honestly, is probably the least reason I should be ashamed of myself.
Well, dude, like a couple of years back, it was like a big thing to be into like My Little Pony. Like you were a brony.
Oh no, I didn't like fucking.
But you remember that fad, right? Where like everybody was like coming out with like their.
Also, I'll be honest, like I kind of see Pokemon Go a lot more positive because it's like, hey, it's fucking getting people up, out, like they're socializing and shit.
And run over by cars.
Yeah. They found dead bodies too in the process. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Also, some people have found people like Alzheimer patients who like walked out in nursing homes and like hurt themselves and stuff.
Why are they playing? They're not playing Pokemon Go.
No, like the people who found the Alzheimer patients.
Would it be? Are there any I think there are some waterproof phones, right? Wouldn't it be cool to have like Pokemon underwater? You fucking have to dive and shit to get them. That's so cool.
There are like videos of
How
people.
pissed off are you at this conversation right now?
Or like super rare Pokemon that you find like in a fucking cave somewhere. Like really
Oh, now you're getting all elitist with Pokemon.
elitist.
That's elitist. You have to have money to go travel to find the cave.
Oh well.
We're losing viewers.
Yeah, let's probably not
and-
talk about this shit. Let's talk about something else.
Andrew, you look at the Well, I think they're probably losing viewers because it's freaking.
Listen, I just want to ask one question about the thing that happened in Nice. Why did the guy have the truck full of ammunition and shit if he was all by himself?
He probably planned to kill more people. Like once
Yeah, but he was all by himself. He's got to expect that once he rams the truck into a crowd of people, he's
And
gonna get his
also,
ass
your
kicked.
main plan is to ram a truck into people. Like, once you know you crash that truck, you're like, at best, you might get a couple of shots off while
But
you
you're
open
done.
the door. And yeah, like,
Well,
you're just
I'm
completely
guessing
going to be Swiss cheesed.
So why was it full of all that ammunition? Was that even true? Like,
Like, you drove for a fucking mile. Like,
but then you would have more guys with you, right? Because you got guys in the back. Once you get taken out, the back door's open, and a bunch of guys with all this ammunition start making their move, right? Like, I can see that, but he was alone apparently.
They should have replaced with
The whole thing
bulletproof
doesn't
glass or
make
something.
sense.
Oh no, you're not talking about some sort of conspiracy theory now again, are you, David?
No, I just kind of just want things to make a little more sense.
the thing with this guy, I would chalk him up to.
He's a fucking terrorist. I mean,
But where did he
shit.
get all the money to buy all those guns and stuff in the back of the truck?
The Jews, the Israelis did it.
Yeah.
You're filling a narrative that you already have with every.
No, I'm asking a question.
I just chalk it up that this guy was fucking dumb and he hated
Right.
the fucking world.
Let's not overthink this.
I mean, he wasn't paying fucking child support and shit. That was obvious.
Right. No, he wasn't.
So like
And
he was
he's
probably
making
like,
money.
I'm gonna buy some guns and like grenades bit.
Yeah.
I
think he, yeah.
Because you gotta remember, there's a lot of fucking
credit, and that's another thing. That's another thing that conspiracy theorists do. I think they give our government too much credit. Like I don't think that they have the competence to be able to pull off some of these super elaborate conspiracies. They can't even keep a.
I'm sorry, I was just gonna say. Also, even though like a lot of European countries have like tight gun control and stuff, there's a lot of fucking Cold War era ornaments, like fucking ammunition and shit and guns and shit, just still floating around.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah,
it's easy
Europe
to
has
get your
gun
hands on
violence.
that shit.
Well,
There's
the
gun
laws
violence all over the world.
increasing the laws are not going to change anything.
It wasn't so long back that they decommissioned the
Well,
AK-47.
actually, it's interesting that you brought that up, Andrew, because I don't know. Maybe
They're
I'm.
just going to get thrown away, are they?
Maybe I misheard this or whatever, but it seems like at the Republican National Convention, they've banned like tennis balls, all sorts of shit, except for guns. Like you can actually carry guns at the Republican National Convention. How fucked up is that?
Why is it fucked up? Like, what are you?
It's inherently dangerous. I mean, isn't it obvious, Andrew?
Let's talk about this. Do you think that the average American is dangerous?
No, but
That's
the
why they
average
made-
American isn't a fucking but the terrorist, a terrorist doesn't have to be it. Look, Andrew, I don't know if you're aware, but just like a couple of weeks ago, somebody tried to kill Donald Trump at one of his rallies. He tried to take a gun away
Sovereign
from.
citizen killed like
Yeah, he tried to take a gun away from one of the security guards there, but it was holstered. It was locked in. He didn't realize it, and that's the only reason he didn't get off the shot. Now imagine if he had been carrying
That's why they want people to be armed in case a Democrat comes.
I don't think that guy cares. I mean, he knew that something was going to happen to him, right? He didn't give a shit.
No, he was from
It
Britain.
would have been all you would have gotten is if everybody there was packing, then what would have happened is he would have died at the end of it. He would have killed Trump or shot him or whatever, possibly killed him, and then he would have shot himself. So fucking what? The whole point was to prevent Trump from being shot in the first place, right?
Your
cares about
argument,
the
Vic, is
aftermath.
if more people are carrying, then there's more of a risk of someone coming and then grabbing someone's gun and then using it.
Yeah.
Is that your argument?
Well, not just that, but just a guy just using his gun to kill
It wasn't his. It was a security
the
guard.
nominee.
Also, it's just kind of like if they're banning like tennis balls and water bottles and shit.
I don't
Because
understand
it's like,
why
somebody
you
might
would
throw it
ban.
at Trump.
What is the point of banning all those other things when you're allowed to fucking carry a goddamn gun?
Tennis balls?
Yeah, they ban tennis balls.
Why?
And a whole bunch of other shit.
Because you might
Screwdrivers, hammers, shit like that. Everything except for guns. Which is insanity.
There's like a lot of
And I just
concerts
don't, I don't
and shit
understand, Andrew, how you don't think that is inherently risky. We already saw just a couple of weeks back, right, when a kid tried to assassinate Donald Trump with a gun that he tried to swipe from
Well, it's
one of the
a
security guards.
gun, but that isn't going to change anything.
So now if he had a gun, if everybody there had a gun, wouldn't it have been a lot easier to do it? You guys keep talking about, oh, well,
Also,
if you
we're
have
not
guns,
saying ban.
like, yeah, I can understand. Look, if everybody's packing, yes, it'll probably, mass shootings will probably
Yeah, I was gonna say,
be
you
stopped
might
more
just
quickly. Yeah, but we're not talking about a mass shooting. We're talking about an assassination,
No,
right,
some
of just one person.
There would be 3 or 4 people around that would immediately see it.
Yeah,
What do you mean? Why would they see it? It's instantaneous. They wouldn't even know what to expect it.
No, if you saw a guy beside you pull out a gun and aim it at Donald Trump, you're gonna grab his arm and yell.
You make it seem as if he's just going to take his sweet old time. No, it's going to be something quick. In fact,
Not Hollywood, Vic. I think you might be thinking of like a Hollywood.
it's not Hollywood, dude. If I'm planning an assassination, right, I'm going to practice being fast, quick on the trigger. Right? I'm not going to be like, oh, I'm going to take my sweet old time while I'm surrounded by a bunch of people with guns.
So your scenario is you steal a gun from the person next to you.
No. In this case, this is even worse. I'm talking about the scenario that we have now. If what I'm hearing is correct, if everybody there is allowed to pack a gun, right? This is inherently dangerous, like supremely dangerous. How can it not
have a permit.
How can it not be? So what?
Well, it's not. I would assume it's not easy to get a concealed gun permit in the United States.
Well,
I mean, it must take a bit of effort, right?
It depends on the state.
A bit. It depends. Different states are different.
Mm.
In Utah, you can carry a gun as long as it's showing.
Well, even if he doesn't have a consent, just a carry permit is enough to be a problem.
You don't even need a permit, though. I mean, you can carry a gun as long as everyone can see it. It's okay. You don't need a permit.
Yeah, which is crazy.
Wait, you don't
When you're a high-profile target like that.
I guess you avoid that state.
No, it's a very safe state. Very.
Is it? Yeah.
I don't understand the sentiment of Vic. I don't understand your view of carrying. Like, maybe you don't have any experience with them. You've never shot them. Like, I just think maybe there's a fear.
No experience with what?
A gun.
What relevance does that have? What is the relevance of that?
Because you don't know the joy of the gun.
I'm not taking a position here that we should ban guns, like nobody should hold guns. I'm not saying that. I'm saying at a Republican National Convention, when you have a guy who is going to be the nominee for the next president of the United States, right?
He's controversial.
High target, especially given that a couple of weeks back somebody actually tried to assassinate him. Yeah, I'd say it's an inherently dangerous situation to have everybody there allowed to carry a gun. How do you not see that, Andrew?
Because I don't think that would increase the risk, because we've already have an example of someone who did it anyways, even though guns were not allowed.
But it was more difficult. If he was allowed to carry, if he had been there and he had been allowed to carry a weapon in there, he would have just done it himself. He wouldn't need to steal it from anybody.
Yeah, another thing, Vic, presumably, like we already know the Secret Service are protecting Trump. Presumably, the Secret Service has cleared this event for Trump to go to.
They're not Superman, dude. They can't just fly in, and they're not faster than a speeding bullet.
Well, presumably they're more expert than anyone in the country about protecting someone.
But they've already said this makes it. They even said they've already come out and saying this is a bad idea. They said this is really bad. Don't come packing. Don't do it. because you're just making our lives more difficult. It's making it exceedingly difficult. Like they have to be on super high alert now.
The Secret Service would not protect Trump if that was indeed their point of view. They would say,
I don't understand the benefit of this. Like, what do you gain by allowing people in a? It's basically a party. What do people need to have guns there for? It's insanity. Wouldn't it be better if like everybody goes through a metal detector, nobody's allowed to have a fucking gun in that place?
Yeah.
Well, it's never that though, right? It's never that everyone's not allowed. There's always security.
Well, besides them, obviously. Yeah. Wouldn't that be preferable? Wouldn't that be safer?
What if a security guard?
You would feel safe, especially given the toxic environment that we see at these rallies. You know, we see the divide. We see the protesters on both sides, right? You have the Trump supporters and you have the protesters, and we see how much they fucking hate each other, and that's without guns. And now you're going to add guns to that. You're going to insert guns into that situation, and you don't see that as being inherently risky.
I don't think it's any different because you could have a security guard shoot Trump as well. Like
good grief, Andrew! You're compounding the risk. If you have one person with a gun versus 30,000, that's a huge difference.
Now you're limiting it. No.
To be honest, I'll be very, very surprised if something doesn't happen tomorrow. I imagine there probably will be some kind of incident.
It's going to be way worse with everybody having guns. It's way more risky.
Hey, Christian. Yes, Christian.
Well, like I said, if the Secret Service is protecting Trump, if they deem it too high a risk, then he won't. They wouldn't have endorsed it, and they wouldn't have been protecting him that night.
I don't. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know the circumstance, but I don't know if it's because by law they can forbid it. I don't know what it is, to be honest. Or if maybe it's because Donald Trump, as a matter of principle, to show his solidarity with the NRA, he might be saying, no, you know what? We're gonna set an example here, and we're just gonna allow guns.
It just doesn't.
And against the Secret Service's wishes.
Your concerns about the risk to Trump, to me, is not consistent with the Secret Service going along with this. If you can square that for me, then I would agree with you.
I don't know. I can't. Well, first of all, they've already said that they don't advise it. They don't advise people to be bringing guns. They've already said it. They've already said that it's making their lives more difficult. Now, why they went along with it, I don't know. I don't know if there are legal issues involved here. I don't think maybe they can't forbid it. Maybe legally they can't forbid. I don't know. I have no idea.
Well, they can't forbid it, obviously, but they could say, well, we don't think Trump will be safe here, so we're not going to protect him. And then if that was the case, Trump would have to make a decision either to go and not be protected by the SS.
That's crazy. Why would they say that? I mean, they're going to say we're not going to protect them?
I don't think they could say no.
Well, maybe to say the risk is too high. Of course they can. They can shut down an event. They could pull him out. Of course they can.
What? Based on what?
Yeah, but this is a pretty significant convention. I don't think they're just in a position to just shut it down.
I don't get this. It's one. I don't. This is the. It's the lack of like you don't make like it's one thing to say I don't want anybody to. We want to protect the Second Amendment. We want anyone to take our guns away. We have the right to protect our homes and this and that. But when you take it to the extreme like this, Andrew, it strikes me as dogmatic. It really does.
Why is it
like everybody like fucking. Everybody has to be packing now, or everybody should be allowed to be packing everywhere they go. At a fucking club, at a bar, at a Republican National Convention, even with protesters and all this volatility that is just all around the place.
I don't know what straw man you're burning, but it's not me.
What's that?
I don't know who's suggesting that everyone should carry a gun. I certainly not. Hell no. Everyone?
Okay, well, I thought that's what we were discussing here. You're saying
everyone? Who's saying everyone?
At the convention, everybody at the convention, you think it's okay for all of them to be carrying, no?
Not all of them will carry.
But it would be okay if they did, right?
We shouldn't restrict people from carrying who have the right to and are trained.
And you don't see that as inherently risky.
So trained
in that type of environment.
For trained reasons.
Given how